holidays. And then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshment. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, you get every touchdown from every game Sunday afternoons. ESPN Goal Line brings you the best of college football. And the Watch ESPN app lets you take the action wherever you go. This is Sports on Xfinity. This is awesome. Call 1-800-XFINITY for a great offer. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Programming varies depending on level of service. Visit Comcast.com for details.
The Herd on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
NFL on Fox, good dude, Super Bowl champ. By the way, he'll be doing Lions-Vikings at 1 Eastern this Sunday, which is a very important game. It looks like Detroit has righted the ship. Those are two teams going in opposite directions. I watched the Vikings-Seattle game, and I watched Detroit. I think Matt Stafford and the Lions kind of figured out their act, lowered the penalties. John, we got into this discussion. I had a very good source a year ago tell me that years ago when Mark Sanchez was available, and you used to be a quarterback, by the way, in college, you changed to a defensive player, so you'll get this. They said to me a year ago, they interviewed both Leinart and Mark Sanchez before the draft, and they thought they were both too casual. They didn't care. And I went and looked this morning, John. 16 of 20 of the top NFL quarterbacks went to non-traditional powers, kind of got crapped on, didn't get the big free ride to the big school. John, take me into the NFL that you know. Is there something about quarterbacks having a little chip on their shoulder and a sense to prove people wrong that makes them better quarterbacks?
I think no doubt about it. Now, you've got some guys that buck that trend, the Peyton Mannings of the world, the Tom Bradys who went to Tennessee and Michigan. But Tom Brady, I think, the draft status guy.
Yes.
John Elway's the guy that I know in town here. Comes off as very laid back, but one of the most competitive people I've ever met. And I think the bottom line, Colin, these guys, the best of them, I always tell people, these guys outwork people, and they don't believe it. Wait, you're all pros. How can you outwork people? Well, they work smarter. They work more consistently. I think that's the big deal. The guys, I watch Peyton Manning, and I've seen him a lot playing against him, but I've grown a a better understanding because I'm friends with him and he lives here in Denver now. And just to watch the consistency of his work, whether it's a win or loss, he goes about each week trying to get better and trying to out-prepare his opponent, and that never stops. And when you do that for so long and you mix it with tremendous skill and tremendous aptitude, that's when you become a special football player.
Do you think people in Denver are surprised with the success early? I mean, Peyton leads the NFL in quarterback rating. He's an early MVP guy. Are you surprised? Are they surprised by how good it is so early?
I think so. And I believe the scary thing for the rest of the league is you have to believe that it's only going to get better, because I think physically he's getting better each and every week. And Eric Decker and Demaryius Thomas, I think we all know the precision that you have to play the wide receiver position when you have a Peyton Manning, and these guys are learning and starting to raise their level of play up to his level of play and his expectations, and you throw all that together, and they run the football well, and that's something I don't know that Peyton's had consistently throughout his career. You put all that together, and you've got a pretty special equation.
You know, a big story this week on our show was the Cowboys and Jerry Jones saying, hey, listen, you're not going to get a GM. That's not the way our structure is. Darren Woodson came on my show, and he said the problem with the Cowboys, everybody's overpaid, and there's nobody that's hungry in that locker room. Everybody's overpaid. Go tell us to your career. Are there locker rooms hungrier than other locker rooms? Maybe they're overpaid? Do you buy into that? Go to your Tampa Bay days, your Denver days.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, we were as hungry as any team I've ever seen because we were starved. We were so bad, as Sapp likes to say, we took it from a third world country to the Taj Mahal. You know, we were so bad. We were referred to as the Yucks. But I'll tell you, the day we came back to training camp after our Super Bowl year in 2002, I knew we were in trouble because we were a better team talent-wise, but everybody had different agendas. It was more about the marketing deals, that who was getting this, who was getting that, and we tried to right the ship. But once that happens, it steamrolls and it's tough. And we lost our hunger as a football team, not individually, but as a team. And when you lose that, it's tough to win in this league.
That's one of the best quotes I've ever heard on my show. So you showed up to training camp, and everybody had a Mercedes? I mean, you looked around and you could sense it?
Yeah, you could, and I thought we could write it because we had tremendous leadership on that team. But it just, and then, speaking of my buddy Peyton Manning, it really got cracked that that famous Monday night game when we had them by 24 with 4 minutes, and they came back and beat us, Tony Dungy's return. And after that, it just splintered. I think that was the fourth game of the year, and it went bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like you said, you probably can't fix it. And I think Dallas's problem is fairly unsolvable because Jerry's never going to hire a GM. Well, I saw something this week where players voted on the best organizations in football, and it was pretty, it was consistent. Pittsburgh and New England. Now, as you know, John, Pittsburgh historically doesn't pay well. Mm-hmm. New England historically doesn't play well. When does money factor into it? How much would most players give up to play for a Pittsburgh or New England?
Well, money always factors into it, but where I think you see it, particularly with New England, Pittsburgh doesn't dive so much into that realm, but late in their career, people wanting to go to New England. And, it happened to me when I left camp in Denver in 2008. I thought I was done, but the Patriots came calling, and that was probably the one team that could have. And when Bill Belichick says, hey, I got this role and vision for you, you tend to listen because you understand I may add another championship to my resume. And so I think organizations like that, I'm just watching, the way they conduct business. Aqib Talib the other day, I thought it was right for Tampa to get rid of him. They've given him too many chances.
Yeah.
But I thought it was also a great pickup for the New England Patriots. They struggle in the secondary. Robert Kraft gives Belichick the opportunity and the flexibility to say, hey, bring him in. If he's a turd, he's gone in 2 weeks. And they've done that. Talib knows that. He'll probably be on his best behavior and probably play really good football for him.
About 40 seconds left. Andrew Luck. I'm blown away. And I try not to be a prisoner of the moment. I am 3rd and 12, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 16. Boom, 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 boom. Average offensive line. What do you make of it?
I think it's phenomenal. phenomenal. I think it's phenomenal, the story that's going on there in Indy. Every now and then you get these special stories where teams are inspired to greater heights, and they become better than they even are. And I think their quarterback, this kid's a special player. I watched him too much in college. He was coached by Harbaugh. He was coached by Shaw, guys that have been in the NFL. He was asked to do NFL things. He mixes tremendous ability with tremendous, he's a very cerebral kid. I marvel at his strength. Defensive linemen just kind of fall off him, much like they do Ben Roethlisberger.
Yep.
And then so much for that lack of arm strength that people were talking about.
Yeah. Great talking to you. Lions, Vikings, 1 Eastern this Sunday, NFL on Fox, working with Dick Stockton. Always good talking to you, John.
Thanks, Colin.
Subway featured $5 footlong in November, the spicy Italian Subway Eat Fresh. I love that quote. That was one of the best quotes ever on my show. That he showed, after they won the Super Bowl, John Lynch showed up to the locker room in camp and knew instantly we're in big trouble. Everybody's driving a Mercedes. Everybody's got their agent around. Everybody's got a new TV commercial. And he couldn't do anything about it. Despite all the talent, despite all the leadership, couldn't do anything about it. And that's what Darren Woodson said yesterday. Cowboys are overpaid. That was a great bite for a player to acknowledge that. Couldn't do anything about it. Joe Namath yesterday fired a shot. Actually, really good. And I went digging on the Atlanta Falcons. Everybody thinks I hate Atlanta. And you know what? I got something to say about Atlanta that's good. I went and did some homework this morning. Usually just mail it in. Tell you what, getting in 12 minutes before the show paid off today. I'll have it next on the Herd.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seats you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday.
StubHub! If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
I said this morning to the staff, I looked at every NFL quarterback, all 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. We would all obviously take Andrew Luck over Blaine Gabbert, Kevin Cobb, Matt Castle. You start moving into the middle of the list. Jay Cutler, Matt Schaub, Joe Flacco, Tony Romo. Yes. Then you start moving higher to the list. Today, you're the owner. You're the GM of your team today. You own the team. Brady's 35. Breeze is 33. I would take Andrew Luck today, given the choice, over Brady and Breeze. I know for 2 years I'd have less of a quarterback, maybe. But I know for 8 to 9 I'd win that argument. In fact, the only quarterback today in the league I would absolutely not take over Andrew Luck, if you're giving me a 10-year window, is Aaron Rodgers.
The college basketball season begins tomorrow night on ESPN with two big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern with live SportsCenter reports from Germany on ESPN.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got him hurt!
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go!
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers!
Returns home in search of a fourth straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series is at full throttle. And when drivers will do anything to take the checkered flag, cages get rattled. Engines roar louder. Tempers run hotter. And victory donuts taste even sweeter. Some people say there's more to life than winning. Those people are losers. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ESPN. Nothing beats first place.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Brian Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by 7-Eleven. Well, the 7 election is over, but the real winner is you. Grab a fresh coffee in a red or blue cup as a memento while supplies last. 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven. Joe Namath at it again, the former Jet great, telling SNY that winning headlines has replaced winning for Gang Green. Meanwhile, Tim Tebow ready to help his team in the second half of the year.
I definitely am competitive, and so I'm always, ready and, excited, to want to do something and help, and, still my, same approach and my attitude, and, just want to get better every single day in practice and be ready when my number's called.
Last night, Miami Nets destroyed by the Heat 103-73. They're off tonight. We'll play in Orlando tomorrow. Knicks have their third straight day off. Mike Woodson will join Stephen A. Smith and me coming up at 1:30 today. Lakers Executive VP Jim Buss says Mike Brown is safe. Lakers are 1-4 through their first 5. Major League Baseball announcing finalists for postseason awards. Robinson Cano, one of 5 finalists for AL MVP. R.A. Dickey, one of 3 for NL Cy Young, as the herd rolls on.
Now through December, Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online and at department stores on up to $1,500 in purchases. Sign up for 5% now at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. It pays to switch. It pays to Discover.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day, presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take hotline, including Herm Edwards in studio. Always a funny listen in 10 minutes. If not funny, interesting. Simulcast on ESPNU. Got to hear this from Joe Namath. Woody Johnson owns the Jets. Here's Joe Namath talking to the Jets blog podcast. He said, owner Woody Johnson, it seems to me his primary concern has become about selling PSLs, which, by the way, are the worst thing ever in the world. The idea that a fan has to lay out $30,000. Can you imagine a family in Long Island right now didn't have power for 15 days? Hey, can you guys give us $30,000 for the right to own a seat? That's awful. Hey, Republicans, all you billionaires out there, stop it. He says, I think the focus is changed subtly. It's more toward grabbing headlines. Everything starts at the top. You go back to when seat licenses were initiated, how we started conducting things. I don't think winning has been put at the top of the board. Winning headlines has replaced that. I was told 2 months ago by somebody close to the New York Jets that they, in the front office, complained about this too. That the Jets front office often felt with Woody Johnson, winning wasn't the only thing. And I will say this, to me there's 8 organizations in the NFL, I counted them this morning, that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowls. 8. That I get it. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. It's not about making or save it. It's about winning Super Bowls. Oh, what about this? Like a Tennessee's a prime example. Tennessee drafted Vince Young. They didn't think Vince Young was great. They thought he could sell tickets. From a source close to that organization, part of getting the Vince Young deal done, people here will love him. That's not about winning Super Bowls. The New York Jets getting Tebow, disruptive. We saw it coming. It's not about winning Super Bowls. 8 teams in the league, that's all that matters. Then I think there are about 4 teams in the league where I have a very strong feeling that making more money, once they lose a few games especially, it's about making a little more money. Dallas, Washington, Miami, and the Jets. Then I think was 6 or 7, I counted 7 this morning, where it's about saving money. For the record, these teams all want to win Super Bowls, but I'm talking about 100% totally in. These organizations are about saving money if they can. Oakland, San Diego, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Arizona, Tampa Bay. Now, Buffalo, they'll spend money on Ryan Fitzpatrick, Mario Williams, but because it's a manufacturing city, play that game in Toronto, any way they can save and make, it's there. They're never going to make huge Redskin Cowboy money. They're not going to. They don't make that kind of game day revenue. But to me, there's only 8 organizations in the league where it is all 100% winning Super Bowls. Giants, Packers, Niners under Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indy, Denver. That's it. That is it. All that matters. That's it. Now, you would think common sense dictates, it seems obvious, if you win Super Bowls, everything else takes care of itself. Yes. But remember, if you don't have that star quarterback, Tennessee, Cleveland, Kansas City, Jets, Minnesota, and you deep down aren't really sure if you're ever going to beat Brady and Big Ben, Aaron Rodgers, Eli Manning, then you start going 4-4, 4-5. That rich guy at the top, the billionaire, money becomes an issue, making it or saving it. But I don't think the league is full of teams. I mean, nothing against Jerry Jones. But Jerry Jones, let's face it, it's like Lenny in Mice and Men. He loved the dog so much he squeezed it to death. Jerry just loves the Cowboys. He just loves running that frat. He was on KRLD radio in Dallas, and he makes no bones about it. It's ego, it's vanity. He talks about drafting players. Jerry, I got a big say in that drafting players thing.
We are not structured that way. We didn't structure it that way with my ownership. There's no way that I would be involved here and not be the final decision maker on something as important as players, and that is a key area. That's never been anybody's misunderstanding. It's been a debated thing, but it's just not going to happen.
Jerry's going to be part of it. It's his baby. Vanity over common sense. Now, Barry Switzer was on ESPN Radio yesterday. He said, Jerry doesn't have nearly as much pull as he says he does.
I don't know how in the hell that Jimmy knew that would happen. Jimmy wasn't even there. I was there. Jerry didn't draft the board. He didn't set the board. The coaches, the scouts, they set the damn board, and we're the ones that select the players in the draft. Jerry's in the damn war room, but the light goes on, the camera goes on him. He picks up a phone, he acts busy. But we know who we're going to draft and how they're going to come off the board. The coaches do that.
Jerry says one thing, Barry says another. I actually think the Cowboys' talent's okay. I think their drafts have been okay. Now, they're kind of the opposite of Seattle. Seattle hasn't done well with their first pick, generally, but has done very well in the 4th and 5th round. 2 of their best players they got in the 5th round under Pete Carroll. Dallas will get Des Bryant, Sean Lee early, but they haven't done much. In fact, I went this morning. This is amazing. I went back last 4 drafts. Of all the players taken, about 7-8 players a year, about 32 players a year. And I started 5th round and below. 5th round and below. Only 4 guys in the last 4 years combined, even on the team anymore. Most are backup tight ends. So they have not done a good job in the details. 5th round, 6th round, 7th round. That's not where Dallas is good. Now, they did get Romo and Miles Austin without using a draft pick. I mean, they've gone into the bushes and found guys. They got Brandon Carr, free agent. They've done that. So Dallas isn't atrocious, but if you wanted to rip Dallas in the drafting, you could rip them for they've not been good 5th, 6th, 7th round. And there's a ton of talent. You go look at the Seahawks under Pete Carroll, they've been fantastic in the 5th and 6th round. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Now you can test drive Snapshot. Even if you have insurance with another company, see how much you can save before you switch. By the way, Barry Switzer also says that Jerry Jones did not interfere, and the reason is that Jerry Jones didn't know anything really about football.
I really enjoyed working with Jerry and Steve and those guys. He never interfered, but the 120-yard long field and 53rd yard wide was my area. He didn't interfere with that. He didn't tell us who to play, what plays to call, what defenses run, because he didn't know a damn thing about that. He relied on us and the staff to do that.
Barry swears a lot, and I find it fascinating. I just think Jerry and his ego, he loves that franchise so much. He can't get out of his way. I mean, that's the guy that just can't see straight. I've said it before. Sports and beautiful women make smart guys stupid. Jerry's a really smart guy. And then Jerry Jones is Lenny from Of Mice and Men. Loves the Cowboys so much, squeezes it to death. He just can't step out of the way. You know, listen, if you owned a bunch of companies, Jerry Jones owns about 20 Papa John's pizzas, all sorts of real estate, tons of, made his fortune, owns the Cowboys. Of all those businesses, which one would you want to hang out with? Wouldn't it be the football team? I mean, let's be honest. If I could give you any way, and not just because I do a sports show, of all the businesses to make money, wouldn't owning a football team be about the coolest thing in the world? Yeah, I mean, it's nothing against Papa John's, but if you told me I could run that or I could run the Cowboys, what's more fun? I mean, it's not, you can own the Cowboys and buy pizza. You can't own a pizza place and own the Cowboys. Yeah, I mean, seriously, drafting wide receivers and quarterbacks or hire another zit-faced 16-year-old to deliver pizzas. I mean, come on, what's more fun? I mean, Des Bryant has his issues, but he beats that kid delivering pizzas. Herm Edwards on the Cowboys mess. And why isn't anybody talking about the Bears and Texans game? Why is nobody talking about that football game? It's a preview of the Super Bowl. Herm next in the Herd on ESPN Radio.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael K. Show.
What's the deal with Mark, in your opinion?
Hasn't been very consistent. We've had some great games from him. Maybe, there's been parts in games when it hasn't been as good, obviously. But I think you'd say that not just to Mark Sanchez, but to our football team. And those are things you got to work on, and those are things we are working on.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan every Monday at 5:15 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission,
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful yet humble,
You make everything sound so dramatic.
and unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on 4 select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every dollar small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. Coming up in the Herd. How much talent do the Cowboys have on their roster? We'll ask NFL Films Greg Cosell via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 11:45 Eastern, 8:45 Pacific in the Herd.
You got to remember, businesses change, and the NFL has changed from the 70s and 80s until today. And right now, it's a very corporate business. That's how the Pittsburgh Steelers run it. The NBA's become the same way. That's how the San Antonio Spurs and OKC do it. Herm Edwards joining us in the Herd on ESPN Radio. Herm, my issue isn't talent acquisition for the Cowboys. They've done well top of the draft. They've done well with free agents. They found Tony Romo in the bushes. My problem, it feels like they're running an 80s NFL team. They don't give their coach the ultimate power. You've been on the sideline. Do you have to have, as a head coach, ultimate power?
You have to have the ability to let players know it's going to be your decision on football matters, especially when it comes to playtime, what you're asking players to do off-season, during the season, how you go about doing your business. And when you lose that, you really lose control of the player. In other words, when there's another entity that the player can go through, the last stop should be the head coach. If he can go above the head coach, that's never good.
By the way, I think it used to work in the 70s and early 80s. Al Davis won titles. My feeling is the NFL's become a bigger business. It's become more corporate. And in that process, the teams that run it like corporations, Pittsburgh, New England, win more games. It feels like Jerry's still running a business like the 80s NFL.
Well, I think Jerry likes to be close to the players. There's nothing wrong with that. But he has to let the players know, I'm the owner. I don't make football decisions. These players know that Jerry, because he is so enthusiastic, he loves football, he loves being around it, he's there every day. He sees football, he watches football. That doesn't mean he knows football.
Right.
As far as the coaching,
I watch football.
and O's of it, as far as what needs to go on, how you try to do things, he knows enough, like anybody else. You know enough to make you dangerous at certain things. You know, I can sit here and say, well, I watch golf, I know golf. I don't know golf. I'm a hacker, I swing at it.
Yeah.
But I can have a comment. And I think sometimes when you're the owner, if you allow players to have your ear, and then from there, you as the owner goes to the head coach and you start making suggestions, you got a problem.
Well, that's not the way the corporate structure works.
No.
There's a hierarchy. He had an interesting bite yesterday where Jerry said, we don't have that extra layer which gets in the way. And I thought to myself, that's called management, Jerry. That's Google has that, Disney, ESPN, IBM. I wonder, when you look at Jason Garrett, they're not great in details. They're not great in the little things. Is that part of the Jerry foundational issue?
Well, I think when you're the coach, how do you create competition within the team? But within that competition, there has to be a fear factor. The fear goes this way, of maybe losing your job, the fear of maybe being cut, the fear of being embarrassed amongst your team. And when you don't have the ability to do that as a head coach, players sense that.
Yes, and it gets sloppy.
Yeah.
Because they do the big things okay.
Sure.
They don't do the little things well.
And the little things win games. And that's why they sit here since 1997 as pretty much a 500 football team.
Herm Edwards joining us, the Herd on ESPN Radio. There's a game this week, and because, the election, we haven't really talked about matchups this week. But Houston-Chicago could be your Super Bowl. You're talking the Texans and the Bears. My feeling is I like the completeness of Chicago, but I worry here, Herm. The bad matchup in this game is Chicago's O-line and the Houston Texans' D-line. To me, I just can't get past that. It makes me feel like this matchup leans Houston because of that. Do you mitigate that? What do you feel?
No, you make a great point, and that's a critical part of it. It always starts with your linemen. It really, on either side of the ball. Who can really change the line of scrimmage? That's what coaches look for. I can remember being a head coach. First thing I would always do when the game would start, I'd stand right on the ball when I had an opportunity.
I've heard coaches say that.
And when that ball was snapped, I wanted to see who was controlling the line of scrimmage. And I knew right then, well, this is going to be a long day, or we got to do some adjusting.
Coach, I've had five coaches tell me that's what they do. That's interesting.
Sure. And because that's where it all starts there. And once you can control that, basically, you can do whatever you want then. I mean, you have the option of running it, passing it. Defensively, sitting there, we're getting there with 4 guys. Oh, boy, I can run all kind of coverages now. I don't have to worry about bringing pressure. So it starts there. You can negate it at times, but you have to be able to adjust. If your O-line is getting beat, Philadelphia Eagles problem, what are you going to do to adjust?
You don't have to be great on the offensive line. You can't be bad.
No.
Yeah, like the New York Giants, I didn't think were great, but they gave Eli enough time.
You can't have free runners. What we call free runners. free access right at the quarterback. When that starts, first of all, you're going to lose the quarterback. He's not going to have any confidence. The throws become a lot quicker. High throws. The accuracy is a little bit off. Quarterbacks sense that early. When you can give him a nice pocket inside early, boy, they get a lot of confidence.
That's why I sort of lean Houston, even though it's in Chicago. They're a warm weather team. They're heading up to Chicago. It's hard not to take the Bears. Where you lean on that, Houston or Chicago?
When it's in Chicago, you always pull for the Bears and you pull for their defense because, first of all, the field is a big factor, especially this time of the year.
Parks and Rec runs that thing.
Yeah, hey, it's slow turf. I mean, it's a great equalizer, and the Bears play on it. They get it. They know how to play on that turf. It's funny when you go up there. I promise you, you see players. When I used to go up there as a coach, check your shoes, man. Go check your shoes. Just make sure you got the right shoes on. Very important. They got to score 30 to be in the game, just to stay in the game.
And they don't have that personnel right now.
And that's hard. It's hard. It's hard.
Good seeing you, Coach.
Thank you.
At Subway, try a delicious steak, egg, white, and cheese made just the way you want it. And plan, prep, and play on the herd, brought to you by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing, the power of the Home Depot. Other story today, I don't know if it's Watergate by itself. It's really not. But, sometimes drip, 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 small story, small story, small story, small story, paints a big picture. 3 balls during the USC-Oregon game, slightly deflated footballs, easier to throw and catch. USC says the student manager acknowledged he deflated the balls of his own accord. So in the first half, a couple of balls, and again, I don't think on its own it's Watergate, but I think when you add it all up, this will land, fair or not, on Lane Kiffin because of all the other skirmishes with the media and all that stuff. That's why it's just, I don't know. Frat boy did it in his own. That's suspicious, isn't it? It's the herd.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Stifling defense.
Anthony swats him out of bounds and he saves it as he leaps over the Sixers bench.
Pinpoint shooting accuracy.
Fires a 3 at the horn and he swishes it in.
The will to win.
Prigioni doubles, kicks back to Smith, right down the paint, and a vicious right-handed stub.
Knicks tape.
They just continue to work hard and play hard, stay away from injuries. That's the name of the game.
Knicks, Mavericks, Friday night at 7 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. AuctionTime charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Is Tim Tebow overrated? Mike Greenberg says no.
The players voted him the most overrated player, which I think is remarkable. His own team doesn't think he's worthy of being on the field. So I don't know how overrated he can possibly. I tell you who's not overrating him. Tony Sperano is not overrating him. Rex Ryan is not overrating him. They have him standing over there on the bench except on punt team. So I'm not sure how overrated a guy can be when he's not even playing.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Every Saturday, ESPNU College Game Day hits the road.
College Game Day rolls on to East Alabama. Boise is berserk.
Chris, Lee, Kirk, Desmond, and Sam Steele are live at the best matchups in the land.
This offense continues to develop.
How can you pick against LSU?
Not so fast, my friend. ESPN College Game Day, built by the Home Depot. Saturdays at 9 a.m. Eastern on ESPNU and 10 a.m. on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN.
To your city.
Sports news happens fast.
The Marlins firing manager Ozzie Guillen after just one season. Marlins president of baseball.
NASCAR's most popular driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., has been medically cleared to get back in the 88 car for Sunday's race in Martinsville.
When you need the latest scores, updates, or breaking news, turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your senior high school MVP athlete for a chance to win a $5,000 college scholarship courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com. Well, Joe Namath at it again, the former Jet great, telling SNY that winning headlines has replaced winning for Gang Green, saying that, citing the Tim Tebow example, Rex Ryan asked to assess his views of Tebow thus far this year.
You know, again, it's, you try to look at your whole roster and try to, I probably wasn't the smartest thing of me coming out with that statement. It's more about all of us, and Tim included. But, always looking at things on how we're using our roster and for the betterment of the football team.
Nets destroyed by the Heat last night, 103-73. They are off this evening, as are the Knicks, with their 3rd straight day off. Mike Woodson will join Stephen A. Smith and me coming up at 1:30 today. Lakers executive VP Jim Buss says head coach Mike Brown is safe despite LA's 1-4 start.
Dr. Pepper is changing lives with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. Tell us your story by uploading your video to drpepper.com, and you could win up to $100,000 in tuition. No purchase necessary, so head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind. The Herd on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
ESPN is joining the USO to give to the USO Wish Book to send gifts that will lift the spirits of our troops and their families. Team up with ESPN and the USO. USO.org/ESPN and select a gift such as a family fun day or free phone cards to give to our troops and families. I was saying it's sometimes it's just a gut feeling, intuition. And I don't think by itself it's a Watergate story. But when that story came out yesterday, 3 balls were then found by game officials. It's an NCAA violation, a smaller one, before the USC-Oregon game. And apparently, there were a couple of footballs during the USC-Oregon game that were underinflated, so that would be an advantage to a team that throws the ball a lot because it's you can throw it a little further, easier to catch and throw. And an unnamed student manager at USC acknowledged he did it on his own accord. And I just said, I just don't see student managers doing stuff like that. Now, I'm not blaming anybody. Student managers generally work very closely with quarterbacks, not as closely with coaches. But that story feels sneaky. And whether it's fair or not, that lands on Lane Kiffin. I'm not saying it's his fault, but that's how it lands. And the only knock I've ever had on Kiffin, unlike the public, is between that coaching poll snafu and the media skirmishes and, won't surrender injury information. Now you got the deflated footballs. All these little things. And by the way, it may help recruiting. Jerry Tarkanian used to tell me he loved the rebel, contrarian reputation. He said kids loved it. So it doesn't hurt recruiting at all. USC recruits fine. Sometimes players like that. We're kind of rebels. We're looking for an edge thing. That doesn't bother players. It bothers the media. Maybe it bothers boosters. It really may bother your boss, Pat Hayden. That's who it bothers. It doesn't hurt recruiting at all. Don't kid yourself. Oregon's built a football power on uniforms. UNLV basketball was the first to have a fireworks show. I had 2 players tell me I went to UNLV because of the fireworks show. I mean, come on. We're talking about 17, 18-year-old kids. It doesn't hurt recruiting at all. They may be turned on by it. Players are like, cool, rebels, roll the dice, whatever it takes to win. But I'm saying, does Pat Hayden, who has a squeaky clean reputation, wake up in the morning, have to deal with that? He sees the deflated balls, NCAA reprimands the school. Does it fall on Lane Kiffin? Does it make Pat Hayden wake up in the morning and go, ugh, crap, not another thing? And I think that's my question. And my gut feeling is you start adding all the drip, 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 drip. Then you combine it with an underachieving team, drip, 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 drip. Give up the most points in school history, drip, 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 drip. Deflated balls, drip, 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 drip. That becomes a bigger thing. Does Lane Kiffin or does Pat Hayden, who is Lane's boss, wake up this morning, roll out of bed and say, I don't know, maybe I should call the school president. Just have one of those preliminary discussions. I'm not saying it's happening. I'm not. But I'm just saying a lot of little drips can add up to something bigger. And I saw this story and I just thought, it just kind of feels sneaky. And I'm not blaming anybody, but it just kind of does. And my initial reaction was, if Pat Hayden hears this, does he think it seems sneaky? Because Pat Hayden's reputation is not sneaky. Now, a student manager says, hey, I did it on my own. Boy, oh boy, is that kid's got a pair. I mean, I cannot imagine being a 19, 20-year-old student manager. Some of these managers, by the way, get scholarship money. If you're a manager of a football team, you can get scholarship money. How would he know? Say what, John?
How would he know that would affect the passing game? Like some random 19-year-old kid just happens to know the taking air out of the ball?
He's a student manager. He's around Matt Barkley all day. He's around 3.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He said he did it on his own.
Let's say I'm Matt Barkley. Well, clearly not, but let's say I was and you're a student manager. You're at practice every day. You come every day and hand 4 footballs to me, and I choose the one I like, and I say, that one's too, needs a little air out of that. I mean, I think that's something that over the course of 2 or 3 years you'd probably talk about. Because every day a football player, a quarterback, grabs the footballs he wants. So all the quarterbacks are like, nah, it's too big. I'll tell you something about footballs. Al Davis years ago, I mean, the rumor was in the NFL, he put a little helium in them. Better for kicks. He had Ray Guy as a punter. Give Ray a little helium. I'm not joking. I'll tell you another little football trick. During NFL games, there's the ball you kick. It's got a big K on it. Years ago, kickers used to scuff them up. They'd put them in the dryer before games, expand them, make them softer. Now the NFL makes you take it out of a box. but you have a football and a kicking football, the K's on it. During a big drive late in the game, go to the sideline, somebody slips you a K. Eli Manning, just a little bit tougher to throw. Tom Brady, a little tougher to throw on the road. It's, they've been screwing with that for years. I mean, there was something happened 2 weeks ago with the San Diego Chargers and Stickum. So, I mean, there's always little edges, guys using a little Stickum, the ball, deflate. I don't think the story itself is Watergate. My point is drip, 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 drip. Get 7 or 8 drips, 7 or 8 stories, little things. USC's trying to be the NCAA's best buddy, best friend, have a transparent relationship. Does Pat Hayden wake up and think, God, tired of this? I'm asking the question. I don't have an answer. That alone, that story alone, I don't think is gigantic. But it's part. It's one of the steps on the escalator. ESPN Radio Fan Feedback Line, presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. And their 100% smile guarantee. Special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. Our guest coming up next, he's really good. Greg Cosell, 33 years, NFL films, watching film, breaking it down without bias. And the big story of the last 2 weeks is, why is Eli Manning struggling late in games? Now, we all know Eli's great, but over the last 3 games, much has been written about Eli Manning struggling. So we're just going to ask the source. We're going to get right to it. We're not going to waste time on speculation. What does the video show on Eli Manning? And if you're an Atlanta Falcons fan, we went and looked at some numbers that could bode well for the Super Bowl. Very interesting. The first step in starting a new business is often getting business cards. For just $10 now, get 250 from Vistaprint.com. Millions of business owners use Vistaprint for marketing their business because it's so easy and affordable to create quality, custom products on the site. Easy to make, choose from literally thousands of designs, or upload your own design. 250 of the newest top quality cards for just $10. Heavy paper stock, half off the regular price. Type in my code, Colin, C-O-L-I-N, to get the offer. Order today and use my code. They'll ship the cards for free. One-stop shop, Vistaprint.com. You can create matching websites, signage, brochures, T-shirts, and invitations. Vistaprint.com, upper right corner. Type in Colin. Little search box, Colin, C-O-L-I-N. 250 cards, $10. Ship them for free. Not happy, they will make it right. No risk, satisfaction guaranteed. Vistaprint.com. NFL Films, Greg Cosell, one of my favorite 6-7 minute NFL meat sandwiches of the week coming up.
All the talk is one game at a time, but this Sunday, the Jets season is on the line. Veteran leader Bart Scott joins Michael and Don today at 5 o'clock on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Do you ever want to tell Greenie to just shut up? Or make sure Colin knows that baseball fans aren't all nerds? Or perhaps think SVP and Ryan have Boston sports fans all wrong? Make sure your voice is heard with ESPN Radio's all-new Fan Feedback, brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. Fan Feedback allows you to engage with our hosts about whatever's on your mind via email, Twitter, Facebook, and text. Go to ESPNradio.com and look for the 1-800-Flowers.com Fan Feedback link to engage with your favorite hosts. And remember to visit 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN to discover exclusive offers for ESPN Radio listeners. 1-800-Flowers.com is the preferred floral provider of ESPN Radio.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, the Labor Department reports the number of people seeking unemployment benefits last week fell by 8,000 to a seasonally adjusted 355,000. That is seen as a possible sign of a better job market. But officials cautioned that the figures were distorted by Superstorm Sandy. The government says applications went down in one state because its unemployment office lost power during the storm and wasn't able to receive applications. A department spokesman would not identify the states. The price of oil rose above $85 a barrel today, recovering only a fraction of the previous day's losses, which were the biggest of the year. The biggest administrator of 401k plans, Fidelity Investments, says account balances were up an average 4% in the last quarter. Fidelity ties that to a rising stock market and increased contributions from workers and employers. I'm Dave Schreiber, ABC News.
UCI President Pat McQuaid included this as he announced penalties for Lance Armstrong.
Lance Armstrong has no place in cycling.
Mike and Mike didn't like the tone.
Here's what they're going to do with the 7 Tour de France's that Lance Armstrong won. They are not going to declare a winner. Why? Because in the sport that Lance Armstrong does not belong because of doping, 20 of the 21 top 3 finishers in the 7 years Armstrong was in the race have all been tied to doping. So the top 3 finishers in those 7 races, 20 of the 21 have been tied to doping. Sounds like it's exactly the sport Lance needs to be involved in.
Or, Mr. McQuaid, maybe the answer is your sport has no place in the world of legitimate competitive sports.
Better that. That's a better
because it has become so totally and laughably overrun by doping.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Up in the herd. How much does a winning atmosphere affect players? We'll ask 4-time Super Bowl champion Bill Romanowski in studio at 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. In the herd.
The herd brought to you by Ferguson. Ferguson is the country's largest distributor of plumbing products since the 50s. Waterwork pros, plumbing, mechanical. They've added Ferguson Pro Plus. Pros earn points for every product they buy online. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com. Greg Cosell. Some 30 years watching NFL film. Joining us in the herd on ESPN Radio. Let's start with Eli Manning. We've seen him win so many games late, even against great teams like Pittsburgh, that when he loses one, it's kind of shocking. And I read stories this week, Greg, that he's not playing as well last couple of weeks. What did you see on film with Eli Manning?
You know, Colin, this might shock a few people, but I get a sense watching the film that his arm might be a little tired. I don't think the ball's been coming out quite as well, particularly on the intermediate and deeper throws, because Eli has a big arm. And I just think that his arm might be a little tired. He's not throwing with the same velocity. He's not driving the ball down the field the way he has in his career.
With Big Ben, number one in the league third down conversions, number one in the league, I think, third down and long conversions. Is it Big Ben? Is it the routes? Is it the play calling by Todd Haley? What does the film tell us?
I think they're doing a great job with the route combinations to define the reads quickly. Because if you're watching the games too, Colin, have you noticed that Ben is not making as many of those runaround plays as he did in the past? That's because things are defined more quickly, which is a function of route combinations breaking down the defense quicker, what we call early in the down. So Ben is being able to make throws early in the down instead of getting later in the down 4 or 5 seconds into the play where he has to run around and move. So they're designing this really, really well. I think Haley's done a terrific job because their run game has also been a big factor.
Yeah, and if Dwyer, when they get Mendenhall, they have Redmond, they got guys who can pound the ball. You know, speaking of third down, I watched Andrew Luck against the Dolphins, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 13, 3rd and 11. And, you know, again, I don't want to overhype it and be a prisoner of the moment, but he does look better. He looks better than other young quarterbacks I've seen in the last 10 years. What does he look like on film?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, first of all, he's really, really good before the snap of the ball. There were so many plays this week and in other weeks where he reads blitz before the snap, changes protections. He also has a very intuitive feel for what's open in the NFL. He has no problem pulling the trigger on tight window throws. And I think he's got a little bit of Roethlisberger in him in his ability to extend plays, maintain his downfield vision, and deliver on the move with really good touch and accuracy. He's been very impressive, but again, I agree with you. We don't want to get so caught up because he could have they could lose tonight because they're missing some offensive linemen, and yeah, that could happen. But he's been really good. The attributes are there, Colin.
All right, we got into a discussion this week on how good is Dallas's talent, and I would argue that, you know, they've done pretty well with their top draft picks. They haven't done as well with round 5, 6, 7, maybe like a Seattle Pete Carroll has. You see the film. How good is the Cowboys' talent?
Oh, I think it's pretty good. I mean, I think their offense has been an issue this year. And it's funny you mentioned the Cowboys because we looked at all of Romo's interceptions this year. They all seem to come in long yardage situations when the defense is able to whip out its pressure packages, its hybrid coverage schemes, and Romo's decision-making has been problematic in those areas. And quite frankly, he's played too many games, Colin, for that to be an issue at this point in his career. Now, there are times he's not helped by Des Bryant, no question. But at this point, Romo should not be a victim of 3rd and long. He's not a first or second year quarterback.
So some of it does fall on Tony.
Without question.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Their defense has played well enough for them to be better than their record.
All right, fair enough. Houston plays Chicago. Now, it is because of the election, presidential election. It's if in any other week it would be a huge story. It could be a Super Bowl preview. Here's my feeling. I like the completeness of Chicago, but I have a question. Chicago's O-line, not elite. Houston's D-line, really elite. Will that matchup overpower everything else?
Well, here's what I would do if I were Chicago. I would play the game as much as I could with my base offensive personnel and not go 3 wide receivers, because when they go 3 wide, the Texans will play their dime sub package, and that's where all their pressure comes from. The Bears will not handle that. Their O-line won't handle it, Cutler won't handle it, and he'll become reckless and undisciplined as he has a tendency to do. So I would stay in my base personnel and then have Brandon Marshall, who I traded for and is having a good year, match him up on Jonathan Joseph and say, hey, you're going to have to win this week. That's why we have you. But otherwise, the game will get out of hand. They will not be able to make plays offensively when they're in 3 wide receiver personnel.
Tampa Bay running back Doug Martin over 250 yards. I watched almost every yard of it. I mean, was it him? Was it the Raiders' defense? Is he special? What do you make of him?
Well, he's a downhill runner, Colin. They run a lot of power, a lot of counter, downhill runs. I think that there were a number of plays in that game in which the Raiders had an unblocked player right in the hole, and he either made him miss. If you're a Tampa person, you say, unbelievable job making him miss. If you're on the Raiders, you say, you know what? We put you in a position to make a play. You're clean in the hole. You got to make that tackle. So I like Martin a lot. He made people miss in that game. Look, we know he's not going to run for 250 every week, but I think he is a foundation back. I think you can build your offense with the run game around Doug Martin.
Film alone, Eagles, Cowboys. Film alone, who's more impressive, who wins?
The Eagles right now on offense are a mess, Colin. So I think Rob Ryan's probably salivating when he looks at this offense. I mean, they've got 4 new starters on the O-line from a year ago. Evan Mathis is the only guy there. It's a combination of the O-line and Michael Vick. They can't recognize and react to pressure, and I think Rob Ryan will come at them, and I don't think it'll be attractive for Philadelphia this week.
That's good stuff. I love talking film. Our movie critic, Greg Cosell. Follow him on Twitter. Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Colin.
By the way, according to AccuScore, the Falcons have only 1.5% chance to finish the regular season 16-0. But I will tell you this about the Atlanta Falcons. I went and looked this morning because I've been hard on the Falcons. They're only 25th in rushing and 24th against the rush. But last year, the New York Giants, last year, dead last in rushing, and only 19th against the rush. By the way, the defense for the Falcons, 19th in yards per game. Last year, the Giants were 25th. But where the Giants, who won the Super Bowl, and Atlanta, who hopes to, are similar, is both are top 10 in points allowed a game. And neither one gets penalized much. So both teams, Super Bowl winning Giants and the Atlanta Falcons, don't let you get many points on the scoreboard. Giants 10th last year, Atlanta 5th this year. Neither one gets a lot of penalties offensively. It's a smart football team, well-oiled, and they keep you out of the end zone. Giants were dead last in running the football. And they were only 19th against the rush. So you don't have to be great at everything to win the Super Bowl. I deeply apologize, Atlanta. You can win the Super Bowl, despite my eyeballs telling me it's not going to happen. Coming up next, it doesn't sound right, but it is. Small school given up on ends up better than superstar guy.
The kind of work you do is plain hard work. Take a seat at a Red Wing shoe store. Relax, put your feet up, or more precisely, down, and let us do the work. We still use tools to precisely measure feet. It means a better fit, a customized fit, so you can do your job better. Red Wing boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Enjoy your break. You'll be back at work soon enough. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Listen up, football fantasizers. The Nokia Lumia 900 stepping up as the commissioner of a new league of smartphones. Not only does the Nokia Lumia 900 bring you stunning features, but with fast access to the ESPN Fantasy Football app, including FantasyCast live scoring, ESPN Insider, and Easy Team Management, you can receive real-time scores and set your team to dominate. With all the ESPN features you love now powered by Windows Phone, there's no doubt Nokia Lumia's in a league of its own. Check out the Nokia Lumia 900 in the new ESPN Fantasy Football app. It's changing the rules. Available through AT&T. Would Tim Tebow be the Jets starting quarterback Sunday in Seattle if Herm Edwards were still coaching the Jets? Find out when he joins Stephen A. and Rucco at 2 p.m. on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-A-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-A-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
I said this morning to the staff, I looked at every NFL quarterback, all 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. We would all obviously take Andrew Luck over Blaine Gabbert, Kevin Cobb, Matt Castle. You start moving into the middle of the list. Jay Cutler, Matt Schaub, Joe Flacco, Tony Romo. Yes. Then you start moving higher to the list. Today, you're the owner. You're the GM of your team today. You own the team. Brady's 35. Breeze is 33. I would take Andrew Luck today, given the choice, over Brady and Breeze. I know for 2 years I'd have less of a quarterback, maybe. But I know for 8 to 9 I'd win that argument. In fact, the only quarterback today in the league I would absolutely not take over Andrew Luck, if you're giving me a 10-year window, is Aaron Rodgers.
The college basketball season begins tomorrow night on ESPN with 2 big-time matchups. First, the Sears Armed Forces Classic celebrates Veterans Day from Ramstein Air Base in Germany as number 14 Michigan State takes on Connecticut in the first regular season game overseas. Then in Brooklyn, in the Barclays Center Classic, Maryland goes up against John Calipari's national champion Kentucky Wildcats. It all starts tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern with live SportsCenter reports from Germany on ESPN.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hard!
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go!
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers!
Returns home in search of a 4th straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Was anybody else surprised to hear Greeny gush about Denver?
To me, the team to watch when it's all said and done is Denver. I really think Denver, they had the toughest schedule in the world coming out. Look at their losses. They lost at Atlanta. They lost a very tough game to Houston, both games that they could have won. I think their defense is going to come together. I think Peyton is going to get better and better. I think that Denver could easily wind up being the 2 seed in the AFC, and they're going to be a very tough out.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. At the beginning of the year, Rex Ryan, head coach of the Jets, said he was going to back down on the guarantees. He didn't say anything about his players making guarantees. Antonio Cromartie was a guest of NFL Network's NFL AM this morning, and he said the Jets will make the playoffs this year. The Jets hit 3-5. They'll be in Seattle on Sunday to take on the Seahawks. Another topic of conversation, the use of Tim Tebow. Rex Ryan said he would use him more, then kind of backed off that earlier this week. Tim Tebow spoke to the media yesterday, and he said, no matter what, I'm ready to help the team.
I definitely am competitive, and so I'm always, ready and, excited, to want to do something and help, and, still my, same approach and my attitude, and, just want to get better every single day in practice and be ready when my number's called.
Walt Weiss, former major leaguer with the Oakland A's and Colorado Rockies, and also born in Suffern, New York, today was named the manager of the Colorado Rockies. And for the 3rd consecutive day, the NHL and the Players Association are together trying to hammer out a deal on day 54 of the lockout. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
People love cars, and Pennzoil loves them just as much as you do. That's why they work so tirelessly to pursue the latest advances in oil technology to help keep your car running strong and keep America's love of the car rolling right along. Long love cars, not just oil, Pennzoil.
Okay, one thing. Antonio Cromartie, I'll do anything short of paying you to shut up. 2, I'm just going to come out with this. I am worried about the Giants-Bengals game on Sunday.
Why is that, Mike?
I don't know. I'm just worried.
This is the Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Mike Lupica Show. Mike Lupica with Don LaGreca. LaGreca, is it possible that the worst thing that can happen to any Giant team in the first half of the season is to start off 6-2 or 7-1 or whatever they start off? Is this team only any good when somebody comes up and says, "Good morning, how are you, Coach?" and smacks Coughlin in the face?
It's unreal. Now, it helped them in 07, and last year they still found a way to get into the playoffs, but it is amazing how this team dominates the first half and struggles in the second half. And a lot of it has to do with the schedule. It's going to happen again this year because when you've got teams like the Packers and the Saints and the Falcons and the Ravens and the Eagles peppered all over your schedule in the second half, it's going to be unlikely, I think, that the Giants will have a same record as they did in the first half. And that whole game 9, 1-8 under Tom Coughlin, did you see the teams are a collective 40 games above 500 at the end of the year that they played?
Right.
So it seems like the tougher schedule always seems to be in the second half, and it shows.
Okay, so we don't think, other than if Santiago's Cowboys rouse themselves, Cowboys, why would somebody have trouble with that word? Why?
It's not something I like to say.
Go ahead.
Cowboys.
Yeah. So unless they rouse themselves with a much softer schedule than the Giants have over the second, certainly after the Giants bye, okay? Because we're really looking at the second half of the Giants season after the bye week and after they play Cincinnati on the road on Sunday. We don't really see a scenario where the Giants don't win the NFC East, do we?
It's tough, not because of faith in the Giants as much as the teams that are chasing after them.
But I think a fair question today, we took a lot of Jets calls yesterday. We're going to talk about the Jets today because the Jets have a much bigger game in the whole grand cosmic scheme of things. And our phone number is 1-800-919-3776. We have Charlie Barkley coming on at 12:30 to see if these three rousing games have made him revise his opinion of our Knicks. Because as you know, Don, when they start 3-0, not only do they win the NBA championship, they win the World Series and the Super Bowl as well. I don't know if you know that.
But I didn't know that.
No. They are going to, if they beat the Mavericks tomorrow night, they're on their way to 82-0. Don't you think so?
Well, they'll definitely, I think, be 5-0 going into San Antonio next Thursday, right? Because then the next game will be at Orlando.
All right. So, but anyway, back to the Giants. When you look at the Giants season, and you are a Giants fan, and I am a Giants fan, when you look at the season, do you see a team that's not all that far from being one loss, undefeated? You know, here, look at the losses.
Yeah.
They're one third down play away from beating the Cowboys in week 1. They're a couple of boneheaded play calls away from beating the pathetic Philadelphia Eagles in their other loss. And now on Sunday, they certainly had ample opportunity. As badly as they played, they're up 10 in the fourth quarter. So what I'm saying is, are they closer to being an undefeated team, or are they closer, when you look at Tampa Bay and Washington, to being basically a 500 team and in there in the pack in the NFC?
And that's why I think the record actually is correct, because you just outlined the games that they could have very easily won, and being undefeated or just one loss. But they had to come back from 14 points down against Cleveland. They had to come, 17 points down to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, what if they didn't do that? You know, the Redskin game very easily could have been a loss. So I think they are where they are. They have had some wins that maybe they could have been losses. They had some losses that could have been wins. And I think it all translates to being exactly where they should be, 6-3.
Do you think right now, off of the season that we've seen so far, because I can't say now, I'm basing a lot of this on the way they played on Sunday at home, and I don't want to hear about the Storm. I don't want to even. I know people from the outside are using an excuse. I don't want to hear that. But when you look at the Giants, do you see a team that you would say is better right now than the Chicago Bears?
No, I can't say that.
Would you say it's better than the Atlanta Falcons?
Not right now when they're undefeated, no.
And guess what? Watch out for the Packers the rest of the way, because Rodgers is on one of those rips now. And as I said to you the other day, and this is the only reason I give Aaron Rodgers, well, there's a couple of reasons why I give Aaron Rodgers an edge over Eli. His bad games are never as bad as Eli's bad games. They never are. They never are. Even when they were struggling to score points. And I don't know if the Packers are going to be able to pass the Bears. They do have the advantage of having beaten them one time. But I think the Packers are going to start to play now the rest of the way.
I think they will. But they also are a team that has underachieved this year. Looking sloppy in Seattle in a game that, they didn't get the break at the end and probably should have won. But there's a team that lost to Andrew Luck and the Indianapolis Colts. At a time where the Colts were kind of still feeling their way, right?
All right, you know what we're going to do now? Just because that way we won't have to deal with it later on. Let's deal with Dante.
Okay.
Let's deal with Dante, because very rarely do we put a call up. Right, Ray? We very rarely put a call up in the first quadrant of the show.
Almost never.
I cannot recall a time, though.
But if we get him out of the way now, we don't have to deal with him later, right? Do you think that's fair?
Oh, yeah.
Dante from Carmel, you're on ESPN New York with Mike Lupica and John LaGreca.
Hey, listen, fellas, I don't want to hear any complaints about the Giants. As a longtime Jets fan, I got football envy with those guys. That's a class organization, and they win.
That's not the only kind of envy you have. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, we're not talking about that envy. No, really, you guys, these Giant football fans are spoiled. This is a class operation from top to bottom, and then you got the clowns.
Listen to me. Wait. Listen to me, you bonehead. Nobody is saying that they don't have a class operation. Nobody is saying that they don't have a very good football team. But you've watched the same season that we've watched. Do you think they're closer to being undefeated the way the Falcons are, or are they just basically close to being a 500 team?
No, somewhere in the middle, not a 500 team. This team is going to be there. I expect to see them in the championship game, and then anything could happen from there. Listen, I'm wearing blue underwear over here. I'm a New Yorker.
Okay, you know what? First of all, that's way too much information.
That is a lot of information. The whole call has been too much information. And you're as guilty as anybody.
By putting them up early.
He's leading me.
Putting him up early, and then, you kind of, all of a sudden it was like high anxiety.
Dante, do you give your team, Gang Green? I said we have Red State, we have Blue State, and then we have Lying in State, which is the Jets, okay? So here's my question to you. Can you beat Seattle on Sunday?
Can't beat the Pee Wee Football League team playing down the block. You kidding me? We're done. I saw an article in the paper. The Jets can get to 9-7. Let's go through. We could win this. Baloney. We're going maybe 2 wins the rest of the way. That's it. Put a fork in us. We're done. Woody must go. Talk to you fellas tomorrow.
It's never good. And he hangs up. That's right.
No. You know what? That is a call. Santiago, that's a call where somebody just spiked the ball. Dante just spiked the ball at the end of that. That was a touchdown dance. He felt like he was going out, right, Ray? He felt like he's going on a high note, and then he just hangs up.
I was going to go more for the drop the mic reference, like right just after you drop the beat, just take the mic out and just let it go.
You know what we should have for Dante? Because he has the same energy level as Herm Edwards. We should play Herm's train sound when we bang out of a Dante call. But you know what? Everything is perception. Jets fans would love to have the Giants' problems.
Right, and I think the Eagles and the Redskins and the Cowboys would love to have the Giants' problems too. But when you're the defending Super Bowl champions and you get off to the start the Giants did, the perception becomes the reality. You want more.
But Giant fans, here's the question we're going to put on the table today. And again, it's 1-800-919-3776. Does prosperity frighten you? As a Giants fan, having seen what you did, the runs you made, particularly the one from 7-7 last year that really began with the 99-yard pass and catch and run, Eli to Cruz. Do you fear prosperity, or do you think this little lull is something that will pass with a 10-point or 2-touchdown victory over the Bengals in Cincinnati on Sunday? I am worried about the game. Donnie knows this. Early on Sunday, even when they were winning, I felt like the game was starting.
I did too.
I had a bad feeling about that game, and when I called my sons, they said, "Don't call us until you have a good feeling." And guess what? That call never came. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, we got Santiago here, we got Andrew Gunling here, we got Charles Barkley coming up at 12:30 on the Mike Lupica Show. Choop choop.
The bye is behind them, and the second half lies ahead. But do the Jets have what it takes to climb out of the hole they've dug? We're talking about it today at 3 on the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Johnny. The kind of work you do is plain hard work. Take a seat at a Red Wing shoe store. Relax. Put your feet up, or more precisely, down. And let us do the work. We still use tools to precisely measure feet. It means a better fit, a customized fit, so you can do your job better. Red Wing boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Enjoy your break. You'll be back at work soon enough. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Come into the Home Depot today and get up to 24-month special financing on carpet purchases with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Every room deserves to look great. And with the newest selection of colors, styles, and patterns, your budget won't be picking your new carpet. You will. With 24 months special financing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid to November 14th, U.S. only, subject to credit approval. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, Gunling, Santiago, Charles Barkley coming up at 12:30. We talked a fair amount about the Giants in the first segment. Now we're going to talk about the Jets. I believe this is as important a regular season game at Seattle on Sunday as Rex Ryan has coached. Now, Donnie and I have been trying to figure out whether 9-7 will definitely get you into the playoffs. So, all right, let's go through the rest of the season. Let's leave Seattle out of it for now. At St. Louis, let's give them that one, even though with these Jets...
You never know.
No, not the way they looked at home against the Dolphins. So let's give them that one. We'll skip the Patriots game now because I'm going to make the Patriots and Seattle the games that may be the ones that make the difference, but let's go to the rest of the season. Arizona at home.
That should be a win.
Okay. At Jacksonville.
That should be a win.
At Tennessee.
Should be a win.
San Diego at home. At Buffalo. They play Buffalo better than they play any team in the league, but it's at Buffalo the last Sunday of the regular season.
But that should be a win as well. San Diego is interesting.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's give them 2 out of the 3 at St. Louis, Arizona at home, at Tennessee. Let's give them 2 out of those 3.
Okay.
That takes you to 8-6.
Mm-hmm.
Now that maybe the difference in your season is the Patriots at home and this game at Seattle. Donnie and I have been talking about this for 2 days. You beat Seattle on Sunday in Seattle, the perception of your team and your prospects changes dramatically. Donnie, that's why it's such a big game.
Oh, it's huge. And then the San Diego game becomes big because San Diego's sitting at 4-4, and that might be one of the teams that you need to have a tiebreaker against if you want 9 wins to get you in as a wild card.
And the thing about San Diego is every time and you know what'll happen? They'll get going good again.
Right.
And then they'll come in, and was it last year or the year before that they came in and they boxed San Diego around pretty good on a 1 o'clock game on a Sunday afternoon.
See, that's the key. Right now, that game is scheduled as a Sunday night game on NBC.
Oh, it is? Okay.
All right, but it's the second to last game of the season, which means it could get flexed out. Now, also in Week 16, the Giants are playing the Ravens. So let's just say, for sake of argument, that game gets flexed tonight. There's a possibility that Jet-Charger game can be a 1 o'clock game, which I think is an advantage to the Jets because it seems like when West Coast teams have to travel and play at 1 o'clock in the East, it could hurt them. But if that game is a 4:25, or stays at night, I give San Diego a better chance.
So what we're doing here, Jets fan, we're giving you hope and consolation.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to win on Sunday because you need a win that actually makes you look like a big boy team.
Right. See, if they were playing Jacksonville...
That's not too complicated
No.
for a big boy team.
No.
I don't mean to use those esoteric expressions.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Okay, good.
Now, if they were playing Jacksonville this week, you're supposed to win the game. You don't have a feeling about them if they win. But not only to get a win, to get to 4-5, but to beat a team like Seattle in Seattle changes the perception because that's one of the games I think when you look at it and say, boy, that's a tough game to get, you'll look at the Jets much differently if they can go to Seattle.
Now, by the way, we're giving them at Jacksonville, okay? But I watched Jacksonville play an awfully tough game at Lambeau Field against the Packers. So I don't think Jacksonville at home is some pushover game because there are no pushover games.
No, I know.
The only pushover game the Jets have played, really, is the opener against the Buffalo Bills.
But if you're trying to do the heavy lifting that a 3-5 team is going to have to do to get into the playoffs, then Jacksonville has to be a win. It has to be.
Yes. But they need a statement win. Sunday would be a statement win. And with the Jets, you have to differentiate. Not the kind of yapping that guys like Cromartie does.
Right.
Another Jet who acts like he never runs out of saliva. Like, who has the kind of lung capacity that only, I think, the late Jacques Cousteau had, okay? He just won't shut up. You know who Antonio Cromartie is, and I'll clean up the line because, why? Because I like this job, okay? Antonio Cromartie is the fly floating down the river on his back yelling, raise the drawbridge. Okay, that's who Antonio Cromartie is. That's who he is. He has no sense of where he fits in the things. No one wants any predictions from him. Just because, somebody has to explain to these guys, just because a microphone is put in front of you doesn't mean you have to do something that is part of your DNA, which is draw attention to yourself at all moments.
But that's what he does, and that's what a lot of guys on this team do. But from a perception standpoint, I have talked about Rex Ryan coming on every Monday sounding downtrodden. If they beat Seattle, that Monday spot with Michael Kay, you will hear a different Rex Ryan. He'll have confidence. He'll start to be his old self, and this team can move forward.
4-5, they'd be 4-5 going to St. Louis with a chance to get back to 500. Then the big game. And against a team that they have played very well at home against. Even though last year, when they were going to take control of everything, the Patriots came in and smacked him around and did everything except throw him down a flight of stairs.
But they've had some big wins, including a big playoff win in Foxborough. They had a win a couple of years ago. Remember, Revis pulled a hamstring and wasn't available in the second half, and they came back and they won that game. So that Thanksgiving, if they're sitting there, Mike, if they're 5-5, that Thanksgiving game is going to be huge.
No, that is their goal. That's their goal. To be playing the Patriots on Thanksgiving for a chance to get over 500. For what would they be? What were they? 2-1. They were 2-1, right? They were 2 out of the first. Yeah, because they beat the Dolphins. They were 2-1 after right?
They were 2-1 going into the 49er game.
Right, and then then stuff happened. Then the sky fell in. Ray in the Bronx. You're on ESPN New York. Mike Lubick, Donald Greca.
Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, Ray, how are you, baby?
I'm doing good. Listen, I really think that this talk about what the Jets need to do is really pointless. I really think, isn't the object to every season to reach the Super Bowl? They're not a Super Bowl team.
Yeah, Ray, let me interrupt you for 1 second, okay? You just said something that's so true about this team. Rex Ryan, their whole attitude is that we are really something. And what I've always said about the Jets is they act as if the cameras from Hard Knocks are still around. They think everything they do is being recorded. And here's what you're absolutely right. Here's what we're talking about halfway through the season. Them fighting for the 6th playoff spot and not about doing what Drex used to say they were going to do. Yeah. So, Ray, that's the point you're making, right?
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. If you're not going to go to the Super Bowl, what's the point? Who cares about if they win this game Sunday or what game they have to win down the line? They're not championship material. They are not championship material.
It doesn't look like it, Ray, but here's why we still talk about it, other than the fact that it's our job, is that last year a 9-7 team won the Super Bowl. So if they're still mathematically alive to get a wild card, then that means they're mathematically alive to win a Super Bowl. We all don't believe they will, but as long as the chance is still there, don't you have to talk about it?
Yes, it is. And the only difference is last year we think a 9-7 would be the 5th or 6th playoff spot in the AFC this year, whereas even at 9-7, at least the Giants got a home playoff game, which I believe, Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong, Rex is still chasing as the coach. As the coach. That's an unbelievable thing for a coach and players who talk about themselves like they're the Giants, like they have the Giants portfolio. They still haven't even had a home playoff game.
No, all 6 of the postseason games have been on the road, but they've won 4 of them.
Yes, they have. But it's like the Knicks. But while everybody's getting Ray, thank you for the phone call. While the Knicks are getting giddy, the goal for the Knicks right now is to be one of the top 4 seeds in the Eastern Conference. That's job one for them. Job one is to not be better than they're not going to be better than the Heat. Okay, they may turn out to be better than the Celtics. Now you're fighting to be better than the Sixers, the Pacers, the Chicago Bulls when they get Derrick Rose back.
But it's the opposite for the Jets. Just get in.
The Jets,
they don't have to win their division.
So we've considerably scaled down where the bar is for the Jets from a coach who used to guarantee this and guarantee that.
And don't you think that the guarantees have stopped and the boisterous attitude from him has stopped because he doesn't have the confidence he had earlier on?
Here's a question I meant to ask Mike Tannenbaum, and I forgot yesterday. Do you think that Mike Tannenbaum is comfortable with a mouthy coach?
No, and I've gotten to know Mike. Believe me, from a style standpoint, he was much more comfortable with Mangini. Because if you listen to him, he talks like Eric Mangini. He doesn't give you very much. He doesn't like being
Mike,
out there.
But you don't think he's going to get a talk show, do you?
No. Although I did host a show with him one time.
What?
Yeah, when I did Inside the Jets with Terry Bradway, Terry couldn't do it, so Mike did it.
How'd that go?
It was fun.
So would you compare his style like Arsenio Hall or Jon Stewart, Chelsea Handler? Who would you say?
Yeah, probably Arsenio Hall. He might have. He did that with the crowd at Champs out on Long Island.
Mike Levick, Don LaGreca. We got Santiago here. We got Gunling here. We got Charles Barkley coming up in about 4.5 minutes on the Mike Lubick Show.
The Knicks are 3-0, but are they part of the NBA's elite? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joined Stephen A. and Ruocco today at 1:30 p.m. to talk about it on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
You know how to tell if a man is serious about the work he does with his hands? Look at his feet. If he stands in a pair of Red Wing boots, that means he stands for something. He cares about the work he does and the crew he works with. He works with his brains as much as his brawn. Work is craft. Work is complex. Work is family. Work is pride. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on 4 select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money. Which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Joseph A. Bank. Joseph A. Bank, the expert in men's apparel. For a location near you, visit josbank.com. Well, Rex hasn't made too many guarantees or predictions this year, but one of his players did earlier when Antonio Cromartie was on NFL AM on the NFL Network this morning saying, we, meaning the Jets, will make the playoffs this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us into schemes and stuff. So we definitely are going to make the playoffs this year. Again, that's from Antonio Cromartie. One game on the docket tonight as we kick off Week 10 of the NFL. The Colts will be in Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars. Walt Weiss announced as the Colorado Rockies manager today. He is suffering New York-born and also spent time in the major leagues with the Rockies and the Oakland A's. And the NHL and the Players Association meeting for a third consecutive day after 7 hours on Tuesday and 5 more hours on Wednesday, trying to hammer out a new CBA on day 54 of the lockout. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca. We are about to be joined by my favorite personality in sports television. A guy who I have known since I wrote an Esquire piece on him with the Philadelphia 76ers, and who has only given me one bum steer in all the years I knew him. I was out in Phoenix when my buddy Westfall was coaching the Suns. Charles left the layup line, came over and he said, don't worry, I know you're hearing the Paul's in trouble. I got this, okay? And he was fired 2 weeks later. I am joined now by my friend from TNT, Charles Barkley. Good afternoon, Mr. Barkley.
Hey, these are the same people who told me they weren't trying to trade me, and I got traded right after that.
That is so...
Hey, listen, seriously, the Jets are going to make the playoffs?
No, I didn't say that.
Cromartie said it.
Cromartie said it. Yeah, Cromartie.
No bigger fan. Listen, I don't know Cromartie, but I'm the biggest Rex Ryan fan in the world. They're not going to make the playoffs.
They're not?
They're not going to make the playoffs.
Charles, do you know that Mark Sanchez is currently ranked 30th in quarterback ratings?
Well, you know what? I blame some of that on him. He has not played well, but I blame some of that on the Jets. You know, Mike, they should have never bought in Tim Tebow, to be honest with you, because the one thing about sports, to play sports, you have to have a free mind. You have to have a free mind. You can't be worried about every mistake you make. And I think that the Jets did him a great disservice bringing in Tim Tebow. That has nothing to do with Tim Tebow, but you don't bring in another player in that situation to put your quarterback, probably the hardest position in sports. And the one thing you don't do is put your quarterback under pressure where he has to worry about every throw, every mistake, every turnover. I mean, it's just crazy.
By the way, Charles Barkley never wavered. He did not get wobbly on this election, Donnie. He said the president was going to win. And Charles, did he win easier than you thought he was going to?
I thought, because he started dominating on the East Coast. You know, living on the West Coast, I felt like if we, you looked at Ohio, you looked at Florida, you look at North Carolina, states like that. Once we started, in Pennsylvania also, I don't leave out Pennsylvania. Once we started doing well at those states, I felt very good about the West Coast because those people got more common sense on the West Coast.
We're talking to we're talking to Charles Barkley. Before we get to the NBA, I wanted to ask you a question because I like talking about other sports with you or politics or anything. What do you think about what the NFL did to the New Orleans Saints? Because Don and I were talking about this yesterday, Charles. What they did with the coach and the general manager and the players, it was like the NFL equivalent of giving a college football team the death penalty. And I want to know what you think of Bountygate.
Well, I thought the whole thing was silly, to be honest with you. You know, every, not one, not two, not five, every single football player who I've talked to says every team does that. Listen, Mike, they're not really trying to hurt the guy or maim the guy. But football, are they trying to knock the hell out of the guy? And if he don't get up, they don't want to hurt him, but they want to send him out the game. That's the way you play football. But every single friend of mine who's played NFL, and I'm talking 30, 40 guys, they say they do that on every team. Are they trying to really blow out a guy's knee? No. But they want to sit him to the sideline and don't want him to come back in the game. Well, so I thought the NBA, the NFL totally 100% overreacted.
I think the difference, though, Charles, is the fact they were told to stop and didn't. Can you imagine if David Stern told you to stop doing something you didn't? He would probably come after you harder than anything else, right?
Okay, hey, you know what? I agree with that. I agree with that. But, I just thought they would, listen, fine them $5 million, but to suspend guys the whole season, I thought that was a little excessive. Listen, just hit them with a couple $1 million fine, donate that money to a worthy cause, a real worthy cause, and I thought that would have been the best way to handle it. Suspending those guys for the season, it screws up the Saints, but, what message did it really send, to be honest with you? No, it didn't really. No. I mean, clearly, I just thought it was excessive, to be honest with you.
All right, now let's get to the NBA because, Charles, you're not around here right now.
Wait. Listen, I just want to make sure, number one, I want to wish everybody in New York the best. My daughter lives there, Mike. I want to wish everybody in New York and New Jersey, God bless y'all. I know y'all had a rough couple weeks. That's my serious point. But this is my non-serious point. Where exactly are y'all setting up the parade route for the championship?
Well, no. I was just gonna say this to you. You haven't been around here yesterday, but apparently these 3 victories, 2 over the Sixers, 1 over the Heat, has them on their way. You read my mind. We're on our way to the Canyon of Heroes, even though we're older than dirt here.
You know, I gotta laugh. Because I got friends in New York who are going crazy. I said, dude, y'all played 3 games. I said, first of all, you played the Heat. The Heat didn't even know they were going to play the game, to be honest with you. The Heat thought, like, we're not going to go to New York in the middle of a hurricane. So clearly they were not meant. They had just won the championship. I mean, had just got their rings. They were still kind of on cloud 9. They were still celebrating. So that really, but also they beat the Sixers without Andrew Bynum. Listen, I think the Knicks got a solid team. I'm not sure they're the best team in New York, but let's hold off. Let's hold off on the championship and set up the parade. I'm gonna call Mayor Bloomberg and tell him to calm down and make sure he don't set up the parade too soon.
You know, Charles, we did have Paul Westphal on the other day, and he said that when Amari comes back, he should be content to be a backup at the 3 and the 4. You know, everybody keeps talking about when Amari comes back. I think the Knicks get a lot better the day Shumpert's back in uniform.
Well, I like Shumpert, but the thing is, it's gonna change the whole dynamic of the team. The question is going to be if Amari Stoudemire want to do the dirty work, because they got enough scores. But they're not great defensively, and they're not a great rebounding team. The question, you just got to ask Amari one question. Do he want to try to be the Amari who was in Phoenix, who was a star getting 20 a night? Or I would love to see Amari come back and say, my goal for the season is to get 10 rebounds a game. You know, he's never averaged 10 rebounds in a game.
Is that true?
That's true. I would love for him to come back and say, my goal for this year is to play better defense, because that's what this team needs. We got enough scores. But my goal for this year is for me personally, to get 10 rebounds a game. Now, if he comes back and wants the ball and don't want to do the other stuff, the Knicks going to go downhill. That's the way I look at it.
Now, if they're, say, 20-9 when he comes back, will he accept a lesser role? Will he accept coming off the bench?
Well, I think that's the big question. I don't know him. I don't know him like that, to be honest with you. But that's the only question. Mike Woodson got to sit him down and says, listen. And then, first of all, Mike, I like Mike as a coach. He's got to do. We don't need you to score 20 points a night. We need you to play better defense, and we need you to help Tyson on the boards. That's the only conversation they got to have. And if you can't do that, our team is not going to be successful in the long run. I think it's that simple. Because I said before, Carmelo Anthony is the best scorer in the NBA. A lot of people like Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's a terrific player. But the thing about Carmelo I like, he's able to post guys up. When Kevin Durant learned how to post guys up, he can surpass Carmelo, but not right now. He's just a jump shooter.
Hey,
but they got to play defense and rebound when Amari come back. That's the only question for the Knicks, how far they can go.
We're talking to Charles Barkley. Charles, the one thing I have seen in an extremely small sampling is it looks like the Knicks so far are playing much, and it may just be the presence of Jason Kidd, playing much more intelligent basketball than we've seen from them in a long time.
Jason Kidd is the best leader. I said that's probably been taken over now by Chris Paul. But when Jason Kidd was in New Jersey, I said before, he was the best leader we had in the NBA. He was the best leader. He made everybody around him better. He was the best leader. He's going to have an impact on that team mentally. I'm not sure how much he got left in the tank physically, but mentally, I told people he was the best leader in sports. Like I say, in the NBA, I think that guy right now is Chris Paul, but Jason Kidd going to have an effect upon that team. But let me just tell you something, Mike. To me, the Knicks' success is very simple. When Amari and Shumpert come back, they both love to shoot the ball. If they both come back and just want to shoot the ball, the Knicks are not going to be successful. The Knicks need defenders. The Knicks got enough scores. But if Amari and Shumpert come back and they just want to get their 20 points a night, the Knicks are not going to win. It's that simple.
All right. Well, one quick question before you go. How alarmed are you by what you've seen from the Lakers so far?
Well, I'm alarmed because, my guy, people, I'm serious. I'm 100% serious. I don't want any plays or any players from Princeton. I don't want any players or any plays from Princeton. If I want an accountant, I want him to be from Princeton. I said that a month ago. I said it 2 weeks ago. I said it last week. It ain't gonna work, man. I don't understand. In my opinion, that situation is not going to change. As long as they run that little walk the ball, you got all these guys, Kobe, Dwight, Pau Gasol, who can get up and down the floor. When Steve Nash comes back, he can get up and down the floor. You make bad teams competitive when you take the talent out the game. So until they figure out, maybe we should run a little bit. If you want to run that half-court offense, that Preston thing, if you don't get a layup or a dunk first, that probably will work. But to take the ball out of Steve Nash's hand and make him pass the ball and just stand in the corner or just move around a little bit, that's just silly.
Charles,
it's just not going to work.
Charles, let me ask you this, because that offense didn't install itself. Do they have the wrong coach in Los Angeles?
Well, he brought in Eddie Jordan to bring in that offense. And I told a friend, Eddie Jordan wasn't even in the NBA. Because he was running that Princeton offense. I said, he ran that Princeton offense in D.C., got fired. He took the Princeton offense to Philadelphia, got fired. And he was not even coaching in the NBA the last couple of years. To me, it's like, if it didn't work, he got fired. Listen, he's a nice guy. But it didn't work in Washington. It didn't work in Philly. I don't understand why you're trying to reinvent the wheel. Maybe it'll work here because we got better players. The reason he ran the Princeton offense in those other cities, they had bad teams. They had to slow the game down. They had to take the talent out the game. They didn't want it to get into a fast-breaking situation. But he comes to a team that's got real talent, and he wants to run the same offense that's made for no talent. That doesn't make sense to me.
The great Charles Barkley on the Mike Lupica Show. Thank you, my brother. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. God bless you and your family. God bless everybody in the New York, New Jersey region.
I don't want Princeton.
Yeah.
He's so right. You know what my deal is on the Lakers, right?
Right.
Paging Mr. Zenmaster. Yeah. Paging Mr. Zenmaster. Mike Lupica. Hey, all you people have been hanging on. We just had to get to Charles Barkley. We will take your phone calls next on the Mike Lupica Show.
The Knicks are 3-0, but are they part of the NBA's elite? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joined Stephen A. and Rucco today at 1:30 p.m. to talk about it on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You've got to grab the lumber, measure the studs, twice to be sure, cut the studs, then start framing up the wall, all before you crack open your thermos. The question is, are you ready? Your boots will be if they're Irish Setter work boots. They're ready to take on anything from the moment you lace them up. That's what a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship will do for you. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
Get a GE washer and dryer for just $349 each right now at the Home Depot. Not only is that an incredible $350 savings on the pair, it's holiday savings you can enjoy today. So get a jump on holiday shopping and saving with the GE washer and dryer for just $349 each. But only while they last. So hurry. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Think we're making small talk when you come into a Red Wing shoe store? Think again. We're taking the time to get to know you and the work you do. It's the best way to find exactly the right boot for your job. We back that up with a broad selection of styles that are purpose-built and then custom fit for the work you do. So, we hope you'll put up with a little small talk. It's all for the purpose of helping you do your very big job. Red Wing Shoes. Work is our work.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca. Got Santiago, got Gunling. Charles is right, by the way. Did you see this? Murray's career high in rebounds, 9.6 rebounds 5 years ago. Six years ago, by 2006, 2007.
Yeah.
And so, boy, I'll tell you what, that will be Woody's greatest challenge, to get him to buy in to being a complimentary player, not just a complimentary player to Carmelo, a complimentary player, period. Because there is no yardstick that you can use right now that says that the Knicks are a better team with Amar'e Stoudemire on the floor.
And the better they play without him, the easier that transition will be. I figure he's going to probably be back after the first of the year.
But I'll tell you what, I'd much rather have Shumpert back than Amar'e.
And so the team can actually get better.
Let's say, Scott in East Meadow, you're on ESPN New York. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca.
Hey, how you doing? How you guys doing? Thank you for taking my call this afternoon. And I was saying I used to run the offense in high school, the Princeton offense. I think it works. But you know what? It does work. It does work if you have the right guys in place, like Steve Nash and Superman in the same position. But you need to do something. You can't have Steve Nash.
No, we
lost Scott, but I think that even at Scott's high school, they might not have run it if they had Kobe Bryant on the team.
That's right.
Do you think so?
See, that's the point. He's not it did come across like he was disrespecting the offense as a whole.
Right.
But it's not something you run unless you really struggle with talent. Slow the game down. Do the Lakers need to do that?
Kwashi. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Kwashi in Manhattan. You're on ESPN New York. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Kwashi, is that your name?
Yes, Dad, you said it perfectly. Thank you.
Is that a nickname or is that your given name?
No, that's the given name. It's from West Africa.
It is such a cool name. It's Quashie.
That's right. You got that right,
Do you think, hey, Kwashi, do you think Don's career arc would have been the same if he were Kwashi LaGreca?
I don't know. He'd be through the roof.
That's what I think, too. I think he could have his own show by now. I do.
How about that? Listen, I had a question, which was in light of what Charles was saying.
Yeah.
If Amar'e was to come back and the coach laid out a plan for him, just like Charles said, listen, this is what the team needs from you for us to win. And that goes for any given player on the team. You know, they're getting paid to help their teams win. And he says, no, I'm not going to do that or whatever. Is that some kind of grounds?
No.
For the coaches to try to move the player? Or
Kwashi.
The player has all the power over them?
No. The only power, ultimately, that any coach or manager has over any player is playing time. That's the hammer that they have is, I mean, this is beyond, like, I think it's frowned on to try to choke your coach, okay? Right. I think that's, would you say that, Johnny?
Yes,
that's frowned on.
in most circles.
Yeah, in most circles. That's, in polite society, I think there are penalties if you try to choke your coach, okay? But ultimately, they can only sit him down. Quashi, what Charles has said is right. It's going to be Woody's greatest challenge to convince a guy who is a big star in this league to buy in, and it's an unknowable thing right now. Thank you for the phone call. Let's see. Matt in Rockland County, you're on ESPN New York. Mike Lubick and Don LaGreca.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my call, Mike and Don. I got a quick point about the Jets. You were talking about them and them being able to win easy against the Rams in St. Louis. And I mean,
No. Ask LaGreca.
That's actually my point. I heard him talking on the Michael Kay show yesterday. He kept saying it's a very winnable game,
Yeah. Oh, so you're saying he says different things to Kay than he says to me?
No, not necessarily. This is what he was saying on the show.
Right. Because his main focus is with Kay, right? You know that?
Yeah, he has a longer show.
It's all hours. It's 4 to 1. That's all.
Right.
But so his affection for me has nothing to do. It's what we said about Bill Evans, the meteorologist. When you break it down to its essentials, we've established what Don is. Now we're just haggling over price.
My point is, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to win in St. Louis than...
But here's the thing. Here's what Don knows this. I've been saying for 2 days, I wouldn't just automatically put the Rams game into the win column.
And all I'm saying, Matt, is if this team is going to go to the playoffs, that's a game you have to have. You got to beat Jacksonville. You have to beat Tennessee. You have to beat Buffalo, St. Louis. These are the games you've got to put down as a W, because I'm not sure they're beating Seattle or New England or San Diego. So if this team's going to get to 9 wins or 10, then you can't slip up in St. Louis. And the last thing they can afford to do is, beat Seattle and have all that goodwill and then go into St. Louis and get smacked around by the Rams.
Hey, Matt, do you realize what St. Louis is? It's the Shoddy Bowl. It's the Shoddy Bowl, the Schottenheimer Bowl in St. Louis. Jets against his old team against his new team.
That's right.
Who's going to win, Matt?
Personally, I think the Rams are going to take it.
Oh, man, that would can you imagine the misery? And we love misery around here. Thank you for the phone call. Jimmy in Rockland, you're on ESPN New York. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca.
I'm used to the misery, guys, being a Jet fan. The one thing everybody seems to be getting on Rex in regards to no home playoff games, I've been a season ticket holder since they moved out to Jersey. Yeah. They've had 4 home playoff games since 1983. Okay, New England, they lost in 85. They beat Kansas City in 86. They beat Jacksonville, and they beat Indy. This team just never plays
But
home, period.
Jimmy, here's the deal. I understand what you're saying. You're going up against a lot of bad history if you're Rex Ryan. But he carries himself. I've said this, I've written this. He doesn't carry himself like he's a Ryan. He carries himself like he's an heir to Vince Lombardi. He acts like he comes from the first family of football. He talks about Belichick. I'm not going to kiss his rings. We're going to get the Patriots. All this stuff. He's got to start showing us this. I wrote this, it's one of those things that's gotten a little more popular now. I wrote this a couple of weeks ago. When you win and you're Rex Ryan, then you're the kind of character George Steinbrenner was. You're a big outside showman. Mm-hmm. And you know what you are when you don't win? You're a big, loud, noisy, needy loser. So they've got to, at some point, establish the fact that they're doing something more than telling us that they're an elite team. Do you agree with that?
I definitely agree with you. It's just amazing, though, the first couple of years, I know the dynamics and the parameters of the team have changed in many different ways. But like you said, it's just this terrible history of the franchise for the last 30 years. I look at some teams, I'm like, well, they had 2 playoff games last year at home, 2 this year at home. I've been to 4 in 30 years. I remember seeing Pat Ryan as the quarterback for the Chiefs game. And you remember it's such few memorable moments. I used to always say in the old stadium, we have 3 memorable moments, and they're all in black and white when they would show them.
Jimmy, remember one thing. When the culture was changed with the Nets, and when Rod Thorne made one of the great trades in the history of professional basketball to bring Jason Kidd to the Nets, they didn't just go to the conference finals. They went to the NBA finals. The Jets still haven't made it back to the Super Bowl. The Jets...
Also,
go ahead.
In regards to that as well, I totally agree with you. Okay, you get to the Super Bowl, But I've always felt when you get there, you have to win it because you never know when you're going to get back there again. I mean, between 98 and a couple years ago, the Jets, that was the team. That 98 team was running on all cylinders. If they would have got through Denver, they would have smoked Atlanta because they crushed them during the year. But then you know as well as me, guys, especially in regards to football, it's very difficult to get back there. That's why you... Yes, sir.
Jimmy, didn't Keith Byers have a big fumble? Donnie, didn't Keith Byers have a big fumble in Denver in that championship game?
All of Parcells' guys killed him. That one, and then the Meggett not getting the kickoff. Yeah. It seemed like all of the guys he brought in from his Patriot and Giant days bit him. But here's the thing, Jimmy, that's kind of scary. You think about those championship game runs. That's still only halfway there. You still got to win the championship game and then win the Super Bowl. I'm with Jimmy. There's a bunch of average teams that made runs. You know, San Diego to the Super Bowl, a couple of times Cincinnati. You know, the field is littered with teams that made it to the Super Bowl and got smacked around. You're only halfway there when you go to the championship game.
And also the one play that you brought up, that was Keith Byers against Romanowski down the right sideline on about the 12-yard line. 9 out of 10 times that ball spins out of bounds.
Right.
And who knows what happens. And just like you said, it was Curtis Martin fumbled, Alex Van Dyke fumbled, Meggett fumbled, and Byers fumbled. Like you said, all of Parcells.
I hate Romanowski. He's the only Boston College guy I don't claim.
Really?
Yeah, because who knows what he was doing that day. What?
You're funny.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
I know. And what you say is funny.
But he's, who knows what kind of competitive edge he had in that particular moment. That's all I'm saying. Jimmy, thank you for the phone call. All right, so what do we got? We got the Giants worrying me going into Cincinnati.
Me too.
We got the game of the year so far for the Jets in Seattle. We got the Knicks trying to get to 4-0 and maybe 5-0 before. Do they go on the road after the Mavericks game?
They go to San Antonio.
Okay. So the Knicks
Orlando and San Antonio.
And so it is a very, very fun weekend that we will be setting up for you tomorrow on the Mike Lubiga Show. Thank you, Andrew Gunling. Thank you, Code Red Santiago. Thank you, Don LaGreca. Oh my God, did you see that purse that Rucco carries his laptop around?
Not good.
Oh my God, how are you going to be a two-fisted talk show host carrying that little thing around? I'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
Would Tim Tebow be the Jets starting quarterback Sunday in Seattle if Herm Edwards were still coaching the Jets? Find out when he joins Stephen A. and Rucco at 2 p.m. on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you at this ESPN New York Sports Center. Well, Joe Namath at it again. The former Jet telling SNY yesterday that winning headlines has replaced winning for the organization. Tim Tebow being one of the primary reasons why Namath feels that way. How does Tim feel about the second half of this season?
I definitely am competitive, and so I'm always, ready and, excited, to want to do something and help, and, still my, same approach and my attitude, and, just want to get better every single day in practice and be ready when my number's called.
The NFL Films' Greg Cosell on with Colin Cowherd earlier today asked what might be going on with Eli Manning lately.
This might shock a few people, but I get a sense watching the film that his arm might be a little tired. I don't think the ball's been coming out quite as well, particularly on the intermediate and deeper throws, because Eli has a big arm. And I just think that his arm might be a little tired. He's not throwing with the same velocity. He's not driving the ball down the field the way he has in his career.
Hakeem Nicks back at practice today, at least in the portion that was open to the media after missing practice yesterday with swelling in his knee. Nets and Knicks are both off today, but Knicks head coach Mike Woodson will join Stephen A. and me coming up at 1:30. Lakers executive VP Jim Buss says head coach Mike Brown is safe despite LA's 1-4 start.
The Brooklyn Nets got shellacked by the world champion Miami Heat by 30. Less than a week after the New York Knicks beat up on that same Miami Heat team right here at Madison Square Garden. Does that mean the Knicks are officially better than the Nets? We'll see. Stephen A. Smith in the house with my man Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Holla at your boys.
Now, here's Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Oh, you better believe it. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco Show, presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. How are you today, sir?
I'm good, man. Good afternoon. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. I enjoyed our text message exchange last night during that Nets game, Stephen.
Yes. Welcome to my world. I love the fact that you're getting a taste of my world. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, man, I was. I mean, last night, Stephen A. and I were texting about that Nets performance and more so the reaction to it, because it was just getting under my skin to no end. Stephen, I was inundated with tweets from Knicks fans who decided to use yesterday and Game 1 at the Garden as the only evidence they needed to declare that throughout the remaining 79 games of this season, the Knicks will certainly be miles better than the Nets. That's the only evidence they seem to need.
Well, listen. I tried to tell you, you have a very, very emotional fan base that's starving for any semblance of productivity and improvement, that are going to jump on anything to buffer and augment their point. We understand that, but at the same time, you got to take it, because you're telling them you got to wait and see. You're telling them we'll see. But Ryan Rucco, I've got bad news for you. When I tried to tell you that, you were a bit reluctant to listen. So again, I say to you, welcome to my world.
Yeah, I have to say.
Now you're going to have to sit there and deal with it too.
Yeah, you're right, though. Here's the thing. I've been getting on you for your wait-and-see approach about the Knicks and for saying, hey, it's early, And now today, I am going to be saying, hey, guys, it's early.
That's right.
Well, here's the thing.
I tried to tell you.
I know.
I tried to help you.
You did.
I tried to help you.
You did. And now I am going to echo some of the sentiments that you have been yelling at us over the last few days, because it's true. Here's the thing. Now,
not always yelling. Yelling about 40% of the time.
Right, exactly. That's right. Eloquently stating / yelling at times. How about that?
Yes, that'll work.
Here's the thing. There are definitely, last night, look, there are real problems with the Nets team that may follow them around all season when it comes to rim protection, interior defense, although yesterday the Nets happened to outscore the Heat in points in the paint by 12. And it's never...
Really? You're really going to mention that stat?
Well, I'm just saying.
That's desperate. They lost by 30, and you're going to mention the fact that they outscored them by points in the paint. Right there shows your level of desperation.
I know.
Shows that you're wearing pom-poms and desperately rooting for the Brooklyn Nets. That is ridiculous.
Okay.
They lost by 30.
I know.
You don't bring up no points in the paint and you lose by 30.
Fair enough. Here, you're right. Okay, you're right. And rim protection and interior defense, it is going to be a problem for the Nets this entire season. And through 3 games, Joe Johnson has looked poor through 3 games. But none of us, not D-Wade when he was on with us, not you, not me, thought that at this point in the season, the Nets would be better than the Knicks. We are talking about at the end of the season. And, oh, by the way, neither of us felt so definitively. The Nets are going to be the 2 seed. The Knicks are going to be the 8. Neither of us felt that way. You have said that because of Amari's injuries, you thought the Nets would be better at the end. I thought Nets would finish 4th, Knicks would finish 5th. Now, that obviously doesn't mean I think there's an ocean of difference between these two teams. But what I can't take, what I cannot stomach, is having definitive feelings about that at this point purely because of the way the two teams performed against the Heat. Because first game at the Garden, Steven, look, you beat the Heat by 20 on any night. It's an impressive win, but nobody can tell me that's the Miami team that the Knicks are going to face next time around when they play the Heat.
Here's the deal. If you look at these Brooklyn Nets, you got Darren Williams shooting 43% from the field and 25% from three-point range. You've got Brook Lopez shooting 43% from the field. You're 7 feet tall. You're their center. You can't be a center and shoot 43% from the field. Dwight Howard is not having a great year thus far, but he's still averaging 22 and 10 and shooting 67% from the field. You know why? Because when you're 6'10 and above and you're playing close to the basket, you should have that kind of percentage. You can't do that if you're Brook Lopez. You got Joe Johnson, who's shooting 37% from the field, although 50% from three-point range. 10 of his 45 shots on the season over the first 3 games have been from beyond the arc, and he's hit 5 of those shots. But essentially, your 3 big guys are shooting 43%, 43%, and 37% from the field. And I didn't even get into the fact that they ranked 27th in the league in defense. I mean, come on. 27th? Giving up 103 points per game? And you're 26th in offense, only scoring 92 points a game? That's a problem. Now, I could sit there and come up with a bevy of things, Ryan Rucco, to help you out with.
Please do.
In terms of warding off these people that are going to come at you. But since you have played the role of Benedict Arnold since this season began, continuing to sit there and watch one person after another come at me when I was making total sense, you, my friend, will be indoctrinated today. You're going to suffer just the way that I do. And you know the beauty of it, Ryan?
What is it?
I'm not going to lift a finger. I'm not going to speak against you at all. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let them do it for me. I'm going to sit here and be quiet while you explain yourself and why you feel the way you feel about your Brooklyn Nets, even though they got beat by 30 just 5 days after the Knicks had beaten that same world champion Miami Heat team by 20. There are arguments to be made. I have no doubt. I'll even support you and know that you're right. But I'm not going to sit there and jump in and interfere with you having to explain yourself the way that I have had to over the last couple of days. I'm a team player. I'll help you out, Ryan. But not until you learn the error of your ways, which I predict won't even take till the end of this show.
Oh, man.
Maybe next time you'll show the level of affection and love and teamwork for your compadre the way you should have from the beginning. But evidently it's going to take you suffering just a little bit to learn the errors of your ways. Have a good time.
I'm sure there are a lot of people who are going to want to give it to me at 1-800-919-3776. 1-800-919-3776. You can tweet at us at Stephen A. Smith, at Ryan Rucco here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Want to let you guys know Mike Woodson, Knicks head coach, is going to be a weekly with us. So he will join us every week starting today at 1:30. So today at 1:30, the Knicks head coach will join us. Here's the thing, Stephen. Look, I cannot tell you definitively one way or another on this day who is going to be the better team at the end of the season, the Knicks or the Nets. My projection before the season was I thought the Nets would be more cohesive and perhaps even a little deeper. The Knicks would have more top-end talent. And if they clicked, they had a higher ceiling than the Nets. If they didn't, well, then the Nets would have, I would say, a softer landing spot than the Knicks. But at this moment, the Knicks' depth looks pretty darn good, considering they don't even have Shumpert, Camby, or Amari on the floor. And they do look cohesive. The Nets look out of sorts at this moment. However, my biggest problem was last night, people looking at that game and thinking that there aren't going to be a bevy of good teams this year who get blown out by the Miami Heat. Now, the Nets should never lose by 30. Of course they shouldn't. And that is embarrassing, especially this early in the season when there is more attention on you. But this is the Miami Heat, who are the defending champions. And the Knicks did not see the real Miami Heat. That game, Dwayne Wade even admitted they didn't want to be playing that game. Look, you beat them by 20, you beat them by 20. The Knicks played great that night. The Heat played horrible. You don't want to take it completely away from the Knicks, but let's not act like that was the real team. I mean, Miami that night,
I'm sorry.
They turned the ball over 21 times, Stephen.
Yeah. Hold on. My only problem is, how come it's okay for you to say it, but when I say stuff like that, I'm raining on their parade? Why is it that you get away with the same argument that I was making? Why should you get that pass? If I'm imitating Ryan Rucco, yeah, but still in all, you're still raining on their parade. I mean, they did what they did, Stephen. I mean, come on. Well, didn't the Miami Heat do what it did? Didn't it beat them by 30? 30. I mean, why is it that you get to make the same arguments that you wouldn't allow me to make? I don't understand. Maybe you can explain that to our callers. Yeah. I'm just sitting back here relaxing. Go ahead, enjoy yourself.
You know what? I mean, go ahead. You have a point. 1-800-919-3776 is the telephone number. A lot of people want to chime in. You can tweet at us, at Stephen A. Smith, at Ryan Rucco. Stephen A., I wanted to throw something by you that I saw again last night, that I see consistently in NBA games, that literally makes me want to vomit. I'm going to do that next on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Brooklyn hype was through the roof coming into the season, but has the Nets' troubling start brought the hype to a standstill? We're talking about it today at 3 on The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You want to get a GE washer and dryer for just $349 each right now at the Home Depot. Not only is that an incredible $350 savings on the pair, it's holiday savings you can enjoy today. So get a jump on holiday shopping and saving with a GE washer and dryer for just $349 each, but only while they last. So hurry. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
The Knicks are 3-0, but are they part of the NBA's elite? Knicks head coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. and Ruocco today at 1:30 p.m. to talk about it on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. This portion of the show presented by Napa Auto Parts. Stop in at their newest New York location, now open in Woodside on 57th Street off Northern Boulevard. Mike Woodson will be with us in 15 minutes. A lot of you ready to chime in. And hand it to me the way I have let you hand it to Stephen A. over the last couple of days. So Stephen A. is taking joy in this. Now, Stephen, I want to throw something by you, because something happened last night in that Nets Heat game that I see consistently in the NBA, and it literally, it gets me so sick to my stomach every time I see it happen. And it comes at the end of quarters, at the end of halves, when different NBA players, instead of taking that final shot with a second left when they're in their own backcourt, they will do one of two things. Just dribble it out, walk to their bench, hold on to the ball, walk to their bench, or wait intentionally until after the clock hits 0 to then hoist up the shot. Both for the same reason, so that they can protect their field goal percentage. To me, as a coach, I would never stand for that. And I understand you have a 1 in 100 shot of sinking a 70-footer. But if it happens to be the one time it goes in, it's momentum, it's 3 points, it's a game-changing play, perhaps. To me, I know it's a minute thing, and obviously it's not going to carry 2 hours of radio. It disgusts me, and I see it so regularly, it makes me want to vomit that these guys can put their field goal percentage before trying to win a game, and I see it over and over and over again in NBA games.
I don't know if we know that that's what they're doing.
So what are they doing?
I mean, what do you talk about? What quarter was this?
I'm talking about last night, Darren Williams did it at the end of the first quarter, but I see it all the time in NBA games.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But, Ryan Ruocco, they lost by 30.
No. I'm talking about this.
And I know it was the end of first quarter. They weren't down 30. But that is a evasive and distractive measure from the story at hand.
No.
I mean, they lost by 30.
Here's the thing.
And here you are complaining about the absence of a heave that was supposed to take place at the end of the first quarter.
Because I'm talking about, you are right. You are correct that would be a seeming diversion from the issue at hand. And that's why we're only going to spend a minute on it. But you know, you're Mr. Basketball in my mind. So I needed to bring this to you because it was hot on my mind last night. Not because it played a crucial role in the result of the Nets' loss to the Heat, because it didn't. But because I see it constantly throughout this league over and over again where a guy will, just watch. Guys intentionally shoot half-court shots after the buzzer sounds. They intentionally wait until the buzzer sounds so that it does not negatively affect their field goal percentage, and they can say, yeah, but I still took it. Or, if they really think their stuff doesn't stink, they'll just dribble it out and walk to their bench. And my point is, why? Why don't you just heave it up? Why not? What is the harm? Because your field goal percentage is going to get docked? You're already making $20 million guaranteed over the next 5 years.
My point is, an argument could be made that he just wasn't thinking about it the way you were thinking about it because he knows his money is guaranteed. So why would he be concerned about his field goal percentage shooting? You don't know that to be factual. You're surmising that based on your personal belief as it pertains to this guy, which, by the way, at this moment in time, is completely irrelevant to the fact that they lost by 30.
Steven, but I'm not trying to make it about one guy. I see this all the time. I see it from two different players in each NBA game.
And I'm saying to you, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China when they just lost by 30?
It doesn't have anything to do with that. It is a separate issue. So why are you
bringing it up now? Is it possible that you could bring it up because you don't want to get to our callers and address the fact that your team lost by 30?
Fine. We're going to talk about this more another day.
Sure?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. Stephen A.
Because we could have talked about this another day. We could have made that decision a long time ago.
That's right.
But no. Ryan, the astute, young, play-by-play announcer and radio host, the knowledgeable basketball mind that is just filled abundantly with so many things to talk about as it pertains to the game of basketball. And that brain of his would pick this day to talk about this subject. I wonder why that is.
I see where you're going with this, and you do have a point. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. All right, let's hear it. Jamal in the Bronx. All right, Jamal, from what you've seen, can you definitively say you know who is going to be the best team in this city?
Listen, man, I'm going to tell you clean-cutting kid, because you seem to be trying to dodge this loss by the Nets that sort of, to me, it exposed them even more than them losing that 20-point lead that they did by Minnesota, or 30, whatever it was. Listen, I'm going to tell you clear, there is one team in New York City, which is the New York Knicks. The Brooklyn Nets, they're more of a circus. The fanfare is, oh my goodness, we have a team coming out of that's back in Brooklyn. Listen, the Knicks are the number one team, and Carmelo's going to have the best season of his career. It's going to be a breakout. I'm clocking MVP for Carmelo.
What? Steven's rolling over here. Is Jamal making you laugh, Steven?
No, he's making me laugh, and you're making me laugh because you have to deal with this. All day, I'm not dealing with this today. It's your turn.
I know
it's your turn. The same dude. You sat there with that button, with those callers, and you subjected me to 2 hours of that. 2 hours of it. Deal with it. This is hilarious. I'm just sitting right here. I'm having a ball. Go ahead. Go to the next caller, Ryan. What's up?
Yeah.
What's up, Ryan? Take it.
Yeah, I have to. Breasia in the Bronx. All right, Breasia. You can let me have it if you want to.
Hey, guys. I'm a huge fan of the show.
Thank you, Breasia.
You're welcome. First of all, I'm not a Knicks or a Nets fan, but I'm going to just say that the Knicks, at the end of the day, have a better bench. They have more veterans that is good for the end of the season and the playoffs.
Well, look, here's the thing I would say. I am not certain that the Knicks absolutely have a better bench than the Nets at this point, but the Knicks are a lot deeper than we projected. That's what I would say. He's still laughing, this guy. I mean,
I am not certain.
I'm not. Look, Steven, here's what I would say. At this point, are the Knicks better than the Nets through 3 games? Of course they are. It's not even close. The Knicks are playing excellent defense. They're trouncing their opponents.
But say it. It's a long season.
But as you've been saying, it's a long season. And can I also say this? Since, you know what, I'm just a full-fledged defense attorney today. That's the hat I am going to have to wear. Can I say this? I would equate Gerald Wallace to the Nets to what Tyson Chandler is to the Knicks, the most indispensable player. Maybe this year Chandler is a little bit more dispensable depending on what Camby can bring to the table. Mm-hmm. But last year, the Knicks had absolutely no replacement if Chandler was going to miss any time. I think Wallace is that for the Nets because he allows them to play small. Couldn't play small, and last night, got wrecked. Plus, he's their best defender. I'm not saying it's making up 30 points. Clearly, it's not. But did any of us think the Nets are anywhere in the same stratosphere as the Miami Heat? No. None of us did. So I just don't know why last night is the tipping point for everyone to say, I mean, I can't tell you, and I'm seeing it right now, how many people were tweeting, same old Nets. Calm down, please. Miami's going to do this to a lot of teams. That is going too far.
Okay. Why don't you take more calls?
Yeah, I'm going to, all right? Don't you worry. They're still coming. Albert in Staten Island. Albert, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco. Go ahead, Albert. Give Stephen A. more to laugh about.
No, yeah, well, I also wanted, I want to address something Stephen A. said a few days ago, if you don't mind. But before I get to that, what does the Nets just get? I think it's they're not such a big, Joe Johnson, is that such a big difference from last year? Are they going to be so much better that they're going to be better than the Knicks?
Well,
I don't see that Joe Johnson is such a great acquisition that made the Nets, a superior team. I mean, the Knicks could beat the Hawks with Joe Johnson. I think the Hawks had a better team than the Nets, and the Knicks also,
Here's the difference, Albert. Here's what you would say. And we don't know, man. I mean, you're right. Like, we don't know exactly what they're going to be, how they're going to gel, how long it's going to take. But it's not just Joe Johnson. Brook Lopez, Gerald Wallace, and Darren Williams had never played a single game together before this year. So it's not as if the Nets have the same exact team and the only thing they did was add Joe Johnson. Brook Lopez and Darren Williams had only played about 20 games together last year. And the Nets bench is significantly better this year, the talent they're bringing off it. Look, Marshawn Brooks, who's actually looked good, is coming off the bench instead of starting like he was last year. Andre Blatch is a better big man than they had all of last year. C.J. Watson would have been their starting, shooting guard probably last year, point guard with Darren at the 2, the way that they had their lineup last year. So they are deeper. There's a lot of moves that are different. But it's amazing. Steven, Knicks fans are so sensitive to this. And I think Knicks fans,
really?
Yes, they're so sensitive to it, man.
Are. I wonder who said that.
I know.
I wonder who said that. Go ahead, take the next caller, Ryan.
All right, yes, let's go. Let's keep it going. Ray in Brooklyn, keep the line moving here for Stephen A., all right?
Yeah, how you guys doing? I love the show.
Thank you, Ray.
I'm a Brooklyn boy, but I'm a Knicks fan for life. And I'll say this much. The Knicks are head and shoulders above the Nets. Offensive-wise, they can shoot it out. Melo, Duran, it'd be a great battle. Mari Stoudemire, I don't want to say anything about him. I don't like him. Defensive-wise, the Knicks, totally better. And the thing is, they're still missing their best on-ball defender in Iman Shumpert. I think without a doubt, the Knicks are better than the Nets. Yes.
Well, other than the botched pronunciation, you make some cogent points, Ray. I think that offensively, the Nets are going to have a much easier time scoring the basketball than the Knicks. I do think they have more people who can break you down off the dribble than the Knicks do, and I don't think the Knicks are going to shoot from 3 quite like they have been through the first 3 games throughout the course of the season. Defensively, you're right. There's no doubt the Knicks are a much better team defensively and will be throughout the course of the season. They were a very good defensive team last year under Mike Woodson. I mean, they were a really good defensive team under Mike Woodson, and they also are without their best on-ball defender, as you point out. You're right. So if the offensive gap is not that great, and defensively there is a huge gap, I could see you using that as the logic that the Knicks will be, throughout 82 games, better than the Nets. But what I'm saying is, let's pump the brakes on it a little bit. Steven, are you enjoying this? The abuse I'm taking for this?
I'm loving it.
I know that you are. I know you are.
I'm loving it.
How could you not? Mike Woodson will join us every week, the head coach of the Knicks. He will join Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco next on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Stifling defense.
Anthony swats him out of bounds and he saves it as he leaps over the Sixers bench.
Pinpoint shooting accuracy.
Fires a 3 at the horn and he swishes it in.
The will to win.
Prigioni double kicks back to Smith right down the paint. And a vicious right-handed stub.
Knicks team.
They just continue to work hard and play hard, stay away from injuries. That's the name of the game.
Knicks, Mavericks. Friday night at 7 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir, no, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Here.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, presented by Napa Auto Parts, now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. The Knicks, with their third straight day off, they will play tomorrow at home against Dallas. Head coach Mike Woodson will join us in just a moment. Nets are off today after getting trounced by the Heat last night. Nets are back in action in Orlando tomorrow. Joe Namath at it again, the former Jet great, telling SNY that winning headlines has replaced just winning for the Jets organization. Part of the reason for that comment, the usage of Tim Tebow, who says he's still ready to go for the second half of the season.
I definitely am competitive, and so I'm always, ready and, excited, to want to do something and help, and, still my, same approach and my attitude, and, just want to get better every single day in practice and be ready when my number's called.
No official word yet on whether or not Andy Pettit will return, but Brian Cashman says he believes Pettit wants to play. Tom Coughlin today saw Hakeem Nicks back on the practice field for the Giants, was practicing in the portion that was available to the media's eyes. Lakers executive VP Jim Buss says Mike Brown is safe despite LA's 1-4 start. Major League Baseball announced the finalists for postseason awards. Robinson Cano, one of 5 finalists for AL MVP. R.A. Dickey, one of 3 finalists for the NL Cy Young.
The honeymoon is over. LeBron and the Heat destroy the Nets in Miami. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
31 minutes past the hour right here. Stephen A. Smith Show. Ryan Rucco Show right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. And with us on the line with us right now, as he will be every week, is the head coach for the New York Knickerbockers, the one and only Mr. Mike Woodson. What's up, Coach? How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I got to ask you, I know you're feeling good about this 3-0 start on the part of the team. I'd like to know specifically why. What stands out in your mind that has you happy with your bunch right now, other than the win, other than the victories, of course?
Well, it's been a long process to get to this point. I mean, and we still got a long way to go, but when we implemented our development program this summer, everybody was on board. And as well as I do, we had Melo and Tyson playing in the Olympics, so that was a nice carryover throughout the summer. And those guys came back in great shape and probably took about a week off, and then they were right back with the development program. And with that being said, all these guys came to camp in really good shape. And we've been able to teach a lot in camp, do a lot of conditioning in terms of running, and everybody's buying in, and it's been a nice start to our regular season.
Coach, with Carmelo Anthony, he's doing a little bit of everything right now. I'm wondering, does the presence of so many veterans on your bench, guys like Camby, guys like Rasheed Wallace, Kurt Thomas on this team, how much do you think that helps Melo in honing in on playing winning basketball?
Well, I'm not going to say he's always played winning basketball since I've coached him, but it does help. I think when you got veteran players like Kidd and Camby and Rasheed and Kurt, Raymond Felton now, who's a part of our staff, Pablo, who's played many years over in Europe there. We got a veteran enough crew that's played enough basketball that knows right from wrong, and that's been a nice carryover, and I think it helps Melo Melo can turn to these guys when things are not going so well, maybe for him or his teammates, and get some strong advice in terms of how we want to do things. And it's been a nice carryover, I think, having these vet guys along with the young guys that we do have.
Coach, one of the first things that came out of your mouth was the development program, the conditioning program that obviously these guys have had to endure. Was that a huge concern feeding off of last season and some of the things that you saw, or is it just something that you wanted implemented on this team so obviously these guys could be at peak condition?
Well, it's, summer programs have always been important for me. I think it's, gives the coaches, me and my staff an opportunity to go out and touch players to make sure that they're doing what's asked of them. And the fact that when I took over, it was a short season, so we didn't get an opportunity to really teach and put things in. We were doing a lot of things on the fly. A lot of things were taught watching videotapes and things of that nature. So this summer was very pivotal for our team in terms of us going out, number one, fielding the right players that we wanted to be a part of the New York Knicks family, and being able to touch those players throughout the summer to make sure that they were working and doing what was asked of them. So it has made the transition a lot faster, by these guys doing what they were asked to do and coming to camp in pretty damn good shape. And it's been a nice carryover right into our regular season.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco, as he will be every week here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coach, it's obviously been an incredible start for you guys through 3 games. We know that no matter how well you play, you're probably not going to keep up a pace where you're beating teams by 20 on a nightly basis. But what do you think is the most sustainable part of your game from what you've seen thus far?
Well, I like to think that the fact that we're defending the basketball, and I tell these guys all the time, there's going to be nights you're not going to make shots, but your defense has got to be consistent and a constant effort every time you step out on that floor. And they really have been given effort in that area, and that's why our defensive numbers are where they are throughout the 3 games we played. And that's got to stay consistent. Because I just truly believe, that's how you're going to win at a high level. And once you get in the playoffs, if you play in that same kind of style and at that high of a level, you're going to win your share of playoff games as well. So to me, it's about keeping our team healthy and making sure that they're defending and rebounding the ball.
Coach Mike Woodson right here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coach, when I look at this team, I'm on the record talking about this as well. I think Raymond Felton is an upgrade at the point guard spot. Clearly, the combination of him and Kidd definitely does a lot for this franchise. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, due to the fact that you guys I consider to be devoid of a big post presence. Certainly Melo can post, but devoid of a big post presence. You've got to hit outside shots. You got to be able to get out there on the break. You've got to defend, but more importantly, I think Raymond Felton needs to attack the basket with fervor night in, night out to create shot opportunities for the other guys. What do you say to that, sir?
No, and I agree to that to somewhat, and he's doing that. I think Raymond is attacking, and he's mixing it up, by attacking it for himself and making plays for his teammates, as well as, knocking down jump shots. But, when you look at the league is changing. It has changed. And, you don't have a lot of great post-up players. So the game, to me, is more open play now, where it's giving the guys an opportunity to word I'm looking, I guess, is express themselves from an offensive standpoint. So if you got guys that can put the ball down, that can make shots, that can make plays for other guys around them, I think you better for that. And then if you can mix in some post up, which I think we can post Melo, we can post Rashid. We got a few guys I think we can post. Some of our smaller JR. If there's a disadvantage there, we could probably throw him into the post. But I'm not going to live on that. I will mix it up and have some post and have some outside play like we've been doing, and try to utilize the free throw line somewhere we can actually get there and make free throws at a high level.
Coach, obviously right now you're without Amari Stoudemire. I'm wondering for you if in your mind you have a period of time in which you believe you will be getting him back. And then if you think you're going to have sort of a diminished version of him, if he's going to have to adapt to a body that's not quite what it used to be.
Well, again, only time will tell with that. We've been told 6 to 8 weeks with Amari, and Amari, make no mistake about it, is a big piece to our puzzle. And, he spent this summer doing a lot of wonderful things in terms of working on his game, expanding his game, and he will be utilized when he come back in the low blocks, just to see what he has, and see if the things that he's done this summer has paid off and put him in a different light to help us, win games. But, we are patiently going to wait for Amari to get healthy and get back, and when he gets back, he's going to be right back in there playing like the Amari of old, and we're going to hopefully continue to win our winning ways. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Yeah, but Coach Woodson, here's the deal. Melo with J.R. Smith, whether it's J.R. Smith or Iman Shumpert, with Felton, with Brewer, doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Kidd or somebody else. If you guys are flowing without Amari Stoudemire, I understand he's going to be playing, but will he be starting?
Well, I can't make that decision right now. My thing is you don't lose your starting job based on injuries, and he's been a big piece to our puzzle. So he will come back into our lineup if that may be the case. Again, only time will tell. We got to see where he is when he gets back, and we got to make sure that he's healthy enough to do the things that we've asked him to do on and off the floor.
Coach Mike Woodson of the Knicks here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco, as he will be every week on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. What's the latest on Marcus Camby, Coach, and where he'll fit into your rotation?
Well, he had a great practice today. He's had 2 days of contact where he's been able to bang around, and so tomorrow when we step out on the floor to play Dallas, I'm looking to try to throw him in there when I can to see what he has and see what he can do to help us win.
As you scour the rest, I know you haven't had much time to look at things or what have you, but knowing Miami is still in the East and the way you guys played against them, knowing that Boston and Brooklyn and Philadelphia, even though they didn't have Andrew Bynum, how good are you feeling about this team's potential? What's your definition of success for this year's New York Knicks team?
Well, our goal is to win our division and be able to host first round at home. That is not going to change. That's what we're playing for, and then we'll take it from there once we get to that point. The East is loaded this year. You mentioned 6 great teams in the East is going to cause a lot of havoc for a lot of people. But, I think we're as good as anyone in this league. I think we can beat anyone on a given night, and we can be beaten on a given night if we don't come to play. So, my ideal is still the same. We got to push each other to try to win our division and host first round at home.
Coach, how cognizant are you going to be about the age of your team as you go through this season? I know you're in a little bit of a weird week here where you're only playing 1 game in 7 days, but then you're going to play 6 games in 9 days. Are you going to be making sure to limit the minutes of, say, a Rasheed Wallace, a Marcus Camby, a Jason Kidd as you go through this season because of their age?
Well, that has something to do with it, absolutely. I got to be open-minded when you talk about playing, our older players big minutes. We didn't bring them in here to play 30 and 40 minutes a game. We just didn't. And, we have enough young players, with J.R. and Felton and Melo. And, we got a few young guys on this team that when Rook gets back, he's going to be a major plus for us coming back, being a young player, Novak being young. We have enough young pieces to go along with our veteran guys that I don't have to burn these veteran players a lot of minutes. And the fact that we have big guys in Rasheed and Kurt and Marcus, you can pick and choose when you want to play these guys. And my theme to all of these guys is not how many minutes you get, is what you do with the minutes that you do get. That's what's important in terms of winning and playing at a high level.
Chemistry is also important when it comes to winning and playing at a high level, Coach. And considering the fact that Iman Shumpert is hurt and he's expected to be out and will not be back rather up until probably around February, and we probably won't see or hear from Amari in terms of playing until late December or January. Are you concerned? Will you find yourself concerned at all about those guys when they come back in terms of disrupting chemistry if you guys continue to play the way you're playing right now?
Well, I mean, if we're playing great, again, it's my job as the head coach to make sure that, things are still running smoothly. And if we are running smoothly, then we got to pick and choose, in terms of where they fall in to help us win games. I mean, I'm not going to throw anyone to the curb. It just gives us a little more fuel to the fire, pretty much. We will be a lot deeper when those two guys get back, and that to me is a plus. But I got to figure out how I'm going to play them all. And some nights some guys won't play, and some nights some guys will play. But at the end of the day, it's about team, and it's about winning. That's how I look at it.
Talking with Knicks head coach Mike Woodson. Coach, I know over the last couple of days and even with us earlier, when talking about Melo, you've said, hey, this guy has been this guy since I've taken over as head coach, and you certainly, defended the notion that he is completely different. But, by his own admission, he said, he's trying to do more of the little things with this team, that he feels like it's a totally clean slate. I mean, how would you describe this current incarnation of Carmelo Anthony that we've seen through the first 3 games this year?
Well, he is doing a little bit of everything. And when you look at his game, I mean, he's scoring, he's rebounding, he's assisting the basketball. He's making winning basketball plays while he's out there on the floor, and that's what the great players do. I saw it last year when we got beat up and he had to carry the load. It was Melo with the supporting cast. He made guys around him better. The good players do that, and I think Melo is starting to turn the corner in that area, because guys look up to him. They expect big things out of him. His teammates, they do, and that's important. I think when you're talking about trying to win at a high level, you got to have your best players carrying their load, but they also got to make guys around them better and feel good about themselves as well.
One of the last questions to you, Coach Woodson, right here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rook on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. One of my last questions to you is going to be this. Carmelo Anthony, to me, is a star. He's somebody that I strongly supported coming to this franchise, not a single regret in my mind. And at the same time, we know him to be one of the elite scorers in the game. But still in all, we look at a guy like LeBron James, who we got on night and day because he had to win that chip. And you've got a guy that was drafted, same draft as him, number 3 overall, 9 times in the playoffs, all 9 years of his career, out in the first round 8 times. Has it reached a point where that can be labeled entirely unacceptable in the career of Carmelo Anthony?
Well, again, guys, I mean, I've been around this thing a long time, and there are great players that have come through this league that didn't sniff winning a title. It happens. Is it the end of the world? Absolutely not. Does that define Carmelo Anthony and who he is as a man and as a player? Absolutely not. But I'll say this. I think what we've done this summer in terms of putting people around him that I think can still play, he has a great chance of achieving that this year. I do. I believe that. If we stay healthy and we're able to push each other in the right directions,
achieving what, Coach?
Of trying to win an NBA title. That's the only reason why I coach. And that's the reason why these guys should play. You're not playing for anything else but to win an NBA title, and only one team can do it. So, my thought process coming into this year is to win our division, to host first round at home, and go from there to try to win an NBA title in that order, and that's what it's all about.
Well, how deep is that belief in that locker room, Coach, that you guys can take down the Heat when that time comes?
Well, again, I think it's very deep. I think that's why these guys were assembled here. And everybody's on the same page in terms of what everybody wants. And, only time will tell who ends up winning that trophy at the end of the season. I mean, because there are a lot of teams that are out there trying to go get it, and we happen to be one of them.
Coach, proud to have you on the show, my man. Thank you for doing it. Looking forward to talking to you next week.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson right here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. I'm sure you appreciate what you heard, Ryan, but you don't have to give me a comment right now. You can give me a comment about it in just a minute or so. More on what Coach Mike Woodson had to say up next. It's Stephen A. Ryan Ruocco in the house on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
What differences does Jason Kidd see in this Knicks team from the ones he's faced throughout his career? Find out when he joins Michael and Don today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their number one concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative action employer.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
All right, Mike and Mike, Herman Edwards is here. While we were sitting in the break, Herman looked up to me and said, Tebow going to play this week?
Yep, and I say bring him out. Let the train get on the track. Give him a series of plays. We can run the ball with this guy. We know he can run inside the tackles. He's very difficult to defend. Why not use this guy on the road?
How would you use him?
Just put him in there and say, it's your turn. I'm giving you the ball. It's your series. Let's see if you can orchestrate a drive for us. Let's see what happens.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, this portion of the Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco Show brought to you by Teddy Nissan, New York's most huggable dealer. A lot of you want to chime in at 1-800-919-3776, either to do what Stephen A. wants you to, make fun of me about what happened to the Nets last night, or to react to what the Knicks head coach just had to say. Mike Woodson will join us every week here on ESPN New York. You know, one of the things I found interesting, and Coach just stayed consistent with this, what he's been saying over the last few days, Stephen, and it's, you know, he is not going to publicly say to any of us that he is dealing with a different version of Carmelo Anthony than what we have seen in his career. And I think that it's a good strategy for him because he clearly, as he did voice last year, and as we've heard documented by everybody who's been in that locker room with him, is going to hold every single player accountable. That's going to be one of the trademarks of Mike Woodson. But
that's his MO.
But publicly, he's not going to be throwing some guys past under the bus. He's not going to operate that way.
No, he's never been that way. He's just going to hold you accountable. He expects certain things from you. He expects maximum effort. He's the type of person that'll get in your face. There have been several times in his career in Atlanta where you thought the Josh Smiths of the world and others were gonna try to hit him, because they were so furious at the way he got on them. He's a disciple of the Larry Browns of the world and people like that. He preaches defense and he preaches a diehard, hardcore mentality. And if you don't play that way, if you don't play with a lot of heart and a lot of tenacity, you're going to have a problem with him. That's just the way he is.
And look, 21-6 under him, playing excellent defense in his regular season games. Obviously, that series against the Heat did not go well, but they've been a very good team under him. And he did, Stephen, it was interesting, when you asked him about Amari's role, he would not commit to him starting. Now, he did say he didn't believe that players lose starting jobs because of injuries, but
I told you the other day, Amari Stoudemire, if this team is flowing and playing well without him, he will not come back and start.
Right.
He won't. I've known Mike Woodson for too many years. I followed him for too many years when he was coaching in Atlanta. You got to remember, he was an assistant coach in Philadelphia for years when I was covering the Sixers. I'm telling you, I don't care what he says. I don't care what he said to me. I don't care what he says to you. If this team is flowing, he will not allow Amari Stoudemire to come back and disrupt the team's flow. Now, he will let him come back and start if he doesn't believe that Amari's presence will disrupt them. But if Amari gives a hint that he's going to disrupt how this team is flowing, Mike Wilson's going to have him coming off the bench.
Yeah, and he indicated that, Steven, when he wouldn't. Remember about last year when Amari was hurt, it was, no, he's going to come back, he's going to start. Well, that's not what he's saying now. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it type of deal now for the Knicks head coach.
The number one rank. Listen, what did we say about Amari Stoudemire? You have people calling up here talking about there was a problem with him defensively. Offensively, they weren't worried about him, but defensively, there was a problem. Well, guess what? The New York Knicks have the number one ranked defense in the NBA. Right now. They're giving up 85.3 points per game. That is number one. Think about this. Think about what we're removed from with the Mike D'Antoni era or an Isaiah Thomas era or anybody like that. When's the last time we sat there and talked about the Knicks in defense? Hasn't happened. They're number one. Number one. Remember that.
1-800-919-3776 is the telephone number. I want to let you guys know Jason Kidd will be on the Michael Kay Show today at 3:30 in their Knicks Player Spotlight. So 3:30, Jason Kidd. Plenty of Knicks Phil here on ESPN New York. Nixon in the Bronx. Nixon, I think the coach, he sort of motivated you there, didn't he? Has you feeling bold about your Knicks, Nixon?
Nah, he didn't motivate me. Carmelo motivated me, man. Carmelo's game, you know, when he's angry, he plays. And he's angry. He saw LeBron James put that ring on his finger. He's angry, so that fire got lit underneath him to go out and get his ring. Just like when he lost the Rookie of the Year, which he was supposed to get, the fire was lit under him too.
So what are you saying the end game's going to be for this Knicks team?
Listen, I believe, because I'm a little younger than Stephen A. Smith, and I went through those, heart attack playoff games where they had a great regular season, and in the playoffs, you get the heart attack. So I believe the Knicks going to win this year. They have, the defense and the offense, mix all that together. Stephen A. is right. Put Amari on the bench. I love Amari's game, but he went on the D'Antoni, and he became this, outside guy, just like how Chris Webber did the same thing. He was an inside presence, and he just went outside. So Amari, he can't be that way again. He can't be underneath the basket no more, man. So put him on the bench. Him, JR, Kidd. They have two starting lineups.
Well, but here's the thing, Nixon. I think that push comes to shove, and we're a long ways from this because Amari may not be back for 2 months. But coming off the bench really might be the best place for him because of the defensive liability, because of the rhythm Melo has when he's not on the floor, and because of the scoring he could perhaps provide when he is on the floor. And off the bench, that's obviously a necessary thing. But saying he's going to just be playing away from the hoop, that certainly is not Mike Woodson's vision for him. You just heard him saying he wants to put him in the post, put him down there, back to the basket, and see if Amari can display some of those things he was working on with Hakeem during the year, Steven.
Well, listen, I mean, you can sit there, we can sit there and contemplate the state of affairs with the New York Knicks right now. At 3-0, shooting the basketball the way that they're shooting. Even with all of that, I think you can insert Amari Stoudemire into the mix and things will be fine, Ryan. The issue is that how much is he going to compromise you defensively? That's the issue. And if that's a huge issue, because defense leads to offense, and anybody who knows basketball knows that, especially if those same guys who shoot the basketball effectively are willing to D up for you, then if he's not willing to get with the program on that level, it's going to be a problem. But if he is, it's no problem.
Ernest in Queens. Ernest, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
How you doing, Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco?
What up?
Love your show.
Thank you, sir.
On radio.
Thank you.
But, Stephen, I'm a Knicks fan. But I digress from that for right now. I want to get Ryan Rucco in this whole situation. Brooklyn might be better than that. It's been insinuated all offseason since the acquisition that Brooklyn might be better. Now, I know nobody really came out and said it. But my question to Rucco is, how can you insinuate that when we've seen Miami go through a struggle, they came together, the Knicks go through a struggle, and even now the Lakers, the great Lakers going through it. How can you figure any time this season that the Nets will be any type better than the Knicks if they haven't gone through the struggle yet.
Well, here, Ernest, you're sort of justifying how it's possible right there in the way you're wording it, my man. And thanks for the call and for the kind words about the show. You're telling me they haven't gone through their struggle yet. Yeah, you're right. So the product you're seeing right now should be the Nets at their absolute worst. I am telling you, I think at their absolute best, which maybe they'll get to at the end of this year, maybe they won't. But I'm telling you, I think that could be a really good team, especially offensively. Now, maybe the gap defensively won't be enough for them to be as good as the Knicks. I think that's entirely possible. But I am saying that you cannot definitively say that after 3 games, as so many people want to. And that's essentially what you're saying to me as well, as you're pointing out teams with more talent don't gel right away. In the Lakers and the Heat a couple years ago. So that's why I don't think in Game 3 you can know exactly what they're going to be. Here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. I know you're loving the way people are getting at me, Stephen. Just what you wanted.
It's not bothering me at all.
I know it's not. Herm Edwards with an interesting proclamation yesterday about Tim Tebow. He'll join us next on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
At Grainger, we understand running a facility means wearing a lot of hats. 1 minute you're replacing a condenser fan motor, the next you're swapping out fluorescent bulbs. That's why we offer over 900,000 products in 31 product categories. Many ready right when you need them, from HVAC equipment to safety supplies. Whatever you need, even if it's a new hat. Yeah, we've got those too. To help keep your business running efficiently, call, click Grainger.com, or stop by a branch today. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Jets, the Seahawks. Coverage begins Sunday at 2. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Looks like the Knicks team will get a little bit deeper come tomorrow night against Dallas. Marcus Camby expected to reintroduce himself to the Garden faithful after missing the first 3 games of this season. Knicks are off tonight, as I said, hosting Dallas tomorrow, which you can listen to right here on ESPN New York. Nets off tonight as well. They're back in action in Orlando tomorrow. Joe Namath is at it again, the former Jet great, telling SNY that winning headlines has replaced winning as the organization's priority. Part of the motivation for that statement, Tim Tebow, who is ready for the second half of this year.
I definitely am competitive, and so I'm always, ready and, excited, to want to do something and help, and, still my, same approach and my attitude, and, just want to get better every single day in practice and be ready when my number's called.
Lakers executive VP Jim Buss says Mike Brown is safe. The Lakers head coach watching his team off to a 1-4 start. Hakeem Nicks back practicing on a limited basis for the Giants today.
This is the Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
2 o'clock hour in the house with you. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll take a little break, a little reprieve from the torture that Ryan Ruocco has been experiencing, going against me, betraying me, being the Benedict Arnold that he is, and now finding himself subjected to the same sensitive rhetoric and emotional diatribes that I've had to experience over the last few days. And instead of focusing on that, we're going to focus on my man, our next guest here, former coach of the New York Jets and the Kansas City Chiefs. Now here, NFL analyst extraordinaire with the family, the one and only Coach Herm Edwards. How you doing, Coach? How's everything?
I'm doing well. Good to be here.
Do you got him, Jonathan? Ryan, can you hear him?
We heard the end of that.
I just want to make sure.
Now we got him.
There you go. What's up, Coach?
Yeah,
What's
you
up,
got
Coach?
me?
We got you, baby.
Good. I'm here, brother.
Good.
Go ahead, Ryan. Take it away. I'm going to let you start off this interview because we know how just to give you a break.
Here's the thing.
Ahead.
Yeah. See, I've been getting a lot of abuse today, Coach, about the way the Brooklyn Nets were destroyed last night. So he's let me take it. Steven has let me take it today. But
the black uniforms, that's like going to the funeral. All you need is the hearse.
Hey, man. Well, here's the thing. I heard you yesterday on Mike and Mike with a very interesting proclamation about Tim Tebow, sir. Would you care to share that with our audience?
Well, I just said they've had a bye week now when you talk about the Jets. And, if you're not going to play the guy, then it's unfair to your team as well as the player because you're going to get the questions every week, why is Tim Tebow not playing? And players have to listen to that. Coaches have to listen to that. So it's time now if you're going to insert him. And I've said this all along, you traded for him not to be the personal protector. He's a good football player. Now, is he a quarterback? No, he's not an elite quarterback by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a good football player. And you've had enough time now. You talk about this wild card package you have, or NASCAR package, whatever you want to call it. That's the Giants' rush defense. You can call it whatever you want, but it's really Tim Tebow, the choo-choo train. How do you orchestrate this guy in your offense in this sense? Let him possess the ball. In other words, give him 3, maybe 4 possessions in a football game if it's a 12-possession game, and let him run the offense. You're going to need to run the ball against Seattle, especially on the road. You have to run the ball and control this crowd. If it becomes a passing game and Mark Sanchez has to go back 40 times, it's going to get ugly because this defense and this crowd is very loud up there.
Well, they've got no shot at throwing the ball against Seattle, not with those big corners that they have. They're going to be physical with the New York Jets' relatively smaller receivers, no doubt about it. You're going to need to be able to run the football, and I sincerely doubt they're going to be able to do that. But, Coach, I've been on the record talking about how this was basically a popularity contest. They were trying to win headlines. That was the only reason that Tim Tebow was brought here. But there's something else I've been thinking about in reverse, and that is this. Is it possible that the only reason they haven't put him in now is because, you know what, you're looking at them and they don't want any kind of controversy? Has nothing to do with, I don't think he can throw, but I know he can play football. Is it possible that they're keeping him out of the lineup right now because they're trying to make sure they don't become a prisoner to the momentum that would call for people to keep him in, thus just wiping out any chance of Mark Sanchez having any piece the rest of the way?
No, when you're the head coach, you do what's best for this football team, and these players trust Rex Ryan, and you have to win games. I mean, the bottom line is whoever has to play has to play. The same thing with Seattle. Think about Seattle. They went out and got Flynn. Everyone felt like they paid this guy a lot of money, and guess what? He's going to be the starting quarterback. They draft Russell Wilson. Who's the starting quarterback? Russell Wilson. Why? Because the players see it every day. This guy is the best guy to play. So if you have a player on your roster where you feel can help you win games, you got to get him in the game eventually. And we don't know yet because he hasn't played. He's played a couple snaps here or there. But what do you have to lose? You're 3-5.
You still got a season. Yeah. 8 games in.
That's what I'm saying. So you need to win some games. This guy can run. Do you agree with that? He can run?
Well, let me tell you this. Ryan, you too. Mm-hmm. I did agree with that until Rex Ryan asked him to put on an additional 15 pounds. And until he's gotten heavier and he looks slower than he did last season. Nobody brings that up, but that's a reality.
Well, there's Jenny Craig. Can we get Jenny Craig involved?
Well, Jenny Craig, you're supposed to do that in the offseason coming into the season. Okay. You don't sit there and make those adjustments midstream. You know that, Coach.
Well, I'm just saying. You got those 10-day diets, Jenny Craig.
Might have to do something with that. I mean,
I'm just saying.
Herm Edwards here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coach, Antonio Cromartie today, he said on NFL Network that this team's still going to the playoffs. Rex says, hey, we all believe that. Nobody wants to hear that. This is Rex's words, but we obviously all believe that. And if you look at the AFC, I mean, it's not unfathomable when you consider the Jets' remaining schedule and then just how weak the AFC is when it comes to that 6th spot. In your mind, are the Jets one of the teams still in the equation to get that final wild card spot?
Sure. The Jets, the San Diego Chargers, Cincinnati Bengals, even the Bills. I mean, you can make a case for all these teams. You look at it right now, you would say the Patriots are probably going to go to the playoffs. Baltimore and Pittsburgh are going to the playoffs. Houston is going to the playoffs. The Denver Broncos are going to the playoffs. Now, the one that's kind of the wild card in this, that sits there is Indianapolis Colts. Can they hold on? They're 5-3. They play Jacksonville tonight. They win tonight. They're 6-3. It's going to probably take 9 to get in a wild card spot. If you get 9 in, you're probably going to get in this deal.
Well, listen, I'm looking at it from this standpoint. You got New England.
Yes.
You got Pittsburgh and Baltimore.
Yeah.
You got Houston.
Mm-hmm.
You got Denver.
Sure.
That's 5.
That's 5.
So you got one spot, as far as I'm concerned, between San Diego, Indy, Miami.
Yeah.
And if you want to throw the Jets in there, feel free.
Sure, you can throw them in there. They're 3-5. They're not out of it. Then remember.
And Cincinnati.
Hey, I sat there at 2-5. And everybody said, just play the season out. No. And we had to go to travel San Diego. And they were a pretty good football team. I think they had like 6 wins, 6-1 or something like that. Well, it ended up being pretty good. We got
so
a little run.
You think this Jets team could do this with the personnel they have? We keep talking about Tebow. What about Sanchez? What about the fact that your receivers are without you? You don't have Santonio Holmes now. You gotta rely on the people that they have in place. Or what about a defense that's without Darrelle Revis now? What about that?
There's a lot of. I understand that. There's a lot of excuses to say, you know what? Well, no, you can't make excuses. You got to go play. And you got to go win a game. And it's never about how many games can you win. The most important game, I've always said this, it's not who you play, it's how you play the day you play. And they have to win this game. If they win this game in Seattle, this is big. Because they're playing against a team that's going to be in the playoffs. I believe Seattle's getting in. I mean, you look at their home record, they haven't lost a game at home. They play very well at home. They don't lose games at home now. If they go up there and they upset Seattle, this is a shot in the arm for the New York Jets.
Wow, I think Seahawks are definitely in. You know, they'd get one of those wild card spots. That's interesting,
sure.
Coach.
I mean, look at their schedule. I mean, they have a lot. Guys, look who the Seattle Seahawks have beat at home. It's pretty kind of impressive.
Green Bay, New England,
Dallas.
I'm
just saying.
All right.
You can say what we want. We can say we beat Minnesota. We can say what we want. But they're pretty good at home. And if you beat them up there, you're the first team to beat them at home. That's confidence. I'm just saying.
What about when you look at the elite of the NFC, Coach? I mean, there are a handful of really good teams in the NFC. For you, what if you're projecting ahead to the postseason? Is there one of those teams that you like more than any other when it comes to the NFC elite?
Elite, we want to know the weather 8 months from now. And
that's true.
We want to know who's going to be a good team. I know this. If you play the Chicago Bears, you better have your helmets ready. You play the San Francisco 49ers, that's another deal. All these teams are capable. Green Bay Packers, capable. Atlanta Falcons, we don't know them yet in the playoffs. That's where they're going to be judged. The Giants, the Giants are a team that when their backs are pressed against the wall, they play well. I still like the San Francisco 49ers. For a couple reasons. They got a quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over. They got a defense that makes you play. They dictate the terms of the game. You don't score a lot of points. They got a great punter. They always make you play on a long field, and their special teams are solid. So I kind of like it because that travels well in the National Football League. Mm-hmm. They don't have an elite quarterback. I get it.
I was getting ready to say.
They don't have an elite quarterback, but he doesn't turn it over. Chicago Bears, take the ball away, score a lot of points. But do you really trust Jay Cutler? That's the key.
I don't either. I don't trust him either. But here's what I do trust, and you didn't bring this up.
Yes, sir.
You got a West Coast team. Now I understand.
They're a West Coast team.
Let me finish.
Wait a minute. They're an East Coast mentality.
Let me say this. I understand that the San Francisco 49ers, the city of San Francisco, ain't L.A. It's not La. I get that. You live closer to L.A. than you do to San Francisco.
Well,
it's a little bit colder in San Francisco. All I'm trying to say to you is this.
Yes.
Despite all of that, Ryan, too, I look at San Fran and I say, you want no parts of being in Chicago in January. Ooh. Now, you can sit on and talk to me about Alex Smith and the blue-collar mentality all you want to. Don't tell me that the San Francisco 49ers want to go in the frigid conditions, Soldier Field, Chicago, in January to win a playoff game, Ryan. I'm not buying it.
Well, buy this one. Whoever wins that one better have a good kicker. because that's gonna be 9-6. That's gonna be 9-6. That's gonna be, and the fans might not even want to watch that. That's not even watchable on television. It's gonna be. I'm gonna give you the score right now. It's 9-6. Okay, because that's how it's gonna roll now. Because those defenses, them is really. That's what I call professional defensive football when you watch those guys.
And see, this is why I still believe in Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers, the bad man that he is. Because you know what? You ain't holding Green Bay to those 6 points. I don't care how cold it is.
No, you believe in them because you picked them as your Super Bowl team. You want that to be right. That's where your belief stems from. Let's be honest.
By the way, let me ask you something. Did San Francisco beat Green Bay?
In the regular season?
I'm just, but they
in the regular season.
Did Aaron Rodgers play that day?
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
just the regular season.
I'm just checking.
It's the regular. Watch your mouth, coach. You watch your mouth. Don't just sit there and try to get on me. I'm trying to tell you, Aaron Rodgers is a bad boy. He's a bad boy, and they can play in those conditions. And Ryan, don't you be co-signing just because you're trying to soften up your day. I'll get back to you in a second.
I agree. Aaron Rodgers, he went to one of my universities. You know, I went to 2 of them.
Yes.
I went to Cal Berkeley.
Okay.
So I'm a Cal guy and a San Diego State guy.
Right.
I'm a
Still got an 0-1 though, but that's all right.
I went to 2. I like college so
much. Why? How come you didn't mention the Giants? You got Eli Manning.
I said the Giants.
What did you say about it?
I said this is the Giants. And the fans get all flustered with them because they act the way they act sometimes. They don't, they went through this little streak right now. But the Giants are a team, in my opinion, when they're pressed, and when the lights come on and they know the game is important, they win those games. They know how to win in December.
Right.
They know how to win in December.
So are you trying to say, so who you picking to come out of the NFC then?
You talking about the NFC Championship game?
I'm talking about NFC Championship game. Why? But don't sit there and qualify and answer the question with a question to buy yourself time to answer the question. No. Give it to me, Coach.
I told you. 9-6. 9-6. Who's those 2 teams?
San Francisco, Chicago. So you're trying to tell
9-6.
So the Giants ain't in the NFC Championship game.
Now, wait a minute. Look at me. I'm in front of you. 9-6.
See what I'm trying to say, Ryan?
9-6.
See what I'm trying to say, Ryan? These are your Giants. You're letting him talk about.
Man.
No, I'm not talking about his Giants. No, I like the Giants.
He's just saying it's a good NFC. I got you, Coach. I understand. Hey, Herm, we always love talking with you. Thanks for the time, my man.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We'll do it again next Thursday at 2 o'clock.
He didn't show me the kind of love that I anticipate. You know what, Ryan? You must have gotten his ear and started talking to him. I don't understand. I don't trust you either, Ryan. You're a bunch of Benedict Arnolds rolling around. He even picked the Giants for the NFC Championship game.
Well, today was the day. You're going to give me a hard time, we're going to give it right back to you, baby. And guess what?
Whatever.
It may be time to start agreeing with Joe Namath about the Jets. We will explain next. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. Hello, Brooklyn. The Nets are dismantled by the Heat in Miami. Jason Bay and the Mets part ways. And Joe Namath says the Jets care more about selling tickets than wins. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's a demanding job, a very demanding job, and someone's got to do it. When push comes to shove, that someone is you. You take it on with pride, know-how, and even a bit of swagger, but not before you lace up your Irish setter work boots. They're as tough, resilient, and hardworking as you, and never afraid to get dirty. Isn't that what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship? New Irish setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, Just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you. Presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. You see, Stephen, I had to let Herm get on you a little bit there because you're letting all of New York get on me about what happened to the Nets last night.
It's not going to work. You know what happened last night to your Nets. Speak up.
It wasn't pretty, man.
Get over it.
It was not pretty. Although they did miss a bunch of wide open three-pointers, I will say that. And they are a good three-point shooting team. So, I'm just going to keep figuring out little slivers of reason to make me feel better. That's what I'm going to do.
But you're so lost, you're so clueless, you don't even realize that's playing right into my hands. And I'm not going to even tell you why.
Wait, what kind of philosophical, ambiguous comment is that? Playing right into your hands, you're not going to tell me why.
You're playing right. I'll tell you before the show's over, but you're playing right into my hands.
Okay, fair enough. Stephen, I have to say, Joe Namath, he reiterated something on SNY yesterday that he said on the Michael Kay show back in, when was it, Ray? In March. And he's on the Michael Kay show every Monday at 6 o'clock for an hour here on ESPN New York. And here was what he said back in March that he reiterated yesterday when talking about Tim Tebow.
I think we're getting a whole lot of information that I don't know what it's about. It appears the Jets are trying to grab headlines once again, and just by making noise. Winning is the key. Winning the championship's the key. But, of course, we didn't have those ticket situations either. I don't know if this is part of how you try to get PSL sold or what. I'm not sure. I don't know where the situation is that, but is at that. But it certainly seems like just trying to make noise, get recognition. Well, win some games. Win a championship, you get recognition. This stuff's crazy.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Joe Namath very explicitly stating that he believes publicity was prioritized over victories, which even though that was a very pervasive notion at the time of the acquisition of Tebow, I always thought that was going too far. But, Stephen, after seeing the way that Tim has not been used, it's hard now at this point to think anything other than that, because what was the point of his acquisition and the publicity made about it if he wasn't going to be part of the offense at all?
What did I say? What did I say?
You said what Joe Namath is saying.
When did I say it?
A long time ago.
You don't remember? You remember exactly when?
I don't.
It was the day Tim Tebow was acquired.
And that's what Namath said as well.
I went on the air, and on SportsCenter, first of all, and I was like, no. And then when it finally became official, I was like, this is a publicity stunt. There's no reason for this dude to be here. What are they doing? And they brought him here. Everybody's talking about it. And I said, listen, either he's going to start the minute Mark Sanchez tanks, or this is all a smokescreen. It's a publicity stunt to steal headlines away from a real football team in the city, in the New York Giants. That's what I said. I said it the day he arrived. And sure enough, that's how it looks. It's pretty embarrassing. It's pretty pathetic. You know, you're 3-5. Again, I have never seen a team with a defense so elite that so flagrantly ignored its offense.
But it's not elite, Steven. I mean, their defense is not elite.
Not now. But with the personnel they had before the season began, and anytime you got Darrelle Revis to shut off one side of the football field for you, trust me, they can make some things happen. What you're looking at now is a defense that is the combination of demoralized and fatigued. You got an offense that over and over and over again does little to nothing for you. When that happens, you lose it. It's almost like the guy that's, he's physical, he plays basketball, right, Ryan? And he's this fierce rebounder, you know what I'm saying? He goes out there, he's about 6'10", he's about 260, 270. You understand? Like our guest that's coming on next. He sits there, got elbows that knock you silly. He's running up and down the court, banging bodies, getting rebounds, blocking shots, being physical, playing a man's game. And he keeps throwing it out to you, Ryan. And you keep missing shots. All of a sudden, let the fourth quarter roll around. You know what you're going to say? Damn, why he ain't down the court? How come he ain't rebounding as much? How come he hasn't blocked as many shots? What's wrong with him? That's what you're going to say, Ryan. You know why? Because it's never going to occur to you that you're the reason he stopped until it's too late. That's the Jets defense. The Jets are like, how many times we got to stop people? How many times we got to nullify and neutralize them? How many times we got to sit there and come up with something? All right? To keep us in these games. Before we get tired of you continuing to wet the bed, looking like a daggone novice. Breath smelling like Similac, wet behind the ears, can't do a damn thing right as an offense. And then the very people that are your bosses that are telling you what to do are the people responsible for having a subpar product on the offensive side of the ball, representing your franchise the way you are. You trying to tell me you're a big-time defense? 1, 3, and 5 the previous 3 years coming into the season. That's where they were ranked in a 32-team NFL. 1, 3, and 5. And your offense, year after year after year, sits there and either struggles or they stink. They're never elite. And on top of it all, they turn around and they look at you and they're like, what's the problem? We got to play better. You know how many times that defense wanted to sit there and say, who the hell you mean we? No, it's y'all. But they can't say that because we playing a team sport and it's the, technological age and social media and things circulate. And if you make one statement like that, it follows you everywhere. And then your name is sullied because somebody else stunk. That's the real world. That's what's going on. And that's what's been happening with the New York Jets. It's that simple, Ryan. It's that simple.
In other words, the audio form of their offense is this. Right? I mean, excitement, spunk, energy. That's the Jets offense. That's what you're telling me, Stephen A.
I completely disagree with you. I'm offended that you would play that beautiful music and think that it resonates with the Jets. There's nothing exciting about the New York Jets.
I know.
The only thing that's exciting about them is wondering how they're going to find a way to lose.
I understand. And
I'm not saying, listen, I'm talking about their offense. I'm not talking about special teams. I'm not talking about their defense. And I'm not talking about their head coach. But I am talking about their offense. I am talking about the offensive coordinator.
And I'm trying to be nice, but Mr. Mike Tannenbaum is making me lose my patience because before long I'm going to be saying the same thing about their damn GM. If he doesn't figure out something.
Well, he ain't going to figure it out in the middle of this season.
I know that.
How about this, Steven?
Let me be nice.
Let me give you just a couple offensive numbers that are offensive, okay? The Jets have 3 games this year in which they've scored 10 or fewer points, which is tied for the most in the NFL. Remember when I made that bet with you about them averaging more than 22.5 a game? Mark Sanchez, last in the NFL in completion percentage, 52.9% of his passes he's completing. That is the lowest for any quarterback through 8 games since 2005, and Gus Frerotte. That's not a good class to be in. You never want to be compared to the guy who injured his neck slamming his head into a wall before the end of a half. It's not the guy you want to be compared to.
But yet he is.
That's the world we live in.
He is compared to it. Isn't it a shame?
It is.
It's pretty sad.
The Jets Focus is brought to you by All-American Ford. Everyone can afford an All-American Ford with locations in Old Bridge, Hackensack, Paramus, and Kingston. Visit them at allamericanford.net. We'll steer things back to the NBA. And just how impressed is Antonio Davis? He's had many battles with the Knicks in his career. Now he's an analyst.
Did I invite him on this show?
I don't know. Did you?
I mean, I don't know if he has my permission to be on the show.
Well, I mean,
why? Why should he be on the show? What is he? Why? For what?
Oh, let me be quiet. He just walked in the room.
Oh boy.
He's 6'10".
Could be awkward.
Be nice.
You better be. Nice. He's gonna join Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco next on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
The buy is behind them, and the second half lies ahead. But do the Jets have what it takes to climb out of the hole they've dug? We're talking about it today at 3 on the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You want confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Right now at the Home Depot, get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698. You save over $800, which means not only can you enjoy holiday savings right now, your new fridge can be stocked and ready for whatever or whoever the season brings. Get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698, available while they last. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game! Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Empire City Casino. Over 5,300 ways to win at Empire City Casino, including roulette, craps, baccarat, and the newest and hottest slot machines anywhere. Empire City Casino is your jackpot next door. Knicks' depth has shined thus far this season. They'll get deeper tomorrow. Marcus Camby will play for the Knicks, making his reintroduction to the Garden when they host the Mavericks, which you can listen to right here on ESPN New York tomorrow night. Nets are off today as well. They will be in Orlando tomorrow. Joe Namath at it again, telling SNY that the Jets are prioritizing attention and headlines over winning. Tim Tebow, part of the impetus for that comment. Is Tim ready for the second half of this year?
I definitely am competitive, and so I'm always, ready and, excited, to want to do something and help, and, still my, same approach and my attitude, and, just want to get better every single day in practice and be ready when my number's called.
Meanwhile, the Giants got some decent news at practice today. Hakeem Nicks, after missing yesterday, was back practicing on a limited basis. Lakers executive VP Jim Buss says head coach Mike Brown is safe despite LA's 1-4 start.
The honeymoon is over. LeBron and the Heat destroy the Nets in Miami. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
Minutes past the 2 o'clock hour right here. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco in the house on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our next guest, Ryan. I have known this man for years. How far we go back, Antonio Davis? I mean, what about 15 years?
At least
15 It's been about 15 years. He just started as an NBA analyst for the family right here with ESPN. He's on the show with us. The former Toronto Raptor and Indiana Pacers caused the Knicks a lot of heartaches in the past sometimes. You gave him a lot of headaches, no doubt about that. Antonio Davis is here with us. What's going on, big boy?
Nothing much, man. Learned a lot from those situations, and now I'm just trying to learn a whole new game.
I'm not sure we should even allow you, considering the kind of heartache you've given the Knicks. You tried to give the Knicks. I'm not sure, Ryan. Why did we allow him to talk about the Knicks?
That's a great point. That's a good point. I mean, he was a bear for the Knicks to deal with for so long.
Right.
You know what, Antonio? How about from what you've seen from the Knicks in these first 3 games? Stephen A., I was giving him a hard time about the cold water that he was throwing on the Knicks' first 3 games, saying it's early, and then I've had to do the same thing after what happened to the Nets last night. But from what you've seen in these first 3 games, are you seeing things that you think, you know what, maybe this team is going to be better than a lot of us projected?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think the key factor there is Amari Stoudemire is not there. My biggest issue the whole time has been, how are you going to play Amari with Carmelo, with Tyson? There's just not enough space out on the floor. Mm-hmm. So if they figure that out, I think they will continue to win games. They will continue to play well, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
But do you think there's something that they can figure out? How confident are you that somehow, some way, the New York Knicks could figure this out? And dare I say, let's throw Mike Woodson into the equation, who was on the show an hour ago. He's the head coach. It's his job to figure it out. Do you think they can figure it out as players? Do you think Woodson can help them figure it out as the coach?
Well, the biggest thing is it's working now because they're hitting shots. If they weren't hitting shots, we'd be talking about them like we're talking about the Lakers. Just things aren't going well. How are they going to fix it? Will Amari come back and fix it? Well, I just think it's just the opposite. I don't know, and I'm not confident that it's just going to be easily fixed, especially trying to fit him back into what they're doing.
Now, excuse me for interrupting, Ryan. When you sit there and you say, when you make a statement and you say we'd be talking about them like we're talking about the 1-4 Lakers, okay? I mean, as you look at this team right now, you've got J.R. Smith hitting over 60% from three-point range. You got Jason Kidd hitting 54% from three-point range. You got Ronnie Brewer shooting 55% from three-point range. Now, obviously, I mentioned Jason Kidd and Ronnie Brewer as three-point shooters. We know I don't expect that to last very long. But I guess what I'm asking you, Antonio, is this. When you see the Knicks as an opponent, knowing basketball the way that you do, playing all of these years from 93 to 2006 in the NBA, as you look at these Knicks teams, is it a team that really worries you? Or do you have the kind of attitude, this ain't going to last, they ain't going to continue to shoot like this? What's the mentality?
Well, I think, first of all, I don't think this is going to last. But what I'm saying is I think they have enough on that team to figure out different things. They're riding a wave right now because they are hitting shots. Everybody's getting open shots. But how are they getting those shots? I think they're getting shots because Carmelo's moving the ball. They found a great combination in Jason Kidd and whoever it is, because he can really lead those guys. Ray Felton is all-state play, both of them together. Maybe that's a combination they can stick with moving Carmelo to the 3 and then having those 2 big guys down there. I don't know. I'm not the coach, obviously, but I think they have enough pieces to figure out how they continue to get good shots, and then it's up to them whether or not they can knock those shots down.
You do seem skeptical, though, Antonio, about whether or not they're going to be able to.
And who does he sound like? Who does he sound like, Ryan?
Well, he sounds like a more calm version of you. That's who he sounds like. You are.
That's exactly what I've been saying the last 5 days, Antonio.
Listen, there is some cause for concern, but I'm confident though. You can't take away what they're doing right now. You know, their record speaks for itself. They are knocking shots down, and like I say, it would be different if they weren't knocking shots down. But they're finding a way to get those shots, and you have to give them credit for that.
You know, one of the things I look about, we're talking to Antonio Davis here, former Indiana Pacer, former Toronto Raptor, even played with the New York Knicks for a little while. I think it was about 36 games with the New York Knicks or something. I mean, he's the new NBA analyst for the family ESPN right here with Stephen A. Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. You talk about if Melo moves the ball. You said that with a little bit of trepidation, a little bit of apprehension there. Do you have your doubts as to whether or not Carmelo Anthony will continue to be as unselfish as he has been and really, really go about the business of moving the basketball? Are you convinced he can do that?
Well, he said early on, hey, I'm not trying to go out and score 30, 40 points for us to win ball games. I think he's figured out that, hey, if I keep the ball moving, I'm going to get my shots anyway. But I'm also going to help other guys who can't create shots for themselves. And I'm also going to put myself in a position where I'm going to be able to go one-on-one more than I used to when I just used to hold the ball.
Right.
So I think he's figuring a lot out. I think we have to give him a lot of credit for his growth. And I expect him, as long as he keeps continuing to move the ball, I expect him to get the shots that they're getting right now.
Antonio, we have a lot of people today, and Stephen A.'s been enjoying hearing Knicks fans get on me today over what happened to the Nets last night. And what I want to know is it possible for a team to be able to morph into or gel into good team defense over the course of the season when they don't have a lot of individual standout defenders? Is the Nets defense that we've seen through 3 games, I mean, is that kind of going to be a very tough issue to get past all year? Or is it possible that defense can get better through team concepts from Avery Johnson?
Well, when you look at it, do they really have the ingredients that it takes to be a great defensive team? Or are they going to go out and just try to outscore people? Well, I think they've tried to outscore people, and that doesn't work. So if they're going to have any success, they're going to have to figure out how they're going to defend the paint. Do they have shot blockers back there in Brook? Can Chris Humphries block shots? I don't know.
So the answer to both are no. I mean, I know. I know. It's absolutely positively no. It's no, Antonio.
They don't have a shot blocker. So is D. Will, is Joe Johnson? Will they be able to defend out on the perimeter? Right. Especially if you don't have a Gerald Wallace who was hurt. Right. You really don't have a chance.
Let me tell you this. Antonio Davis right here with Stephen A. Ryan Rucco. I'm going to use you as an analogy. You with Dale Davis when y'all were in Indiana. Y'all weren't really big-time shot blockers. But y'all rebounded, and good Lord have mercy, y'all were men. I mean, elbows, people were going to feel y'all when they came into the paint. You would agree with that, right, Ryan?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
I mean, my goodness. So with that being said, here's where I'm at. When I look at the Brooklyn Nets, my problem is I know Brook Lopez can score.
Yes.
I know Chris Humphries is a better than average player.
Yes.
Neither of them are rough and rugged to me. The rough and rugged dude is Gerald Wallace. Outside of that, they don't really have that rough rider, that dog.
Reggie Evans, you would say.
Reggie Evans, he's that. He's that, but he's not a starter, but he's that.
Yes.
My reservation with the Brooklyn Nets is solely dependent on that because both Chris and Brook can score, but to get the toughness element inserted into that, you've got to get them out of the game. As a result, That, to me, is what softens their defense, which is what makes you not fear them. That's my problem. But their parts still seem to fit better over the long haul than the New York Knicks parts. To that, you say what?
Yes, to that I agree. I do think that they have parts now because they're working with all their parts from the beginning to figure out how they're going to play defense. Maybe it's just playing Chris Humphries and Brook Lopez at different times with some of those guys who can provide some muscle. But if they're going to figure out how to give the perception that if you plan on driving in this lane, somebody's going to get knocked down. Somebody is going to feel it each and every time you think about coming in this lane. That's the only way they're going to have any success. If they don't do that, they're going to have the same results.
Antonio, great stuff, man. Welcome to the family. What, Steven? Go ahead.
I will tell you this, and I want to tell Antonio this right in front of you.
Yeah.
Right in front of you. You know what, man? I tell you something right now. This is how it would have worked out. Okay? If Chris Humphries had stayed with Kim Kardashian, if he had stayed with her, Antonio, if he had stayed with her, man, let me tell you something right now. She'd have drove him crazy. And he would have been meaner because of it. And that might have been the big nasty that he needed to be, Ryan. It's because he should have stayed with her. He'd have had attitude, and that would have been that. It would have been perfect. But he messed up because he only left. How do you last just
So what you want,
days?
you want your interior players to have wives that drive them crazy. That's what you're telling us, Stephen A.
No, something like in his case, yes.
Okay.
Some don't need that help. At least one of them who does.
Look at Lamar, man. You want him to end up like that? I mean, I don't understand.
Do you know what? Did you see the weight he's gained? Oh, my Lord. I said, man, I walked up to him when I saw him in L.A. I said, how many damn box of Crunch Berries you been eating? What the hell is this, Lamar? No, man, I'm all right. No, you're not. No, you're not.
He's always had an issue with candy and sweets.
I know that, but so do I, but not that bad. I mean, you know it's a problem when Chloe dips and you elevate. I mean, you know, I'm talking about weight, protrusion, that kind of thing. That's a problem. It's a very problem.
Antonio, great talking with you, man. Welcome to the family. We'll do it again soon.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys having me on, man.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, that's Antonio Davis. This portion of the Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show presented by Napa Auto Parts, now open in Queens on Metropolitan Avenue in Middle Village. I know Stephen A. wants more of you to get on me about what happened to the Nets last night and the difference between these two teams at 1-800-919-3776. You can tweet at us at Stephen A. Smith, at Ryan Rucco. Plus, two things said on the herd today, both kind of concerning about the two New York quarterbacks. You'll hear that next on ESPN New York.
Stifling defense.
Anthony swats him out of bounds and he saves it as he leaps over the Sixers bench.
Pinpoint shooting accuracy.
Fires a three at the horn and he swishes it in.
The will to win.
Prigioni double kicks back to Smith right down the paint and a vicious right-handed stub.
Knicks tape.
They just continue to work hard and play hard, stay away from injuries. That's the name of the game.
Knicks Mavericks. Friday night at 7 on ESPN New York. 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
This is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. I'm Christopher Harris. Surprise, Darren McFadden is hurt. There are conflicting reports about whether Run DMC has a high ankle sprain, but given his injury history for the moment, I'm assuming an absence. Unfortunately, his backup, Mike Goodson, is also out. That makes Marcel Reese worth adding in most leagues. He's the running back the Raiders seem to trust more than the speedy Tywan Jones, who's probably more of a deep sleeper right now. With Antonio Brown doubtful to play Monday night against the Chiefs, his fantasy owners can add Emmanuel Sanders, a good player with a similar skill set to Brown. He'll be the quick possession receiver in what's been a dink-and-dunk Steelers offense and should be a top 30 fantasy wideout. Finally, if you're casting around for a tight end, take a look at Dwayne Allen of the Colts. With Kobe Fleener out because of a bad shoulder last week, Allen caught 6 balls for 75 yards. He has 2 red zone touchdowns this season. I'm Christopher Harris with your ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
The Steve Young Report. Steve, do you believe in quarterback slumps, and do you think that Eli Manning is in one of them?
Yeah, you ebb and flow during the year, no question about it. Eli, he's done it so much now. He's on the other side of it. It's not like he's going to regress.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. 1-800-919-3776, the number. If you can definitively say after 3 games that you know who the best team in the city is between the Knicks and Nets. A lot of people still want to get on me about that, Stephen, which you've been enjoying. But I want you to hear 2 things, Stephen. 2 things said on the herd. One about Eli, one about Mark Sanchez, both very interesting. First, Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Colin loves talking with him because he reviews film, and he is an absolutely excellent film analyst when it comes to breaking down NFL players. And the first thing Colin asked him about today, and the herd is on every weekday from 10 to noon here on ESPN New York, was Eli Manning, his struggles over the last couple of games, and whether or not he's noticed anything in those struggles. And here's what Greg Cosell had to say.
This might shock a few people, but I get a sense watching the film that his arm might be a little tired. I don't think the ball's been coming out quite as well, particularly on the intermediate and deeper throws, because Eli has a big arm. And I just think that his arm might be a little tired. He's not throwing with the same velocity. He's not driving the ball down the field the way he has in his career.
Now, who knows how his arm is actually feeling, but it's not great if that's something that's turning up on film, Stephen.
No. I mean, listen, if your arm is tired and it's showing up on film, if he noticed it, you think opponents don't?
No, they definitely do.
Just a guess.
Now,
and if they notice, you never know what could happen with that.
Eli was asked about, offensively what they need to do. Here was his explanation of how to fix things.
It's just a matter of keep walking, walking through things, keep talking through, our reactions, what we expect to get, and go out there and both have to be on the same page. And I got to read the body language of the receivers. They got to. So it's not. We don't have to go rewrite the book here. It's just a matter of keep working at it, and it'll get better.
And for the record, I'm not worried about the offense. I'm not worried about Eli. I just thought that was an interesting comment. Who knows? Maybe his arm was a little fatigued one Sunday and it's fine the next. But interesting comment. And then there was this from your man Bill Romanowski, Stephen, who you had very interesting thoughts about in his appearance on First Take. Mm-hmm. And here was him on the herd earlier today talking about Mark Sanchez. Want to see what you think of this, Stephen?
I read it. I see it in his eyes. There's a fear. There's something that I just read him that he doesn't love the game. He doesn't breathe it every single day. He does it because he happens to be naturally gifted at it. Yeah. He had an unbelievable situation at USC, got drafted high, he's making millions of dollars. But to be great, which he's got the ability, he's got the tools, you got to love it, and you got to really work at it.
What do you think of that, Stephen?
I think he's absolutely right. I also think he's bizarre. Bill Romanowski, I had the pleasure of meeting yesterday. I'm a fan of his performance on the football field. He was a warrior. I got the phrase from him, put a hat on somebody, talking about hitting them. We know some of his checkered past or whatever. We all make mistakes. We move forward. I'm not oblivious to that. But I love the fact that he was a winner. He's a 4-time Super Bowl champion. He was somebody that was willing to do whatever it took to win football games. But the same man that said that is the same man that looked at me and said, I can look at anybody for 15 minutes and tell you who they are. 15 minutes. That's what he said. Now, I understand he's deep and he's different. And I understand he's the kind of individual that, is very introspective. And, he's a psychological type of dude, talked about his therapist and all of this other stuff. But I'm telling you, Any person that says to me that they know somebody backwards and forwards inside of 15 minutes is a bit different to me, a bit touched. So in that regard, he may be right about Mark Sanchez because he may not be, clearly he's not going to buy 15 minutes of being in front of the man. But I'm telling you the place upon which he comes from. 15 minutes. That's all he needs.
You know,
Bernie Mac needed 3 minutes for his deal. This dude needs 15 minutes for his.
And that's it.
There you go.
I think, though, the idea about if you are a guy who's still getting the ladies, still getting the money, you know, you got that California background. It's not crazy. I mean,
it's not crazy. It's not crazy.
It's not. I mean, because some of those things are natural. There has to be a certain internal tick. Some guys have it, some guys don't. A lot of times it has to do with how you were conditioned where you grew up. You know, if you are somebody who's part of a culture that's laid back, in the sun, you know, good-looking dude your whole life, getting the ladies, you may not feel that same urgency. I don't know. I can't tell you definitively whether or not Sanchez does or not. I'm just saying on the periphery, it's not the most foreign idea. Here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco, the Jets Report brought to you by Lexus of Englewood. Lexus of Englewood says Lexus at last. Every certified pre-owned available at 0.9% APR financing. For details and to browse the offer, visit LexusofEnglewood.com. You want to hear another call or two about this Knicks-Nets deal, Stephen? I mean, people getting on me.
Sure.
Yeah, I know you do. That's the thing. Julio in Manhattan. Julio, it's only been 3 games, but are you going to tell me definitively you know which one of these teams is better? Julio.
I'm ready. I'm sorry. By far, the Knicks. I mean, the Nets pretty much have the same team from last year. They just added 2 people.
Wrong.
A season ago.
Wrong.
They just added Joe Johnson.
Wrong. I mean, wrong. It's incorrect. You could think the Knicks are better, but don't tell me they have the same team as last year. They only have 5 players who returned.
Their front court is the same. Darren Williams, I mean, they really don't have anybody on it. The Knicks made a whole roster rotation.
No. The Knicks did not make as many changes to their roster as the Nets did.
They didn't make any overall changes. You're absolutely right about that, Ryan. But outside of Joe Johnson, you know, the other 4 guys that were there are the guys that were based. I mean, Brook Lopez only played 5 games last season, and Gerald Wallace came with about 20-some-odd games left in the season, and Chris Humphries was there. So in terms of the nucleus, he has a slight point. Although you're right about the overall roster, and Joe Johnson is a big addition.
Exactly. The overall roster, the bench is entirely different. It's completely different. And, you know, last year they had the second most different starting lineups in the NBA. Not to mention, you know, last year Gerald Wallace, Brook Lopez, and Darren Williams did not play a single game together. They didn't play 1 game together. And Brook Lopez and Darren Williams, over the 2 years because of injuries to Williams and then injuries to Lopez, had only played 20-something games together. So that argument, I mean, it's factually incorrect. Now, if you want to say you don't think the moves were as impactful as we've all made them out to be, hey, people can say that. That's fine. That's reasonable. But otherwise, that is unreasonable. Otherwise, that's actually just incorrect. Here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
Oh, you sound a bit perturbed.
I am perturbed. I am agitated. I'm very agitated. Look.
Is that right? Is that right? Ryan, I'm sorry. Calm down. I mean, what's the big deal, Ryan? I mean, listen. This is the kind of stuff that you have to deal with. There's nothing wrong with people expressing a cogent opinion. It may not differ with yours. It may differ with yours, but that's life.
Yeah.
And I just think that you need to be patient. And you need to just let the season play out.
I agree.
Right. You do agree, don't you?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Okay. Well, here's the thing. This is what I would say about this. I cannot. First of all, I never, with conviction, felt that the Nets would definitely be better than the Knicks, or the Knicks would definitely be better than the Nets. Today, of course, Knicks are better. No questions asked. You look at the way the Knicks play defense compared to the way the Nets don't. You want to project ahead and say that's the reason why the Knicks will be better? That's not unreasonable. But I'm just saying in Game 3, I cannot definitively say that. Because as Antonio Davis was just discussing with us, if those threes aren't dropping, I do think the Knicks will at times have problems putting the ball in the hoop. And we haven't seen those problems come to a head yet. Maybe they won't, but I think that they probably will at some point. And either way, as you have been preaching, Stephen A., I will say you are correct. It's only 3 games, so you're right. It needs to be maybe a little bit more wait and see than I've been doing.
I need one more admission from you before we end the show today.
Okay, fair enough. What's the other admission?
I'm not going to have this problem with you again.
You won't have
You're going to accept it. You're going to accept the fact that when I sit there and say I'm not going to get overly excited, I'm not going to hear some lip service from you.
I will say that. Now, I can't tell you. Be careful. Okay.
Be careful, because remember, what's good for the goose?
Here's what I would say, Stephen. I will. When you are expressing that very point, that it is a long season, and you don't want to get overexcited, I will now have a different level of respect for that point. I will tell you that. Fair?
Okay. All right.
All right. Good enough. Stephen, this has been very fun today, despite the abuse. I love the vibe of hoops in this town right now. We'll do it again in 22 hours, man.
All right. Take it easy, bro.
Great job, as always, by Stephen A. Smith, John Winthrop, Ray Dinahan. I'm Ryan Rucco. You can hit us all up on Twitter. Catch the podcast on iTunes. The Michael K. Show is up next.
Brooklyn hype was through the roof coming into the season, but has the Nets' troubling start brought the hype to a standstill? We're talking about it today at 3 on The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Right now at the Home Depot, get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698. You save over $800, which means not only can you enjoy holiday savings right now, your new fridge can be stocked and ready for whatever or whoever the season brings. Get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698, available while they last. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
Mike Rowe here at a Ford dealer with a little Q&A for Fiona. According to the signs, Ford is having some sort of big tire event. How would you describe the event?
It's big.
The savings one might enjoy at the event.
They're big.
What about the selection?
Big.
Get a $60 mail-in rebate on 4 select tires. Use the Ford Service credit card for an additional $60. Click on the banner ad.
So I think we can agree then that Ford's tire event is good sized.
No, Michael. It's big.
Subject to credit approval. Rebate by check. Offer cannot be combined. See participating Ford dealer for rebate details by 11/30/12.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition. With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. Rex Ryan, not as boisterous as he used to be, not making any guarantees or predictions. That was something he said at the beginning of the year, but he never said his players wouldn't do it. Earlier today on the NFL Network's NFL AM, Antonio Cromartie said the Jets will make the playoffs this year. He said, we believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us to schemes and stuff. So we definitely are going to make the playoffs this year. More of this coming up in the Michael K. Show. Week 10 will kick off tonight in Jacksonville. Thursday night football, the Colts will take on the Jaguars.
Some baseball news. Yankee fans might have to hold their nose at this. ESPN Boston is reporting that sources say that former Yankee four-time world champion Tino Martinez is being considered to be the hitting coach for the Boston Red Sox. And a local note, Suffern native Walt Weiss has been named the manager of the Colorado Rockies. What a jump for Weiss. Last year, he coached the high school team, and now he signs a one-year contract to replace Jim Tracy as the manager of the Rockies.
And for the third consecutive day, the NHL and the Players Association trying to hammer out a deal. They met for 7 hours on Tuesday, 5 more hours last night, and about somewhere in the 1 o'clock hour began meeting for a third consecutive day to try to get a new collective bargaining agreement in day 54 of the lockout. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Now, here's Michael K. and Don LaGreca.
Statue of Liberty, long live the World Trade, long live the King, yo. I'm from the Empire State.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. This is a Thursday. It's November 8th, 2012. Michael K. and Don LaGreca. We've been waiting for it. We've been yearning for it. We've been wanting for it. We've been wishing for it. And finally, we get a quasi-guarantee from somebody associated with the Jets. Rex Ryan, we told you, we think he's been neutered this year. Not the same Rex Ryan, not as boisterous, not as much bragging from Rex. But today, one of the Jet players stepped up and pretty much said the playoffs are in their future. It happened on the NFL Network's radio arm, NFL AM, and Antonio Cromartie said this.
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make the playoff this year. Definitely going to make the playoffs. Now, it's easier said than done. The Jets have a very agreeable schedule the rest of the way. But what have they done, Don, to show you that they're definitely making the playoffs? One thing, if they want to make the playoffs, they better win against Seattle on Sunday.
Well, I think there's pretty much a hope that if they do, they can turn things around, because I don't think many people believe they can go into Seattle and win. Not that the Seahawks are this unbeatable team, but it's such a difficult place to go and play. If they can win this game Sunday, it changes everything. Hey, if you can beat Seattle, well, there's no reason why you can't beat the Rams. Now you're back to 500, and now you got it right there, Thanksgiving Day against the New England Patriots. And if you ever beat them, now you're riding a 3-game winning streak, and now you got even more landing spots. Cardinals, Jaguars, Titans. Now you've got a chance to go on a legitimate run. If you were to lose to Seattle, sitting there 3-6, not 100% sure that 9 wins get you into the playoffs. Now you're looking at possibly having to run the table and having to beat the New England Patriots on Thanksgiving Day to really have any legitimate shot. That's why this game is so huge. I don't have a big problem with the beginning of what Cromartie said, because Cromartie was asked, are you guys making the playoffs? And I would think anybody that's on a 3-5 team with 8 games remaining is still going to be optimistic. The definitely part, kind of thought maybe that's a little over the edge, because even if you play 5-3 football in the second half, much better than you did in the first half, that's only 8-8. That's not getting you in. All right, this team's going to probably have to play 6-2 football in the final 8 games to have a shot to make the playoffs. So definitely seemed to be a bit of a stretch.
See, that was going to be my next question, because let's take this in a rational manner. If you're a football player, you should feel you're going to make the playoffs. You should feel that you've got a run in you. You shouldn't be embarrassed about that. He didn't guarantee anything, nothing like that. He said we're definitely making the playoffs. But what's making the playoffs? What's the number? Let's try to be rational here. What's the number? How many wins do you think the Patriots finish with?
11, 12.
You think they're going to get that high? They haven't been world beaters either.
No, I know, but 11 is, I think, realistic.
All right, so the Jets aren't getting to 11 wins because they're not winning out.
Right.
So that's out. So they have to reach as a wild card. What are the wild card records going to be in the AFC?
See, I think 9 wins might be able to get you there. Might. Still very difficult. I mean, you're looking at what are the Colts going to do in the second half of the season. It's a big game tonight. If I'm a Jet fan, I'm watching that Colt game against Jacksonville tonight, because that's a pretty big game.
But you have beaten the Colts, so you can live with tying them.
Right, but still, if they get the 10 wins and you got 9, it's not going to matter that you beat them. But so you want to try to keep them at bay. All right, Miami, better than you. Can they finish with more wins than Miami? Sure. I mean, Miami's not a world beater with a rookie quarterback. Somebody's going to win the North, either Baltimore or Pittsburgh. Baltimore's sitting at 6-2, Pittsburgh's sitting at 5-3. If I had to guess, one of those two teams is going to be the one first wild card. All right, so can one of those two teams get to 10? I think so. So you shelve that. Indianapolis sits with 5 wins, San Diego with 4. 9 wins might be able to get you there, because as you said, they've already beaten Indianapolis. So if they finish tie with Indianapolis, they would win the tiebreaker. If they beat San Diego in Week 16 and San Diego finishes with 9 and the Jets 9, they'd have the tiebreaker over them.
That could be the big game that we talked about.
If they beat Indianapolis, if they beat San Diego.
They did beat Indianapolis already.
If they beat San Diego, all right, then I think 9 wins can get them a wild card.
And they might have to beat San Diego to get 9 wins.
Right, because I think the loser of the North, Baltimore-Pittsburgh, is going to get north of 9 wins, and they're going to get that first wild card. So it's right now San Diego and Indianapolis. Those are the teams. And Miami, because Miami's technically ahead. Those are the 3 teams you've got to focus on.
And Buffalo has 3 wins, too, just like the Jets.
That's true. But they've already beaten Buffalo.
Well, but the last game of the year is at Buffalo. Well, it's probably going to be in a driving snowstorm with Snane.
If they're going to get to 9 wins, then I have to assume They're beating Buffalo. They're beating Tennessee, Jacksonville, Arizona.
They have to.
They have to do. That's what I'm saying. Is that if they're going to get to 9-7, they've got 2 losses they're allowed to have. This week at Seattle, and then the New England game, because I think those are the 2 toughest games they have left on their schedule.
But does the loss against Seattle then get you out of the mindset that you could actually make it?
It hurts because now you've gotten only 1 game that you're allowed to lose. And that would probably be the Patriot game, which means now you have to win St. Louis, have to win home against the Cardinals, have to win at Jacksonville, at Tennessee, home against San Diego, and then at Buffalo. Then you have to win those games. You'll have 0 margin for error. So, yeah, they could still afford to lose the game against Seattle and still keep the hope of a 9-7 season alive. But you make a great point. How do you feel after losing? That means that all the adjustments you made in the bye didn't work because you lost your game. And now you're riding a 3-game losing streak. So from a psychological standpoint, can you overcome being 3-6, even though losing to Seattle would not be any kind of embarrassment?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to have the mindset at 3-6 to still say, we've got a chance. And you're probably losing to the Patriots, although they've played well against the Patriots at times, so they can beat the Patriots.
Right, but I don't think you want to put yourself. It's unavoidable, but to being in a must-win situation against New England.
Well, the only way that would be a must-win would be if you somehow lost at St. Louis.
But that would be tough.
Because they've got to get to 9 wins, so they have 2 losses to play with. And if your 2 losses come in your next 2 games, then they're shot anyway. 3-7, they're not going to end up, it's just not going to happen.
The 2 intriguing matchups to me, outside of New England, which is always intriguing, is what Cardinal team are you facing, what San Diego team are you facing. Now, they're going to play them in MetLife Stadium, but it's not like the Jets have been world beaters at home.
Chargers. The
Chargers and the Cardinals are the 2 teams. Now, they're both West Coast teams traveling east. The Arizona game is a 1:00 game, so that's an advantage to the Jets. And that San Diego game, we don't know if it's going to be played Sunday night because that's in the flex portion of the schedule. But right now it's scheduled for NBC on Sunday night. Those are winnable games, but are you sure that that's a guaranteed win? I mean, those still could be kind of tough games. You still have Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, you still have a Cardinal team that they were dancing with Green Bay, but they lost that game 31-17 last Sunday, but they were in that game for a good portion of it.
When you have a Florida man at quarterback, you never know what's going to happen.
How could that ever go wrong? But San Diego, I'm not a big Norv Turner fan. I don't think they're that great, but would you be shocked if San Diego were to beat the Jets? And again, that could be a team that you need for tiebreakers. So there's a lot of landing spots on that schedule. But if you lose on Sunday, it's forgivable, but it really leaves you a very little margin for error the rest of the way.
But think about it. You need to have room to stub your toe. So if they can win on Sunday,
then you're really good.
They've got stub toe ability because they can lose to the Patriots and still lose a game that you think that they have to win. And every team stubs its toe. And Jet teams always seem to stub their toe. So if you beat Seattle in Seattle, then, okay, you're going to lose the game to the Patriots, and maybe you surprise people and win it. You lose the game to the Patriots, and then you could lose one more and still live to tell about it.
And hey, listen, it's the NFL. They can beat Seattle on Sunday, and everybody will be thumping their chest, and then they go to St. Louis and lose. I mean, so you never know. But if they could beat Seattle, forget about where it puts you in the standings. Think about how differently you'll look at this team. I mean, right now we're looking at this team as a bad football team. 2 games under 500, no offense. The special teams have been brutal. They can't stop the run. You go to Seattle and they come back. Forget that they're 4-5. You're going to feel like, hey, this is a pretty good football team that can accomplish a lot. That's the psyche of a win on Sunday.
Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit Geico.com. So a player says they're definitely making the playoffs. What does Rex Ryan think? Boy, he's been very careful about making these proclamations. Does he support Cromartie? We'll find out. Kayla, Greca, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award, and they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive night owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at bayridgehonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
Hey there, Colin Coward, host of The Herd. As you know, I've been a big fan of Vizio TVs for years now, and today, folks, I'm excited to tell you about their new line of innovative personal computers. From the sleek all-in-one PC to the razor-thin design of the Thin and Light Ultrabook, Vizio has the PC industry buzzing. In fact, the Vizio Thin and Light Ultrabook was just awarded 4.5 out of 5 stars from PC World. Go to Vizio.com/computing to learn more. Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit GoToMyPC.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your mobile device. Let's go to mypc.com. Try it free. Promo code Colin.
KM LaGreca and you right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. So if you just turned us on, you should start right at the top all the time at 3. But Antonio Cromartie said the Jets are definitely making the playoffs, and we're trying to work out some of the mathematical permutations of whether or not they can. But Rex Ryan has really kept it very close to the vest all year. He's almost been muted in the way he deals with the media. He answers the questions, but really doesn't say anything. But here's Rex today talking about whether or not the team can make the playoffs and Cromartie's comments.
Obviously, at 3 and 5, you're not where you want to be, but this team believes that we can right the ship, and we're gonna, we're going for it. So I know Crow had some comments about, we're gonna make the playoffs and all that, and I feel an entire football team that we should all feel like that. And I think we do feel like that. Nobody wants to hear it, but who cares? That's really how we feel, and that's our mentality.
Nothing wrong with feeling that way. Nothing. Now go out and do it. Are you good enough? Go out and do it. The schedule allows you to win 9 games without going crazy.
Now, I don't want people to confuse the importance of Sunday's game because it's a non-conference game. And it's a team that New England's already lost to. From a tiebreaker standpoint, you could afford to lose Sunday and still be in the shape you are right now. It's just sitting at 3-6, now having lost 3 in a row, now having lost after a bye when you tried to make all these corrections, it just looks bad. Now, they could still get off the mat, they could still get to 9 wins, and they could still help themselves make the playoffs if they were to lose against Seattle. But just what's the perception and the feel of this team, Michael, if you're riding a 3-game losing streak, can't take advantage of the bye, and putting yourself in a situation where maybe you're allowed just one more loss the rest of the way? Even beating St. Louis and New England, that could get you back into it and changes the perception. But just going into those games having lost 3 in a row, you're going to feel good about your chances when you're sitting there 3-6, even though mathematically it probably wouldn't change much because it's a non-conference loss?
Schedule maker didn't do them any favors because going in at 3-5, that's why that game against the Dolphins was so big. They win that, they're 4-4. There's not the pressure to go into Seattle and have to win. But for those that don't know, I don't know if it's the caffeination, because there's a lot of coffee shops in Seattle. That place, I've been told, is the toughest place to play football for an opposing team. It's absolutely deafening. They've had those noise meters there, and it sounds like you're standing right behind a plane when it's landing. That's how loud it is. And to make matters worse, it doesn't matter if it's a bad team. That's a decent team. They've got some fun things about them. They play pretty good defense. Their quarterback can either be good or bad, but it's not an easy. Even if it was an empty stadium, it wouldn't be an easy game for the Jets.
No, it's so far away. It's like flying to another country, and they just love it out there. They really are passionate about their teams, and I think they just take a lot of pride in being a problem for the opposition. And they're also a pretty good football team too, so it makes it difficult. But also looking at Miami's schedule, Miami's got a tough schedule, Michael. I mean, they got Tennessee coming up, so that should be a win. Buffalo, let's say they get to 6 wins. They got Seattle coming to their house. They still have 2 games left in New England. They got a game in San Francisco. I'm not sure Miami's getting to 9 wins. So I think the Jets could feel good about passing Miami. They've already beaten Indianapolis, and if they could beat San Diego, they can have the tiebreakers against them.
Let me ask you this,
mathematically, they're alive. But at 3, if they lose to Seattle at 3-6, do you believe that this team is going to now go lose 6 of their first 9 and then turn around and win 6 of their next 7? That's tough to do.
It's a hard thing to do, but they can do it because of the schedule. But will they be so down, just looking at it optically and say, wow, we're 3-6? Now, do you believe that the Jets are a better team than Miami? Forget about the schedule.
I can't say that. I mean, look at the 2 games they played. The Jets were very fortunate to beat them in Miami. They lost that game in overtime, and they got thumped in their own building. Now, I think because of the way the schedule lays out, I would not be surprised if the Jets finished with a better record than Miami. But how am I supposed to definitively say the Jets are better? They should be better. They got more experience at quarterback. But look at it. They played twice. The Jets won in overtime and then got killed in their own building. I can't say that. Can you?
No, I can't even come close to saying it.
I could say they're better than Indianapolis, but because of I got to look at Indianapolis' schedule. But just based on the matchups, I think the Jets are better. But Indianapolis can still finish with a better record.
Well, Indy has Jacksonville. Then they're at New England. Then Buffalo, at Detroit, Tennessee, at Houston, at KC, and Houston again. That's not easy. You got 2 games against the Texans.
All right, but I think they've got, of the ones that you said, I think they've got 4 winnable games.
Well, okay, Jacksonville.
They should beat Jacksonville.
Buffalo.
They should beat Buffalo.
Tennessee.
Should beat Tennessee.
And Kansas
should
City.
beat Kansas City. So that means right now that 5-3, that gets them to 9 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's not going to be enough to beat the Jets because they lost to them. So if they stole a game, I don't think they're beating New England, but can they go into Detroit and win? Sure. I don't think they're beating Houston. So Indianapolis, I'm not sure, is getting to 10 wins. So 9 wins, I think, gets the Jets in. It's just a matter of can they get to the 9? Can they get 6 of their final 8 to get to 9 wins?
All right, let's hear from you. 1-800-919-3776. Jock in Rockland. You're first with Kay and LaGreca today.
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
You got it.
Show.
Thank you.
Big-time Jets fan. I call the station every once in a while. And I'm not too upset with what Cromartie had to say. I feel like somebody had to step up. Coming off a bye week, it's been quiet, although ESPN, always seems to bring up the negative in the Jets somehow, Giant fans and everything. But there's a shot. I mean, just like you guys said, the schedule favors us. We could make an argument with every single game that there's a chance the Jets could win each game. Like, this is an argument. Not to say the Jets going to go to 8-game winning streak.
Right.
But you can make an argument that the Jets can win each and every one of those games.
Let's put it this way, Jock, okay?
Uh-huh.
If they're good enough, they should win at least 6 of these next 8 games. If they're good enough. If they're not a good team, we'll find out. I mean, that's all there is to it. Are they 3-5 because they're not a good team? Let me tell you one thing. The way they got slapped around by the Dolphins would indicate to me they're not a good team. Let's see if that was just a blip on the radar screen.
Now, San Diego's the other team, Michael. I got their schedule up. They're 4-4. So you tell me if they can get to 6 wins and 10, which I think would put it out of reach for the Jets. At Tampa.
Right.
At Denver. Home against Baltimore. Home against Cincinnati. At Pittsburgh. Home against Carolina. At the Jets. Home against Oakland. If they're a playoff team, Tampa's going to be tough. Denver's tough. Baltimore's tough. They can beat Cincinnati, beat Carolina, beat Oakland. That's only 7 wins for them. I'm not sure San Diego's getting to 9 either.
And then you have to put the North Turner factor in. So
I look at this, unless somebody creeps up, I got Miami, San Diego, Indianapolis. Unless somebody creeps up that also is sitting with the Jets with 3, like you said, Buffalo. If those are the 3 teams you look at, Mike, I think 9 wins is enough to get you in the playoffs in the AFC. And do you think 9 is doable if they lose to Seattle? They beat Seattle. Of course. Then I think it definitely can happen.
Because you know what? If Seattle was 3 weeks from now and the next game was St. Louis, they could still lose to Seattle and get to 9 wins. But we're just saying optically, how do they rebound and keep the circle the wagons at 3-6? 3-6 is a daunting task. Now, they're 4 and if they're 4-5, they play Seattle later and still get that same loss. It's just where the game is placed.
Right.
And that's why I said the schedule maker didn't do them any favors. Justin in Bradford, Pennsylvania, you're next with Kay and LaGreca.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
I'm not trying to rain on any Jets fan parade. I grew up close to Buffalo, so I'm a Bills fan, and I've had to deal with years of misery. But, I just think I want to kind of agree with the last caller. Maybe they're just not good enough. Realistically, we're saying if they win here, if they win there, they've lost more games than they've won already. And not that they statistically cannot make the playoff, but, to say that they're going to go out there and win another 7, 8 games, even 6 games is kind of unrealistic when you look at the fact that the Dolphins manhandled them.
Embarrassed them.
Buffalo has the same record, and it's kind of the same story there. They've just completely underachieved. And on paper, now granted they haven't lived up to it, but the Buffalo defense is a much better defense than they get credit for.
But, Justin, you got to realize that if you're good enough to make the playoffs, then you're in the conversation to win a championship. The Giants were 9-7 last year, the first team ever to win a Super Bowl with just 9 wins. And they were the first team ever to win a Super Bowl riding a 4-game losing streak in the season. They had a 4-game losing streak. So I don't think they're winning a championship, don't get me wrong. But in this league, if you've got a chance to make the playoffs, you've got a chance to make a run.
Here's the Bills' schedule. Okay, the Bills have the same record as the Jets. At New England this Sunday. Hosting Miami on Thursday. At Indianapolis. Hosting Jacksonville. Hosting St. Louis, going against Seattle, but in Toronto at Rogers Center, at Miami and the Jets. So there's wins there as well.
Yeah,
we'll see which team can win, which team is good enough.
But they're in the same boat as the Jets as far as they're going to have to take, for them to get to 9, they're going to have to win 6 of the games that you just rattled off. I think they can win 4 of them. Like you said, they could beat Seattle and Toronto. It's much different than going to Seattle.
Absolutely.
They could beat Jacksonville, but can they win 6 of 8? That's tough to do for even a really good football team.
What does Charles Barkley think about Cromartie saying the Jets are definitely making the playoffs?
I don't know Cromartie, but I'm the biggest Rex Ryan fan in the world. They're not going to make the playoffs.
They're not?
they're not going to make the playoffs.
That's Charles Barkley on the Mike Lupica Show. You know what we have coming up next? I'm excited about this. Jason Kidd. Interesting game tomorrow. The Knicks against the Mavs at the Garden. And Mark Cuban will be in town. Mark Cuban said Jason Kidd should not have left, and because of that, he's not putting Jason Kidd's numbers in the rafters at American Airlines Arena. We'll get Jason's take on the great start by the Knicks and also playing against his former team. Kay, LaGreca, Kidd, and you. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here's what's trending now in New York. Hello, Brooklyn. The Nets are dismantled by the Heat in Miami. Jason Bay and the Mets part ways. And Joe Namath says the Jets care more about selling tickets than wins. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You want to... Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on Cars.com, and now I'm busted.
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now, I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Right now at the Home Depot, get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698. You save over $800, which means not only can you enjoy holiday savings right now, your new fridge can be stocked and ready for whatever or whoever the season brings. Get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698, available while they last. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. Jets sit 3-5. They'll be in Seattle coming up on Sunday, trying to make the playoffs. But Antonio Cromartie told NFL Network's NFL AM, Jets are going.
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make a playoff this year.
Jets again in Seattle. The Giants, they will be in Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Week 10 will kick off tonight in Jacksonville as the Colts will take on the Jaguars.
Some baseball news, and Yankee fans might want to hold their nose to this, but ESPN Boston is reporting that several sources have told them that former Yankee, four-time world champion Tino Martinez is one of the finalists for the hitting coach job with the Boston Red Sox. Wonder how that will go over with Yankee fans. And Suffern native Walt Weiss has been named the manager of the Colorado Rockies. What a jump it's been for Walt Weiss. Last year, he was coaching a high school baseball team. In 2013, he'll be the manager of the Rockies. He signs a one-year deal, which is not exactly a high form of confidence in a manager.
The National Hockey League and the Players Association meeting in New York for a third consecutive day to try to end the lockout, which has now reached day 54. This ESPN New York Sports Center was brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Join 98.7 FM, ESPN New York, and Bud Light at the Nutty Irishman in Farmingdale this Sunday from 4 until 6 p.m. Watch all of the NFL action and enjoy some Bud Lights. Come down and enter for your chance to win a VIP Gang Green grand prize.
Let's go.
The Knicks are 3-0, their best start in years, and one of the reasons is Jason Kidd. Now, by the way, I don't know if Jason remembers this. He's with us right now. Jason, how you doing? Michael and Don here.
How you doing, Mike?
you said that when you signed with the Knicks, you were going to sign up for a weekly spot with us if you came to the Knicks. So we're going to call you on it soon.
I remember.
Are the Knicks this good, or is this just a nice streak and things are going to level out?
Well, it's just the beginning of this, journey. It's really early. But I think we, as a team, believe that we can play at this level. And we've had a great training camp. We're a veteran ball club where we can make changes on the run. And so, this is something that we want to build on. This is just one step in going in the right direction. But where you see everybody touching the ball, we're getting wide open looks, and we're playing defense. And you have had guys who've won championships, and they've all talked about it starts with our defense, and that's what we're doing.
Well, a positive way of saying it is that you guys are experienced, and a negative way to say is that there are some guys that are a little long in the tooth, especially coming off the bench. Is that a concern for you, Jason?
No, I think it's a great thing to have that wisdom. No matter the way we look at it, we feel that we're one of the deepest teams in the league. So if someone happens to have an injury or can't go that night, that just gives someone an opportunity to pick up that person's load and be successful.
Is that a big job, though, for Mike Woodson? Because I would say with the age on the roster, he's really got to manage minutes. He can't push guys that are 38, 39, 40 years old. Is that something that you think that Woodson's going to have to keep a close eye on?
Well, everybody talks about our age, but when we look at the parts, that we have some very young parts. When you look at Brewer, Mello, Felton, JR, I mean, we have guys that are going to probably log some heavy minutes, but, there's going to be a time when a 30-something-year-old is going to have to play a couple minutes here or there somewhere in March, and, we're going to be prepared to do that if we have to.
Now, I'm 51, Jason. In my mind, I'm 12. I feel like I'm 35. So how old do you feel?
I feel like I'm 25. I think taking care of your body, making sure that you come in ready for camp, but just, doing everything that you're supposed to do as a professional has helped me, and I think for my teammates. You look at Rashid, he was away from the game, and I tell you, he looks like he was back in that Detroit uniform when they won the championship the other night.
All right, you've got some pieces that are also missing early on, and, of course, the biggest piece is Amari. So, Jason, how do you think he fits in once he comes back? It may not be until January. If you guys are clicking and playing well, how do you think he'll fit into what's happening with New York?
Well, he's a big part of this team, and he's going to fit in. And that's, there's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. That's just the makeup of our team. We're going to make sure that he's going to be successful when he's ready to play. And that's the beauty of this team, is that no matter who is out there, we cheer for one another, and we push one another in practice. And that's you can see that with these first 3 games. Guys are having fun, but guys are getting better, and Amari's going to have that same effect on this team.
Everything I'm hearing, Jason, is that the voices from the bench are Woodson, Rashid, and you. I mean, everybody can hear you shouting out instructions. Number one, is that something that you feel comfortable doing? Number two, you think that this is going to be an itch that you're going to scratch to become a coach one day?
I'll answer the questions backwards. I wouldn't mind to be a coach. I would love that would be a great challenge. When I'm done playing, that would be something I would definitely look at. For voices, I try to sit at the end of the bench to keep the guys into the game at the end, and also just share with the guys that I sit next to, Mello or Ray, about what I see out there that they can maybe take advantage of. And I don't think my voice is as strong as Rashid or Coach Woodson, so if you hear my voice, it's because they're probably taking a deep breath, ready to scream out something.
So how strange is it playing on the Garden floor for the first time as a Knick, as opposed to being, especially when you were a Net or any of the other teams you're playing for, of having the fans rooting for you instead of against you?
I think it's a dream come true when you talk about, if not the best place to play the game of basketball. The Garden is a magical place, and for years I've been on the other side of that, being the opponent, and now to be here and be cheered for by the hometown fans, it's a great feeling. And they only ask for you to go out there and play hard and that's what we're trying to give them.
All right, tomorrow you play the Mavericks, so I'm wondering how weird that's going to be for you. I mean, you won a championship with them. There seems to be some discord because Cuban said that he thought you were coming back and didn't like the fact that you signed with the Knicks. So is there going to be any drama there tomorrow?
No drama. Cuban is, if not one of the best owners in professional sports. He gave me an opportunity to fulfill my dream, and that's to win a championship. And so, again, he's put the pieces together for the Mavs to be competitive. They're playing at a high level right now, so we're going to have our hands full tomorrow. But Dirk, Sean, there's not that many people left from that championship team, and right now I don't think there's anyone playing on tomorrow night. Dirk is hurt and Sean is hurt, so it's going to be different. But this is a business, and my job is to try to get our team to win tomorrow.
Does it bother you, the comments that Cuban made about he's not going to put your number up in the rafters? He's kind of upset. He said maybe I'll get over it. But does it bother you that he said that, because you did help fulfill job one, and that's win a championship there?
Yeah, it didn't bother me. I've always played this game to win, and jerseys are definitely something that I don't really think about. Championships, come first. Winning and trying to win that championship is, your main goal. And as you get older, that just becomes the main focus. Early in my career, you just worry about stats and trying to win ball games, and now it's just about that W and getting ready for June.
So was it tougher to leave Dallas than any place else because that's where you got your ring?
It was tough because it was it's a special place. The fans are great. The owner's great. And look, and by when I'm done, Dirk will probably be, if not the best teammate I've ever played with. But I have another new teammate in Melo that I think can give him a run for his money. But I think, Dirk was great, low-maintenance superstar, and he was a big reason why we won that championship.
I've always wondered this, and I know that you'll give us a straight answer. If I had a boss that was constantly on top of me, constantly sitting while we're doing the radio show, constantly as I'm doing the 8 game, it would wear on me. And Mark Cuban is constantly there. How is that?
Well, he's a fan. He loves the game of basketball. He definitely expresses himself to the officials or to his team. But I think he's good for the game because he wants to win. He's a competitor. But probably sitting in your studio, if your boss was there every day, that probably would get a little tight.
Oh, yeah.
So we get to go to the other side of the floor so we can't hear him.
So you never wanted to punch him in the mouth?
Never, never. He's the best. I think, and he might not agree with this, but for our run in the playoffs, he did go silent. So that definitely helped us.
Jason, you're no different a player now than you were the day before you won the championship. The same goes for Dirk. Does it bother you? Is it fair that players get judged by the amount of rings and that you're held now to a different standard because you finally have one?
It is. I mean, you got some great players out there who haven't won, and I guess they fall into that second tier, which is probably unfair because they've worked as hard as anybody else who's won a championship. And you look at Stockton, that I think sometimes gets overlooked as being, if not the best point guard to ever play the game, and probably because he didn't win a championship.
Ego-wise, is it tough not being introduced with the starters? Now, you've been actually starting some games, but is it going to be tough when everybody is healthy and Jason Kidd's going to just come off the bench?
Oh, I think that's a great role. I'm looking forward to that. I mean, it's just another part of my career as a player to adapt. And I came in this league, people felt I couldn't shoot, and I worked on that, and I've overcome that. And now, if I have to come off the bench to help that second unit, that's what it's all about, is just helping my teammates win.
All right, Jason, before we let you go, a little rapid fire. I'm going to say something. You tell me the first thing that comes to your mind. Ready?
All right.
When I say Nets, you say?
They're happy to be in Brooklyn.
When I say LeBron James, you say?
Greatest player in the league.
When I say Knicks, you say?
On our way to win a championship.
When I say how long, you say?
Forever.
Is it going to be this year, next year?
Oh, you mean for the championship?
Yeah, yeah.
When you said first thing that comes to my mind, I was like, forever. I'm going to play forever.
Okay.
Well, you know, it's funny when people talk about windows. This is our window of opportunity. Anytime you put on a uniform, and why, you know, we got to try to win one this year. Why not?
When I say Madison Square Garden, you say?
Best place to ever play.
When I say Carmelo, you say?
Will go down as one of the greatest basketball players to play.
When I say weekly spot with Kay and LaGreca, you say?
It's done.
Yes!
So let's do it. Every Thursday.
Oh,
3:30.
yeah. Let's make it happen,
Done.
Jason.
How's that?
That sounds perfect.
I got one quick one, Jason, because you mentioned that the Nets better off in Brooklyn. I think everybody does agree. But what are your memories of those runs to the finals in New Jersey? You look back at that fondly for not just the run to the final, but the Meadowlands and the New Jersey fans and all that.
New Jersey was great. You know, my time in New Jersey, if not probably people will say was the best basketball I've played. You know, we had a great run to get to the finals. We had some great teams. You know, that first year people didn't quite understand what to expect, and we ended up winning 50-some games and getting to the finals. You know, the fans were great. You know, people say if we were on the other side of this river, it would have been mayhem. But, you know, it was a great experience, a great time in my life, and hopefully New Jersey gets another team somewhere down the road.
All right, Jason, I'll see you tomorrow at the game. Have a good time. Thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
you got
Jason.
it. All right, do you think the Knicks have a chance at a championship this year? I don't, but I'll tell you why. ESPN, but first, here's Donnie.
All right, first of all, the problem with winning is you got to be committed. You got to be all in. And you're all in with your fantasy team, but the players don't seem to be getting together for you. Guys get hurt. I got Maurice Jones-Drew. He's hurt. He's out. He can't help me. You know, I get Matt Ryan. He gets a bye a couple of weeks ago when I got a big game. How am I supposed to survive that? So if there is a way that you're able to just enter each week, just hit the refresh button. That would be so cool. That's what FanDuel.com gives you the opportunity to do. There's no season-long commitment. New contests with new lineups every week. Enter as many contests as you like. Fresh lineups for each and every entry. Enter your part of the $1 million paid out every week of the football season. There's a guy in Detroit that has won $273,000 this year on FanDuel.com. Daily leagues are on FanDuel.com, and they're the hottest thing in fantasy football. They've got a huge choice of contests. Enter at any level from $0 up to $500. FanDuel is giving our listeners free entry into an exclusive $1,000 fantasy football contest going down right now. Use my promo code DON, D-O-N, to get your free entry. There's $1,000 in payouts up for grabs. But don't wait. Use your smartphone to sign up now. Just go to FanDuel.com. FanDuel.com. Earn real money playing fantasy football. FanDuel.com. Promo code DON, D-O-N.
The honeymoon is over. LeBron and the Heat destroy the Nets in Miami. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
There are holidays And then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Now is the perfect time to upgrade during the first ever Rally Motors Luxury Sales Event, where upgrading to luxury has never been easier. Take advantage of attractive lease offers, special financing, and receive above book value for your trade-in. Whether you're thinking of buying or leasing a Mercedes-Benz, Smart Car, or Sprinter van, Rally Motors features one of the area's largest selections of competitively priced vehicles. Experience the difference during the Luxury Sales Event and see why customers choose Rally Motors. To learn more, stop by or visit them online at rallymotors.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
McGregor here on a Thursday afternoon in New York City. Hope you got through the nor'easter yesterday, and hope that everything's working out in terms of the damage from Hurricane Sandy, that it didn't set people back too far.
I hope not. I mean, everything was fine as far as getting home for me. I didn't have a lot of traffic, which was nice. Just go slow. But it's nice. We're going to get a few nice days here and hopefully get back to as close to normal as possible.
The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico, 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. So you think Jason lives up to the weekly?
He's always been an honest enough guy with us. It's just a matter of whether the Knicks will allow it, I think.
That would be the key.
I think Jason would do it once a week. We got a nice rapport with him, but I don't think it's completely his call.
I think that they probably are getting a little bit chapped about the age thing, which I think I could understand why they'd get chapped because they're constantly asked about it. But, boy, it's the elephant in the room because age takes something away from you. It makes you different. It makes you get hurt, and it makes you take longer to get back from injuries. And I think that eventually somebody in that AARP rotation is going to go down. I mean, we've already seen what Marcus Camby, but they say he's going to be ready to play tomorrow with the calf injury. But you can't ignore the fact that their bench is older.
Especially in basketball. All sports, but really basketball, it's so athletic. So when you've got guys that are older, they're going to break down. I mean, don't you think that at some point during the course of the season, I mean, already Marcus Camby can't go. Would you be surprised if there's a game and Kurt Thomas leaves, is unavailable for the next game because of a calf or a knee, or maybe Jason Kidd misses a couple of games? It's going to happen. Age catches up with everyone, especially in this sport. It's a youthful, exuberant sport. But I think what Jason's trying to say is, hey, when you look at our starting rotation, age is not a factor. And when you look at the experience on the bench, that's also helpful. So, yeah, there's some negatives to it, but there are some positives, and we'll see how it goes from there.
Watch the Nets against the Heat yesterday. And, boy, the Nets are so far behind the Heat. They lost by 30 points. They look terrible. They were terrible from three-point range, and it does tell you how valuable Wallace is. Because nobody's going to stop LeBron, but Wallace, I think, Billy King, the GM of the Nets, has admitted this. He built a team that matched up specifically with the Heat because he figured he'd have to get through the Heat to get to the finals. And Wallace is the guy who's supposed to slow down LeBron James. No Wallace, no chance. And, he almost gave him a triple-double yesterday and didn't even play that long.
Hey, listen, the fact is they blew a 22-point lead against Minnesota. They lose by 30 yesterday.
That was
not been a good, 5 quarters for this team over the last couple of games. Now, Avery Johnson said before the game it's going to take some time. They've only got 5 returners from last year, and one of them is Brook Lopez, who didn't even play. Last year. So it's going to take time for the kind of chemistry to go. I think that's what the Lakers are going through out west, too. It's still only 3 games, so I'm not going nuts with the Knicks in a positive way because it's only 3 games. I can't get nuts that the Nets are 1-2 from the other side of it. But you get 20, 30 games in and you start seeing the same things, then that's a problem.
Oh, it was awful. That was a tough game yesterday. That was a tough game to watch. They got to be better than that. I'm sorry. You can't put a performance. I know that Miami's the class of the league, and that's why I don't think the Knicks are going to win a championship this year because I don't think the Knicks match up with Miami. But not many teams do. And, you want to see the Nets at full strength with Wallace in there. But, my goodness, that was embarrassing the way they played.
Related to the conversation we just had about the Jets. The NBA is the opposite from the NFL. The NFL is, you know what, you can get in there and a 9-7 team can beat a 15-1 team. We saw that last year with the Giants. You'd like to be the 1 seed. You'd like to get a bye. But if you're in it, you have just as much a chance as anybody else because it's just one game and upsets always happen. But in the NBA, it's about 3 or 4 teams. Hardly ever do you see 6s and 7s and 8s advance far in the playoffs. You got to be a high seed. You got to be one of the top 2 seeds to really have a legitimate chance, and that's what the Knicks have to do. So it's not just sneak in and make a run. That's not how the NBA is.
All right, so we have Bill Parcells coming up at 4 o'clock. We always look forward to that on a Thursday. But a couple of stories we want to hit. Remember, everybody jumped us. We were making too much of Marcus Vick and his tweets that said we want to be traded out of Philadelphia.
Right.
Well, today Michael Vick came out and said, I told my brother to shut off the Twitter. So was it the media or Michael Vick's coming out and saying you'll never hear that again? Marcus is not going to be on Twitter.
Hey, listen, I'm with you, but the people that knocked us saying that this was a media creation, they're going to just blame the media again. That Michael Vick was forced to do this because the media made a big deal out of it.
Did you see this story that USC fired a student manager for the football team because he deflated 5 game balls before below regulation levels for the USC-Oregon game because he thought that the deflated footballs would take away some of Oregon's explosiveness on offense. So they fired him, okay? Now let me ask you a question. Lane Kiffin said he was, quote, disappointed by the manager's actions. You think a manager acted on his own? He went rogue and decided to take air out of the football. A little punk kid from school is going to take air out of the footballs without the permission of a coach?
You never know. College
that
is wacky, man.
That is very gutsy for a kid to do that.
You've got alumni that never played football that are doing wacky things because they still want to see their alma mater go out and win a championship. It's weird in college, man. I could totally believe somebody going rogue. Well, so you think Kiffin made him do it?
I'm not saying anybody made him do it, but I'd be really surprised. I'm not saying Kiffin, that somebody in a position of authority didn't give this kid the okay. This kid just dreamed this up in his mind. I'm going to deflate the footballs to slow down Oregon.
Well, keep an eye on this kid, see where he ends up. Because if he lands a job someplace else or starts working in some other capacity, then I think you got a point. Because, you know what, if they told him to do it and then threw him under the bus and he didn't get anything out of it, that'd be a bad job out of USC.
And Kiffin said, obviously, as a head coach, everything falls on you. This situation was brought to our attention not till this Sunday by the conference, that there was a situation before the game where a student manager on the Oregon sidelines in front of the Oregon team was deflating footballs. So the kid's not a member of Mensa, let's say that. He's on the Oregon sidelines deflating footballs.
Well, let's say the coach went, somebody within, because this isn't some multi-million-dollar job, okay?
Probably a scholarship job.
Right, so they come to you and say they need you to do this. What do you get? Because if you get caught, you're the one whose name is in the paper. You're the one that loses the job. Everybody throws you under the bus. What do you think you're getting for something like that?
Well, they didn't give his name when they fired him, but I'm sure that somebody could track it down.
Right, now is he going to be able to work again?
Well, he's a student. I don't know if he's going to stay in school or he's just dismissed from the team. But it makes me raise my eyebrow a bit. Have you ever had a cortisone shot?
No.
I had one today.
I heard they're very painful.
They're not fun. They kind of you feel this uncomfortable warmth go through your shoulder. I had it on my shoulder.
But you feel better after?
You feel immediately better, but now it's kind of sore. I hope it works out. I have an inflamed rotator cuff. Too many innings when I was young.
What, wiffle ball?
I used to throw hard in wiffle ball and stick ball, too. I mean, I love when people are on pitch counts now, right? When I was in the Bronx growing up as a kid playing stick ball, I might have thrown 500-600 pitches a game, and you'd play 3 games. So how do you not rip your rotator cuff up?
I haven't played in a while, but we did that stickball thing about 5-6 years ago. Right. Remember Brandon and I were going to play. It never happened, but we were with this team, and Dr. Luongo's team. And every time I threw, I was in pain. But I kept throwing hard. I'm sure my rotator cuff is shot from all the years. I never had surgery. I never had any shots, never any treatment. If I throw hard, it hurts.
But now I'm just lifting my arm, it hurt.
Yeah, you don't want that. Well, if you're getting a cortisone shot, the discomfort of it, if it's still something you do, tells you that what you're going through is a lot worse.
Absolutely. And I've got some stuff coming up in the future where I'm going to have to lift things, and I need a good arm. Let's leave it at that.
What are you lifting that's that heavy, except your wallet?
Bill Parcells joins us in just a moment. Stick around. Parcells on Thursday. Kay and LaGreca, ESPN New York.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick. And you know, the New York Tri-State continues its battle towards recovery after the effects of Hurricane Sandy and now the latest nor'easter. We need your help. Please log on to www.redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. Listen, we've all been affected by Hurricane Sandy in some form. Together, we can all do our part to help our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. Again, for more information on how you can help, log on to redcross.org.
This is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. I'm Christopher Harris. Surprise, Darren McFadden is hurt. There are conflicting reports about whether Run DMC has a high ankle sprain, but given his injury history for the moment, I'm assuming an absence. Unfortunately, his backup, Mike Goodson, is also out. That makes Marcel Reese worth adding in most leagues. He's the running back the Raiders seem to trust more than the speedy Tywan Jones, who's probably more of a deep sleeper right now. With Antonio Brown doubtful to play Monday night against the Chiefs, his fantasy owners can add Emmanuel Sanders, a good player with a similar skill set to Brown. He'll be the quick possession receiver in what's been a dink-and-dunk Steelers offense and should be a top 30 fantasy wideout. Finally, if you're casting around for a tight end, take a look at Dwayne Allen of the Colts. With Kobe Fleener out because of a bad shoulder last week, Allen caught 6 balls for 75 yards. He has 2 red zone touchdowns this season. I'm Christopher Harris with your ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
Right now at the Home Depot, get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698. You save over $800, which means not only can you enjoy holiday savings right now, your new fridge can be stocked and ready for whatever or whoever the season brings. Get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698, available while they last. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
Knicks, Mavericks, Friday night at 7. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for a New York Sports Center. We start with the NFL. The Jets have a big game in Seattle coming up on Sunday. They're 3-5 coming off their bye. Do they still have a chance to make the playoffs? That was the question to Antonio Cromartie earlier today on the NFL Network show NFL AM. Here's Cromartie's answer.
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make the playoff this year.
Week 10 will kick off tonight in Jacksonville as the Colts will travel to Florida to take on the Jags.
Some baseball news. Walt Weiss of Suffern, New York, former A and former Rocky, has been named the Colorado Rockies' new manager. What a jump for Walt Weiss. He was a high school coach last year, and he just signed a one-year deal. Not exactly a firm commitment by the Rockies, a one-year deal to manage the Rockies. One of the finalists for that job was actually Jason Giambi, who told them that he would have retired as a player in order to be the manager. A lot of people thought he would have been a good manager, but that's in the future. Walt Weiss, the manager, at least for 2013. Tino Martinez might be getting back in uniform, but this could be distasteful for Yankee fans, as Martinez now is one of the finalists, according to ESPN Boston, to be the Red Sox hitting coach. And we were just talking about the Nets. Gerald Wallace has been ruled out with a bad ankle for tomorrow night's game in Orlando against the Magic.
For the third consecutive day, the NHL and the NHL Players Association getting together to try to hammer out a new CBA on day 54 of the lockout. Major League Soccer tonight, the Red Bulls playing host to DC United, a makeup of the game that was snowed out yesterday in Harrison, New Jersey. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
All right, we don't want to play favorites, but this is one of our favorite spots of the week. When we have the great Bill Parcells with us every Thursday at 4 o'clock, and the Bill Parcells Report is brought to you by New York Community Bank. Coach Michael Kay and Don LaGreca here. How you doing?
I'm doing well, fellas. I hope you guys are recovered back in New York there. I've seen the news. It didn't look pretty.
No, it wasn't pretty. How's your family on the Jersey Shore? Everybody okay?
Everybody managed. I had a daughter who had to evacuate Manhattan, but she's doing well now. She's back, and things seem to be returning to normal.
Good stuff. Now, speaking along the lines of the Hurricane, Giants lose the game to the Steelers. And Victor Cruz said maybe the Hurricane was a distraction, but most everybody said that it wasn't. Those from the outside looking in, Steve Young said they'd be crazy if it wasn't a distraction. Do you think that the Hurricane had anything to do with the way they played?
Well, I don't know. It's a retrospective view, and they didn't play too well, so I think people look around for reasons. Any disruption in the regular routine usually isn't good, and I'm sure the players were under a little bit of personal duress there with their homes being threatened, and certainly that's not good news, and it can affect your preparation, maybe the extra film you'd look at night, you don't get to do it, and things like that. So, I mean, I don't know. If they'd have won the game, nobody would say anything. But since they didn't, everybody's looking for a reason. I don't know that was it.
Well, and they certainly didn't play well against Dallas the week before either. And one of the biggest problems I have with this team, Bill, offensively, is they get into the red zone more often than any other team in the NFL. But they're one of the worst at converting touchdowns when they're there. From what you've been able to see, what could be the reason?
Well, I think the reason is the same for all teams that happens to, and that is an inability to run the ball into the end zone. And when you can't, they start bunching up their defense a little bit more. The closer you get to the goal line, you got more people to contend with immediately. And when you can't run the ball down in the red zone, usually your efficiency down there is not very good. And running the ball in the red zone is a very, very key element to being a good red zone team.
They're not a great running team anyway, and Don and I have always wondered, Coach, does Eli throw the ball too much, and could that be leading to the fact that he hasn't been playing well of late, that people are just sitting back waiting for him to throw because they don't get burned by the run?
I don't think so. The game is changed. People are a little more wide open, and the Giants have kind of followed that trend, too. I noticed their pass protection seems to be very, very good. They get to throw most of the passes that they attempt. The defense is taking the ball away and giving it to the offense quite a bit. That's another good thing. But no, I don't think so. I just don't think they have a lot of depth at the running back position. And I just don't think they got that running game where they want it right now. I know, being with Tom, I know he wants to run the ball well if he can, and I think that's an area where if they could just improve that one thing, I think that they will be a very, very serious threat to win the championship.
Now, Bill, you love baseball, and we know that batters go into slumps. But do quarterbacks go into slumps? Could Eli be in a slump?
Well, not seeing the coach's video and not knowing exactly what's transpiring, to me the protection looks okay. Now, are the receivers running the cuts and at the right time and place? Is his vision good? Is he seeing the field good? Or there are a lot of variables that are involved in a proficient passing game, and not to know exactly what Eli's seeing and to comment on that and to say it's just a slump. It might be somebody else that's in a slump, and as well. I would think that based on his history, you'll have to think that it's going to improve as they go.
Jets have a huge game in Seattle, Coach. Why is it so difficult to play there?
I played there a number of times. It is a very noisy place. The fans are very, very enthusiastic, and particularly, they haven't had a lot of success in recent years, and now they I think see a chance to be, really competitive. They've got a young quarterback that's kind of giving them a little life. It's a good place. It's a really good venue. The people are right on top of you. You're there. They got people in the field boxes. They've got everything going on there, and it's a good place to play. And I always enjoyed going there just for the experience. And when I was in Dallas, we always played a preseason game there if we could, because it's a lot like playing in Green Bay. It's almost like a regular season game.
All right, so the Jets are 3-5, and we spent a part of the last hour on the show, Bill, talking about if they can get to 9 wins, they've got a chance to make the playoffs. Do you look at this Jet team and say playoff team, or do you look at it and does it not pass the smell test?
Well, what I go by would be what I'm seeing the team do recently. And so let's take a team like the Steelers, who didn't really start too well, but in the last 3 or 4 weeks, they've played much improved football. I think they're a definite threat. San Diego started well, and then they dropped off a little bit. And, they've got a big game this week, because that would be their second win in a row, kind of getting back on track. I think if the Jets don't get on track here pretty soon, they're definitely running out of time. And now the AFC, to me, there's not a lot of teams that really, really scare you. But I do think there's some teams that are going to make the playoffs in the AFC. I think New England is going to make it. I think the Texans are going to make it. Obviously, somebody in the West is going to make it, Denver or San Diego. And, I think Pittsburgh and Baltimore, based on their history, you got to think they're contenders. So there's not many spots left unless they put 4 or 5 wins together here, starting very quickly. They're going to be in trouble.
Bill, last week I asked you, from a Giants perspective, who would scare you more, Washington, Dallas, or Philadelphia? You said Dallas. Would you still feel that way if Dallas were to lose to Philadelphia this week?
I don't know. You alter your opinions. I think Dallas overall has shown, even though they're not winning, I think they have a better team than either of the other two teams. Philadelphia just hasn't been able to get it together. They're turning the ball over at an alarming rate. I think the loser of that game is done for the year. Philly or Dallas, whichever one loses, I think that team will be done. I don't think they can come back.
All right, Dallas made...
Especially in that conference.
Jerry Jones made some news this week, and we always ask about Jerry, and you've come out and said that you really liked him and you liked working with him, but he said that as long as he owns the team, he's going to be the GM. He can't see a situation where he wouldn't have final say over personnel. Is that one of the reasons that they haven't won a Super Bowl in forever?
I don't think so. I think it's, whoever really controls the money has the final say, because there are a lot of situations where you got to decide whether you're going to pay players or not play, who you're going to draft, how much you're going to spend on free agents, those kinds of things. So I don't think that Jerry operating the way he does is the reason they haven't won. I think the reason they haven't won is that they haven't accumulated enough good players at once, and then the opportunities that they did have, they haven't taken advantage of, and they don't come along all the time. So when you get your real chance, they had a real chance a few years back. They were 13-3, and the Giants went down there and beat them. Well, had they won that game, they might have been Super Bowl champs.
I'm just curious. He's not just your typical owner. He actually did put on a jockstrap, and he played a high level in college. When you talk to him, does he know football like a football man, or does he know football like an owner?
You can't, unless you live it and devote your whole life to it, you can't know it like a football man knows it. And so I wouldn't say that he does, because he's got so many other businesses that he's attending to that he gives his close personal attention to. But football is really his love, and he's passionate. And I like working for him because he would put his money where his mouth is, and he was always with you and encouraging you and trying to do what he could do to help you. And, that's all a coach can ask for.
When you look at the success that Dallas has had, it was when you were the head coach or Wade Phillips the head coach.
We didn't have that much when I was the head coach.
But you got to the playoff. Yeah, and you should have won that playoff.
We got there a couple times. That's right.
Right, and Wade Phillips and then Jimmy Johnson, guys that had a resume, guys that had coached, before, whether it's Dave Campo, whether it's Jason Garrett. Is it tough for a guy that's maybe a little inexperienced at the coaching level to be able to push back and have the relationship with Jerry?
Well, I can't speak for the other guys. I think if you look at it, you might say that based on the history of the franchise. But, I can't speak for those guys. I don't know how much input they have or how much Jerry feels like he can rely on their opinion. That's not being there is very difficult. I know I can only speak when I was there. I think he took my opinion into consideration very strongly. You always have a difference of opinion. Any organization like that says, or fellows that says, hey, everybody's on the same page all the time, that's not true. There are differences of opinion within every organization on drafts, on how to do this, which free agents to go after. Not everybody thinks the same. If you had that, it would be an unhealthy situation.
Now, I know that you have a relationship with Sean Payton. You're close with him, and his contract has been voided, the extension that he signed with the New Orleans Saints. Can you see him staying in New Orleans, or do you think that he would be a guy that Jerry Jones would pursue?
Well, I don't know that. I know Jerry knows him well. We were there together in Dallas, and I know Jerry has a high regard for him. That all being said, and I don't know anything for sure, but I would say I would be surprised if Sean Payton left New Orleans. That would surprise me.
Because he loves it there.
Well, I don't know about that. I just think he feels an obligatory responsibility to that city and that franchise, and they're the ones that gave him a chance. And I just think I'd be surprised. That's all.
Now,
I don't know anything.
The reason that the contract was voided, and I was looking forward to asking you this, was because it was tied to a codicil that if Mickey Loomis wasn't there, had been suspended, and they said it set a bad precedent. But you signed a similar contract in Miami where you said if Heisinger sold the team, that you could get out of there, and they okayed that. Are you surprised that they didn't okay Peyton's contract?
Well, that's a little different in nature in this respect, fellas, that it was an owner that was agreeing to do this. And, the owners and the league office work in concert. Now you're talking about two employees being linked together. And I think that's the difference that, that happened, that they don't want a precedent of two employees of the team. The owner can decide to do what he wants to do.
But the owner, Benson, signed off on it. And another codicil for Peyton was that if, the daughter takes over the team, there was also some kind of escape clause. It's just weird if the owner signed off on it, why the NFL wouldn't feel comfortable.
Well, sometimes they don't. Some of these other owners might have an opinion on them.
Gotcha.
And, I think that's what, I'm not saying that's what happened, but I think there could be, some owners that are influential that can have their say on some of those kinds of things.
One final thing, Bill, before we let you go. We know that you like Tony Sparano a lot. He was there in Miami with you. Get a lot of heat in New York. It's been an unimaginative offense. They haven't used Tebow at all. Do you think that Tony Sparano is a good offensive mind?
I think the coaches coach what they have, and I don't think you can look at Tony Sparano and say, okay, this is the way he totally is. The head coach is responsible for what the product on the field. I'm sure Tony's doing the best he can. I do think he has a good offensive mind, but I think you need to ask the head coach about those things.
Good enough. Bill, we enjoy talking with you, and we'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend.
Okay, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Bill.
Bill Parcells Report brought to you by New York Community Bank and the NYCB family of banks, where you always get more. Visit them at nycbfamily.com. That, to me, spoke volumes. Now you heard it, and I heard it, and maybe we interpreted it differently. He's essentially saying he can only do what the coach is allowing him to do, and he can only do what the talent allows him to do.
And that's why the comment Buttle always says play calling's overrated, is because you got to execute. And it sounded to me like Bill Parcells didn't believe that the Jets have enough talent, or the game plan that the head coach puts out is enough for this coach in Tony Sparano to be able to show what he really can do.
And he said, I think that Tony Sparano has a good offensive mind. And I got to be honest, I have not been impressed at all with the Jets' offensive scheme, at all. Well, they're predictable. They're not dynamic. Maybe they just don't have dynamic talent.
Well, the talent is a little different than it was last year, but I think the same could be said for Schottenheimer. What did we talk about all last year, Michael? Is it that he doesn't want to throw the ball downfield, or is it he doesn't have the talent to throw the ball downfield? And I think last year's problem was they just didn't have the time to throw the ball downfield because the offensive line really struggled. But you can't always just blame the coach. They want to do the right thing. Every play they design is to work. They want to score. They want to win games.
Then why do coaches get fired? Why is Schottenheimer gone?
Because just like baseball, you can't get rid of all 25 guys. Sometimes it's just easier to get rid of the coach. But you can't tell me that it's a fundamental difference of what everybody wants to be done, because these two guys go about things a little differently, and neither one's working.
All right, let's try to go inside the numbers, though. Do you believe that Sparano was forced on Ryan because Mike Tannenbaum was very close with Parcells? Parcells really gave him his first shot when Parcells was with the Jets, and Parcells loves Sparano. He named him the coach over Rex Ryan in Miami. It came down to those two. Did Tannenbaum, on the recommendation of Parcells, hire Sparano, and Rex really wasn't on board?
Well, if that's the case, then Rex has to speak up. He is the head coach of the team. He should have a say. He's got enough street cred within that organization to be able to say, I want to be able to pick my offensive coordinator. If it was forced upon him, Michael, that's a bad job out of Rex. But I know they really never got along when he was the head coach of Miami, and it's not like Rex spends a lot of time.
Who never really got along?
Rex and Tony did.
Right.
And for them, for Rex to not really be an offensive guy, is it possible that Rex just said, hey, listen, you do what you want to do with the offense, I got my defense, and we'll go at it? But if Rex had a fundamental problem with Tony, he should have said something. But the way it looks, it just doesn't look. It looks like it was thrown together. And I just have a sneaking suspicion that Rex is not fully on board with the personnel and his coaches and what's happening.
Here's what I don't understand. You got to be a good soldier, and you are an employee. But at some point, it's going on your record. And the same thing with Sparano. If you don't think this is working, then he and Rex have to hash it out and go, this is what I want to do. If Rex doesn't think it's working, this is what I want to do. If Rex didn't want Sparano or didn't want Tebow, I mean, you got to stand up and show some onions and go, this is my career. And if I'm going down with the people and the personnel I want. You can't just accept everything.
The point is, we know Rex wants to run the football, right? He's made that known, ground and pound. But is Tony the guy to execute that? And if he is, do they have the personnel to make it work? Is Sean Green and Bilal Powell enough to be ground and pound. And I'm not sure. So I think it really comes down to talent, Michael. The head coach wants to do something, but the talent's not there. So where's the disconnect? In the offensive coordinator? In Mike Tannenbaum, the guy that goes out and gets players? Is it Terry Bradway who evaluates the draft and looks at free agents? Because why are you ground and pound and they don't have the talent to do it? And that's what Bill Parcells pretty much said is, don't kill the coach. He may not have the personnel to run what he wants to run. So I think it just keeps circling back to, do they have the talent to do not only what's necessary in winning, but also to do what they want to do as a football team?
Then why did they lie to us about Tebow? I mean, really, they sold us a bill of goods about Tebow.
Because they felt that they were going to be able to run the football. And they felt with Tebow, they'd be able to use the Wildcat more because the run would be there for them. They haven't been able to run the football.
But they haven't been able to run the football, so they give the football to a plodding big man who's a quarterback. In order for him to run the football, even if they had a good running game, he would have to at least have the option of throwing the ball. What's he thrown it 3 times this year?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
By my count, yeah.
It's ridiculous. He's not a running back. He's not Adrian Peterson. He's a big, plodding, strong man. And in the NFL, you know what? They're mostly big men. So he's not going to run over them like he could at Florida. And the only reason he was able to run at will in Denver was because he was the quarterback. And there was a threat that he would throw. The blame has to be placed somewhere. And I think it's placed at the top. It's got to be Tannenbaum and Ryan. You might not like Sperano, but it's got to be looked at Tannenbaum and Ryan. Right. Why? We'll talk about it in just a moment. The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. To see how much you could save, call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
All right, Mike and Mike. Herman Edwards is here. While we were sitting in the break, Herman looked up to me and said, Tebow going to play this week?
Yep, and I say bring him out. Let the train get on the track. Give him a series of plays. We can run the ball with this guy. We know he can run inside the tackles. He's very difficult to defend. Why not use this guy on the road?
How would you use him?
Just put him in there and say, it's your turn. I'm giving you the ball. It's your series. Let's see if you can orchestrate a drive for us. Let's see what happens.
Mike and Mike. Mornings at 6. ESPN New York. 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on Cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now, I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir, no, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
It's fun to debate your favorite teams and players, but the debate is over when it comes to where you go for your next set of tires. See the experts at your local Ford dealer for big savings on name brand tires during the Big Tire event, going on now.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels which lead to the heart and brain affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
It's Thursday, ESPN Radio Sports Beat time. Hi, everybody. This is Mike Tirico. This Chuck Pagano story of inspiration and his fight against treatable form of leukemia that he has, plus what his football team has built, really getting emotional and exciting, too. The Colts have a chance to win 4 in a row, 5 of their last 6, if they win to start Week 10 of the NFL season tonight in Jacksonville against a Jaguar team that candidly looks as bad as any team in the NFL through these first 9 weeks of the season. So let's spin our focus to the Colts. Of course, there's inspiration from their coach. You've seen shaved heads from the players this week after their visit from Pagano last Sunday after the victory over Miami. When you look at them on the field, we knew Andrew Luck was going to be good. Nobody missed on that one. He's been better than I even thought he would. His record number of yards are going to send his jersey that he wore last week to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But what he's doing when there are other jerseys around him in the pocket, standing tall, taking hits and delivering accurate passes to a good receiving core, plus the development of running backs and the defensive ends who are there when they get the lead to still try to close the game. Something special happening, and it's not just emotion. It's also talent. Indianapolis is going to stay in this wild card race deep into December. Virginia Tech has always been a constant on special teams, defense, and playing at home over the last 25 years. Special teams haven't been great this year. Defense has struggled mightily, but at home they're 4-0, and that's the one Tech hope is Logan Thomas, the quarterback. Goes up against Florida State, number 10 in the country, and clearly the best team in the ACC. That's ESPN tonight at 8 Eastern. The start of the college hoop season, and where it's happening after this.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. The Oklahoma Sooners sit with 2 defeats, but those came to the 2nd and 4th ranked teams in the country.
Has a block. Touchdown!
Can they get into the BCS? Up next, they'll face the Baylor Bears.
Goes towards the end zone and intercepted.
The Baylor Bears at the 12th ranked Oklahoma Sooners. Saturday at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
So Michigan State, always creative in how they schedule, and Connecticut are over in Germany at an Air Force base, giving U.S. troops basketball in person to start this college hoop season. Also, multiple games going to be happening on aircraft carriers around the country. Some may be critical and say, well, that's played out theme. For the troops who get these games, it really matters in the awareness of our military, especially on this Veterans Day week. With the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, this is Mike Tirico.
Quote.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by the Borgata. This fall, forget the leaves and start raking chips. The Fall Poker Open at the Borgata, November 7th through the 21st. Over 40 events. The Borgata Fall Poker Open, the perfect season to bag some money. We just talked to Bill Parcells just moments ago here on the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Talked about some of the problems that the Jets have had offensively. And we asked Bill Parcells whether Tony Sparano is one of the reasons why the team has not been able to move the football.
I think the coaches coach what they have, and I don't think you can look at Tony Sparano and say, okay, this is the way he totally is. The head coach is responsible for what the product on the field. I'm sure Tony's doing the best he can. I do think he has a good offensive mind. But I think you need to ask the head coach about those things.
Antonio Cromartie was a guest of the NFL Network's NFL AM show this morning, and he said the Jets will make the playoffs this year. He says he believes in each other, they believe in the head coach, and they are definitely going to the playoffs this year. The Jets will be in Seattle to take on the Seahawks. The Giants will be in Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Week 10 will kick off tonight from Jacksonville. Jaguars playing host to the Colts.
Some baseball news. Suffering New York's Walt Weiss has been named the manager of the Colorado Rockies, replacing Jim Tracy, who quit at the end of the season. Weiss, who was a high school baseball coach this year, got a one-year deal from the Rockies. And Yankee fans might not want to hear this, but ESPNBoston.com reporting that sources tell them that Tino Martinez is one of the finalists for the Boston Red Sox hitting position.
Day 54 of the NHL lockout. The two sides getting together for a third consecutive day in Manhattan and in Harrison, New York. Tonight, playoffs for Major League Soccer. The Red Bulls play host to DC United. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Let's break it down to its purest sense, okay? Somebody has to take the blame. And waste runs downhill, or a fish rots from the head. That's pretty much all it is. And I'm going to look at the Tim Tebow situation. If Tim Tebow was forced on Tannenbaum and Ryan by Woody Johnson can't be fired. If those guys didn't fight the fight to keep this guy off, then they're going to have to take the heat because he hasn't been used. That's number one. Number two, if they wanted the guy and they haven't used him at all, they haven't figured out a way to use him, then they've got to take even more heat. Either way, it's on them. It is on them. If the offense stinks, you could blame the offensive coordinator like you did with Brian Schottenheimer, but you have to blame Rex Ryan. Ground and pound, ground and pound, ground and pound, but you don't have a great running back. You've got to blame Rex Ryan. You have got to coach to the players on your team. That would be as if the Yankees all of a sudden said, we want to be a team that steals bases. And they've got 38-year-old players on their team that can't run. So the Jets want to be ground and pound, and what has it shown you? Where has it been manifested that they're a good running team? So you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I think the blame has to fall on Rex. This is coming from a fan of Rex. But you've got to change your scheme. And the way Parcells made it sound, and you just heard Parcells' interview, and if you didn't, you heard Don play that clip on SportsCenter, Sparano seems like he has his hands tied. So whose fault is it? You got to blame the head coach and the GM.
Of course, that's where the buck stops, right? I mean, Woody Johnson is not Jerry Jones. He's not a football guy. Even Bill Parcells questioned how much of a football guy Jerry Jones is, but still he's much more than Woody Johnson is. Woody Johnson suggests he's the one that cuts the checks, but it's the football people that have to make the right decisions here. So when you go out and get a player, even if you're told by Woody Johnson to do it, it's going to fall on Mike Tannenbaum. And if those players don't execute, it's going to fall on the head coach and the coaches under him. But I just wonder, is Rex being forced by someone else to go out and get Tim Tebow, to have Tony Sparano be his offensive coordinator? Or is it, and I think there's some evidence to back this up, is it, hey, that's offense, that's not my bag?
Well, then he's guilty on both counts then.
Absolutely. Because this was a guy who didn't know that Schottenheimer had pulled Holmes out of the game.
Right.
This was Rex Ryan, who wasn't sure if Sean Green was in the game or not when he suffered the concussion.
He said, I think he was
right. So you just wonder, Rex being a defensive guy, whether he says, hey, Tony's my offensive guy. He makes those decisions. Mike Tannenbaum's the guy that goes out and gets the players. I'm the head coach of the team. I'm a defensive guy. I'm going to focus on where I can really apply my expertise. If that's the case, then that's the wrong way to look at it. Because I always bring up this analogy. Brian Billick was the offensive coordinator of one of the most potent offenses in the history of football, the Minnesota Vikings. And when he took over as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, they didn't have a clue offensively, and they won a Super Bowl with one of the best defenses of all time. As a head coach, you take the talent that you have and you make it work. Bill Parcells was ground and pound with the Giants. He had Drew Bledsoe in New England. There was a game, he threw 70 passes in a game. You take the talent that you have. The fact that you say I'm ground and pound and you don't have the running back to do it, that's just being stubborn. You have to look and say, here's what we have. Let's make this work. And this ground and pound to me, I just think is, hey, that's a philosophy that he has. But you got to think deeper than that. That's why I just wonder, is it, hey, I'm a ground and pound guy. I want my offense to go out there and don't screw it up for the defense. Don't turn the ball over in your own territory. Don't make any mistakes, and our defense will win the game.
But here's the deal. You're dipping your toe in the water. If the Jets are truly a ground and pound team, then start Tim Tebow. Let him throw the ball 10 times and let him run the Wildcat and really run the Wildcat. If you want to keep the ball on the ground, that's how you do it. It would seem to be that this is a situation where you don't trust the quarterback. But I think the greatest indictment of the Jet front office and their coaching staff, starting with Rex, is the way they have used or misused or not used Tim Tebow. How is that possible over 8 games that he has been an absolute non-factor? And this is coming from someone who didn't think you should get Tebow. But once you got him, don't you have to use him? He's thrown the ball 3 times. He runs straight ahead into the line. There's no razzle-dazzle at all. So either you wanted him and you're screwing it up, or you didn't want him and you lied to the fans, or you didn't want him and you allowed the owner to force him on you, but you're the guy who's going to ultimately pay the price. Right. Every single way you come out looking bad.
But however, whether it's Rex, Tannenbaum, Tony, whoever it is, they know more football than we do, right? So they want to win games, and they know their offense isn't any good. So what does it say that they still won't use Tebow? That tells me that the people evaluating this look at it and say, Tebow's not the answer. Because we don't get to see practice all the time. Well,
what was the question then? How to sell PSLs?
Well, why else? Because here's an offense that's struggling, right? I mean, you went out and you got Tim Tebow. The offense is struggling. Now, I'm not saying you should bench Mark Sanchez, but I'm saying is that you went and got Tim Tebow to drive defensive coordinators crazy. You went and got Tim Tebow because he was going to add a different dynamic to your offense. We've played 8 games. This offense has not done very much. It's been unproductive, right?
Right.
And yet they still don't use Tim Tebow. So I have to believe that Tim Tebow has shown this organization nothing to make them believe that Tebow can change what's going on.
Now, Mike Tannenbaum was on with Don and Lupica, I believe it was yesterday, and he said everybody, you guys included, are reading too much into the term ground and pound.
I think sometimes, guys, that term gets a little bit of a broad brush because ground and pound also, in my mind, represents a mindset of toughness. It's been the foundation of what our success has been here with Rex. But Tony's also a guy that's thrown the ball down the field. And, just as an example, Jeremy Curley's averaging 15.9 yards a catch, which for a slot receiver is obviously, very high. So there's a lot of things that we want to do. And being around Coach Sperano every day, I can't tell you how impressed they've been with him. He's a grinder. He doesn't flinch when, there are bumps in the road. I think he's a disciplined guy. He demands a lot of our guys, and there are things on offense that are getting better. Obviously, it's not manifesting itself in wins, but I'm confident being around him every day that, we are going to be ground and pound, and obviously that's been successful for us, but we'll also be able to get the ball down the field, which at times we have this year.
When's that happen?
Yeah, at times is not good enough. You're 3-5. And your offense, outside of spurts against Buffalo and Indianapolis, has not been consistent. They've been shut out in their own building. So it's not working. Whatever you want to call it. Air Coryell or ground and pound. It's not working.
I don't know how can you interpret ground and pound about anything but running the ball? If it's about toughness and down your throat kind of a game, punch in the mouth sort of a game. Ground and pound means you want to pound the ball. You want to keep it on the ground and pound the ball. I mean, I wasn't an English major at Fordham, but I kind of know the definition of words. Ground and pound means you want to run the ball.
And when do you want to run the football, Michael? When you get a nice lead and you want to milk the clock and get out of Dodge. They haven't been in that situation at all. So what they want to be, they aren't doing. So there sits Tim Tebow, this magical elixir, and they're not using it. Why? Because they look at him and they say, because he ain't going to fix it either.
Right, so why is he here? Alex in Long Island, you're next with Kay and LaGreca.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
I just have a quick question for Don. Don, have you ever been an NFL head coach before?
Of course not.
You seem to be questioning how Rex Ryan goes about his business.
So we should never question anything. Only former head football coaches should have radio shows.
It seems very condescending.
Condescending?
How am I being condescending? Why can't we question?
Rex has a formula, and
so we
don't. And they bring in Sperano to do his job, and they're going to let him do his job.
But is he doing the job? Listen, I can know nothing about football. I know math, and they're 3-5, so it's not working. To say I can't question it, then why is there talk radio? If only people that have been head coaches before can talk about the sport, then why is anybody in the position that we're in? I just said they know more football than I do, and when I look at Tim Tebow not playing, I have to assume they don't think Tim Tebow's going to work.
Yeah,
but at 3-5,
stinks too. That's why there's no ground and pound.
But they're forcing
the ball.
Oh, they're not throwing the ball that much. They throw the ball when they get down. In games, they throw it out of necessity. But if they're ground and pound, how can you be ground and pound if you don't run the ball well? And then you only go to the pass when you're down by 3 touchdowns. And you make Mark Sanchez throw the ball 40 times. And then he has no chance whatsoever to be successful.
And don't start throwing around the resume, because even though I've not been a head coach, I've done the pre and post for the Jets for 11 years. So apparently my credentials are better than yours. So how dare you call me then? But it'd be stupid for me to take that tack, because this is what sports radio is. There isn't anybody that covers the Jets, not one person that covers the Jets for any of the newspapers, websites, radio, or television has been head coach in the NFL before. So the only people that can talk about what's happening in the NFL is Bill Parcells and Herman Edwards and Eric Mangini. That's it. Never claimed to know anything more than I do, but I have the right to question if things aren't working.
And also in terms of their throwing the ball a lot, Sanchez is 17th in the NFL in pass attempts. So they're not even in the top half.
And he's 30th in quarterback rating, so nothing is working. They're not throwing the ball, they're not running the ball, and they're not doing anything offensively.
And our very own Joe Namath thinks there's something behind all of this, that there's not a commitment to winning. What's the commitment to? We'll find out. Kayla, Greg, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit GoToMyPC.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's GoToMyPC.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
College students, recent grads, career changers. Want a position in the multi-billion-dollar sports business industry? Then attend the area's only sports career fair. Manhattanville College will be hosting a sports business career fair on Friday, November 16th from 10:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Come to their campus in nearby Purchase, New York. Meet representatives from the New York Mets, ESPN, the USTA, and many more. Hear from sports industry leaders about what it takes to get started in the fast-growing sports business industry. For more information, call 914-694-3425. That's 914-694-3425. Or sign up online at mville.edu/sportscareerfair. That's mville.edu/sportscareerfair. Admission is free, but you must register. Bring your resume to the Sports Business Career Fair, Friday, November 16th at Manhattanville College.
Well, Joe Namath is on with us every Monday at 6 o'clock with the Joe Namath Hour. He also does a podcast, a blog podcast on SNY. And he kind of repeated some of the stuff that he said to us over the course of the season, where he doesn't think that the Jets' overall commitment is to winning. Here's Joe Willie.
The fans haven't been given a fair shake. I don't think they get a straight story often enough from the powers that be. I think it's kind of condescending talk a bunch of times and telling us how they're developing and who they're getting. I think it's been disrespectful. We can go right to the Tebow thing. I mean, come on. If you're bringing him in to play, where's he been? Are you bringing him in to make other people practice longer? Excuse me. Are you bringing him in trying to get media headlines?
And that's what he went on to say, that they're trying to sell tickets and get media headlines. Again, Don, the Jet people are great with us. We like Mike Tannenbaum. We really like Rex a lot. But the Tebow thing is a stain on the canvas of the 2012 season. If you have the guy here, how do you not use him? And please don't tell me that other teams are wasting so much time preparing for him. They're 3-5. So it's not paying off.
It's not working.
It's not paying off at all.
It's just like anything else, Michael. You make decisions in the NFL, and if it doesn't work, you get fired. But the one thing Joe is right about, and listen, we got another team to compare it to, and I'm sure a lot of other teams do talk up their guys. But, you know, when you're watching Hard Knocks, John Connor, the Terminator, he's gone. He was nothing. You know, Stephen Hill is going to be this amazing player. He's dropping balls. You know, Tim Tebow is going to be this amazing alternative to offense. Nothing. So sometimes I just wonder if we get too caught up in how good they are based on what they just tell us.
But the Tebow thing is so high profile, and the guy did win a playoff game, and I'm not a fan of his as a quarterback, but once you add him, as Namath said, don't you have to use him? And if you don't use him, why is he here? You wasted a fifth-round draft pick on him.
You felt differently. You felt that it was a 100% football move. I felt that this was all about publicity. And, Michael, I think I've been proven right based on how little they've used him. How could I?
You have been.
You know, so maybe he'll be great in the second half of the season, and I'll be proven wrong. But the less they use him, the more it feeds into the speculation that this was just to steal headlines.
And what are they holding him back for? They're 3-5. They've dug a hole for themselves. They didn't sit there and plan in the offseason. Let's start off really slowly and then win, 6 of the last 8 games to get in.
They'd love to have it happen. But what if they did insert Tebow and they started to win games, and they just missed the playoffs, say? You'd be like, well, why didn't they do this sooner? So you get to a point, if you're not going to use him at some point, why even bother now? Because if he does work, everybody will wonder why you didn't do it from day one.
Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Zachary has a take on Tebow. What's up, Zach?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys?
Good, not much.
I've been listening for a while, and I keep hearing spots with Herm Edwards saying, just put him in for a series. But that doesn't work unless you're trying to replace your starting quarterback, right? I mean, I've never seen that. Have you guys?
Well, you saw with the Cowboys many years ago with Morton and Staubach, but that was for one day or one game, and then they went to one quarterback. But you brought him in, Zachary, as a guy who's going to be a change of pace. Yeah. Well, you got to throw the change up in order to have a change of pace.
The last time,
what do you do? Well, like you guys were saying, what do you do if he goes down the field and he scores a touchdown?
Then you keep him in.
Yeah, I think, Zachary, you hit on something that they're also hesitant about. They've given a big contract right now to Mark Sanchez. So they feel the more they play Tebow, the more it becomes a distraction to Sanchez. And then what do you do with Mark Sanchez? The last time I saw it work was the end of Jaworski's career when Randall Cunningham would come in third down situations, but it was known that Jaworski was on the way out, and Cunningham was the future. We don't know that with Mark Sanchez. He's only in his 4th year.
The whole thing is so fouled up. It's so fouled up. You went after Peyton Manning. He said no. You signed Mark Sanchez to an extension, and then you get Tim Tebow. And Tim Tebow is not just some freak show. Tim Tebow got the Broncos into the playoffs last year and won a playoff game. So I don't think he sold one ticket for the Jets. Who in their right mind sits there and watches a Jet game and go, you know what, I'm going to buy a PSL. I like this guy in the punt protection unit. Who's actually cashing checks in Rational City is buying a season ticket to the Jets because of Tim Tebow when he's not playing? Oh, I love the way that guy runs right into the line and picks up 2 yards. But I'm going to lay down $50,000 for PSL.
Think of the attention, Michael. Maybe it's not translating into money, but boy, think of the attention. It's all we talk about. It's all we talked about during the exhibition season. It's all we've talked about. Can you think of another 3 and 5 team that have been talked about as much as this team and how much we've talked about this player? We didn't talk about Brad Smith nearly as much, and I think Brad Smith had more of an impact on games when he was a Jet than Tim Tebow had.
He did, but he could fly under the radar. This guy was brought in high profile, and then you don't even use him? Danny in Long Island, explain it to us.
Can't explain it, Michael. Good afternoon, everybody. Obviously I'm a Steeler fan, I follow the Jets and Giants being in New York, so I see the differences in the team. And I don't know who makes the personnel decisions for the Jets, but when you see the Giants and you see the Steelers' third string running back looking better than anybody that the Jets have, and Jericho Cotchery, a man who bled green and white blood for the New York Jets for years, is running through the secondary against the Giants today, making 5 key catches, and meanwhile the Jets don't have a wide receiver other than Santonio Holmes, and he's a clown. So, who made the decision to let Jericho Cotchery go? They make terrible personnel decisions. They want to be ground and pound. They don't have the personality to be chop liver. They can't run the ball, and their quarterback can't throw the ball. So ground and pound is great when you have a quarterback, because as great as the Steelers ran the ball the other day, their quarterback makes throws, and the same thing with Eli. You can't be successful in the NFL without a number one quarterback, a franchise guy. It's not Sanchez. Because you're not afraid of the pass, that means you're not going to respect the run. So they're right up at the line of scrimmage. The quarterback refuses to pull the trigger. There's nobody on defense that scares you. For 5 years we've been saying, and a 3-4 defense, the pass rush comes from the linebackers. Oh, we got Maven. Really? Where is this clown? They make terrible personnel choices, and that's the root of all evil. And only the Jets hierarchy knows when they sit in their room who is making these decisions, and that's the person that has to go, because they've been bad almost every single decision they've made.
Well, you've got to, as much as we like the guy, the final pick has to be Mike Tannenbaum. Whoever's giving Jerry Reese information, Jerry Reese is the guy making the selection. If the selection goes well, it's on him. If it goes poorly, it's on him.
Hey, if it's Terry Bradway that's the final decision, if it's Rex Ryan that's the final decision, if it's Pettin, whoever it is, the fall guy is going to be Tannenbaum, because he is the general manager of the team. So I think that's the guy that if they ends up losing, I think if they end up having an awful season this year, that's the guy whose head might be on the chopping block.
Chris in Manhattan, you're next with Kay and LaGreca.
Thank you for taking my call.
You got it.
I think that this goes right into because I'm looking at the front office on my computer right now, and I see Terry Bradway, Scott Cohen, Mike Tannenbaum, Neil Glatt. Personnel decisions. I'm sorry, I don't see why you bring Tim Tebow here, especially knowing that the popularity that the gentleman has. I think it might be time, and I loved having Bill Parcells. You have 2 Bills out there that I would really like, either Bill Parcells or Bill Polian, making my personnel decisions, making my draft decisions. Where are the offensive linemen that you might get out of the 3rd round? and your previous caller just said, I'm still waiting for these guys to get their version, although no one has them. Their version of a Haloti Ngata and a Terrell Suggs. Because I don't know where's their pass rush?
Yeah, you know what? Got to be honest, Chris. Their drafts haven't been great. I mean, obviously it's too early to tell with Copels what he has 2 sacks.
Right.
They still don't get pressure on the quarterback. They just don't. That was the thing that they had said coming in that they're going to try to change. So I don't know where their big draft picks have been. I mean, their big move was for Mark Sanchez, and Mark got them to 2 AFC Championship games, which they lost. Darrelle Revis was a great pick.
The funny thing about it, Michael, is I guess the culture has changed because it hasn't been miserable. I mean, last year was 8-8. This year's 3-5, and I think it's probably going to end up 8-8 somewhere there. So they haven't been Cleveland. They haven't been Jacksonville. Cromartie has worked. I mean, Revis was a really good pick. It's just that they teased the fan base so much by those 2 championship games and not eventually winning the championship, and it just doesn't seem like there's a plan, a direction. It's kind of just running in place.
And despite all of these problems, one of the Jets' star players said today that the Jets are definitely going to make the playoffs. We'll try to pick that apart and see if it's possible. Kay LaGreca and you, ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Right now at the Home Depot, get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698. You save over $800, which means not only can you enjoy holiday savings right now, your new fridge can be stocked and ready for whatever or whoever the season brings. Get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698, available while they last. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award, and they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at bayridgehonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
I said this morning to the staff, I looked at every NFL quarterback, all 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. We would all obviously take Andrew Luck over Blaine Gabbert, Kevin Cobb, Matt Castle. You start moving into the middle of the list. Jay Cutler, Matt Schaub, Joe Flacco, Tony Romo. Yes. Then you start moving higher to the list. Today, you're the owner. You're the GM of your team today. You own the team. Brady's 35. Breeze is 33. I would take Andrew Luck today, given the choice, over Brady and Breeze. I know for 2 years I'd have less of a quarterback, maybe. But I know for 8 to 9 I'd win that argument. In fact, the only quarterback today in the league I would absolutely not take over Andrew Luck, if you're giving me a 10-year window, is Aaron Rodgers.
The Jets, the Seahawks. Coverage begins Sunday at 2. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. Rex Ryan's dialed down the predictions and the guarantees over the last few months, but Antonio Cromartie amped it up a little bit earlier today. He was on the NFL Network's NFL AM show, and he was asked the question, will the Jets make the playoffs?
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make the playoff this year.
The Jets will be in Seattle, and kickoff is set for 4:05 on Sunday. Our coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM will get underway at 2. The Giants play a 1 o'clock game in Cincinnati against the Bengals. And Week 10 will kick off tonight in Jacksonville as the Jags will play host to the Colts.
GM meetings in baseball taking place in California. They actually met with the GMs and talked about maybe a challenge system for instant replay. And Joe Torre, who ran the meeting, did not think that was a distinct possibility to give managers something else to worry about. During those meetings, it was also announced that Walt Weiss, a Suffern, New York native, is the new manager of the Colorado Rockies, signing a one-year deal after last year being a high school baseball coach. Again, a one-year deal, and Weiss beat out Jason Giambi, who was one of the finalists for that job, as well as Diamondbacks third base coach Matt Williams. Speaking of coaching, Tino Martinez is one of the finalists for the batting coach job with the, I'll wait for it, Boston Red Sox. That's according to sources telling ESPNBoston.com. That might not make Yankee fans that thrilled.
Third consecutive day, the NHL and their Players Association got together to try to end the lockout, which is right now in day 54. Major League Soccer playoffs tonight from Harrison, New Jersey. The Red Bulls will play host to D.C. United. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
Hope you're all having a good day, and those that have been affected by Hurricane Sandy, I hope that the power is coming back on, and you've got some heat on some cold days, and there are some that are beyond that, and we only hope the best for you. Thank you for listening. Kay and LaGreca here. The big news today was Antonio Cromartie, and you just heard it on SportsCenter, saying that the Jets are definitely going to make the playoffs. Here's Rex Ryan's reaction.
Obviously, at 3-5, you're not where you want to be, but this team believes that we can right the ship, and we're gonna, we're going for it. So I know Crow had some comments about, we're gonna make the playoffs and all that, and I feel as an entire football team that we should all feel like that. And I think we do feel like that. Nobody wants to hear it, but who cares? That's really how we feel, and that's our mentality.
All right, so how do they get there? At 3-5, Don and I have figured that at 9-7 they have a chance. So they have 8 games remaining. The math is not that difficult. They have to win 6 of their final 8 games. Is that possible? If you take a look at the schedule that the Jets have up, it's not impossible. I'm not saying it's probable. It's doable if they're good enough. They don't have to be a great team to go 6-2 over the remaining 8 games. The next game after a bye week is going to be this Sunday at Seattle against the Seahawks. That'll be a tough game. Then you've got at St. Louis. Then you have the Patriots at home on Thanksgiving. Then the Cardinals at home, at Jacksonville, at Tennessee, Chargers at home, at Buffalo. Can they get the 6-2 in those 8 games? Yes, they can. Can they be 4-4? Yes, they can. Why? Because you can't get a read on this team, can't get a handle on this team. Because a really good team, a team that's a playoff team, does not host the Dolphins at home before the bye and get manhandled and embarrassed. Good teams don't have that happen. Could they solve something? Did they solve something during the bye week? We'll see Sunday in a very tough environment in Seattle. But 9-7 can get it done.
Now, I believe 9's going to do it. San Diego is a threat. They're 4-4, and they've got a pretty difficult schedule down the road. Miami's a threat at 4-4, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to get to 9 wins. And the other team that you concern yourself with as far as making the playoffs, Indianapolis, a team the Jets have already beaten, which means if they both finish 9-7, the Jets would get the nod because of the head-to-head matchup. So even if the Jets were to lose in Seattle, Michael, mathematically it's still there for them. They would have to go 6-1 in the final 7 to do it. But there's no shame in losing to Seattle. Seahawks are a pretty good football team and a very difficult place to play. But if they found a way to get off the mat and win that game, Even at 4-5, your perception changes of that team.
Game changer.
Now you're saying, well, hey, wait a minute, look what they did. And now you start piecing together things like, wow, they almost beat Houston and they almost beat New England and we got New England again and this schedule's not that difficult. If we can win in Seattle, we should definitely win in St. Louis. We should definitely win in Tennessee and Buffalo and Jacksonville, and we've got some wins coming. So if you lose the game, not the end of the world, but now you're riding a 3-game losing streak and you wonder where you are.
What's the spread on the game? I didn't look at the spread.
I think Seattle's favored by 6.5.
Okay. Sounds right.
See, and that could be another one. Like if they get blown out 45-0, then it's not just the perception, it's the reality of this team isn't any good. If they went there, played hard, lost in overtime, maybe you say, hey, it's a loss, but hey, is that effort good enough to win most days? If the answer is yes, they can recover from it. All it is a loss outside the conference. See, New England lost to Seattle. So it's all about the perception of how they play. And if they could ever find a way to win the game, I think we'll look at this team much differently.
All right, so what does Rex think about this team? He says he likes the chemistry on this team.
I see the way the guys interact with each other. I see the way they challenge each other on a practice field and all those type of things. I hear them the way they talk. I hear them about getting together off the field and going over tape together and staying here late. All those type of things are things that you notice when you got this thing rolling. Last year, I think we did do some of those things, but I mentioned before, I wasn't on top of it as much as I should have been, obviously.
Now, it's interesting. The Jets are going to try to do what they've done in the past, make the playoffs late. They never seem to get in easily. And Rex Ryan said, or was asked, does it help that you've done it this way before?
That was one of the things I talked about going into training camp. One of my jobs was to make sure that this team was back to being the type of New York Jet team that we expect, our fans expect, and everything else, and that's guys totally committed to each other and pulling that rope the same direction. We're doing that. It's not showing up on the wins and losses yet, but I'm confident it will.
That gets me, Don. When's it going to show up? You're halfway through. Bill Parcells said a couple of weeks ago, you don't really get excited about the playoffs till Thanksgiving. It's 2 games away.
Oh, it's coming.
You're right there. You're halfway through. This is the All-Star break in baseball.
Hey, let's face it, Michael. They lose to Seattle, and if they were to lose in St. Louis,
then it's over.
There's going to be a half-empty building on Thanksgiving Day against New England because the season's going to be over. They're going to be 3-7 with no belief at all, and people are going to be like, do I want to spend my Thanksgiving night watching them get killed by the Patriots? So, I don't think that's going to happen. But if it were to happen, then forget about it being before Thanksgiving. It'd be over.
What's your Thanksgiving going to be like? You have to eat early?
Yeah.
What time do you have to get there?
Probably 2.
Oh,
We go to my uncle's, so I scoff down some food, and we'll be on the air at 6:30. At least I don't have to go into the city, just drive to MetLife. This is the 3rd Thanksgiving, I think, in 6 years the Jets have played.
That's wrong.
I agree.
It's wrong.
How about this worst
They're not the Cowboys and Lions.
Well, they're getting to be that.
I guess. Chris in East Brunswick does not think there's a chance the Jets are going to make the playoffs. Why, Chris?
Well, you look at the schedule. The Seattle game there's a definite loss. The Rams are improved. I wouldn't even rule out the Jags as a loss. They can be competitive and run all over the Jets. But I did want to say that, and Cromartie, with these guarantees, this is a New York tradition going back to Patrick Ewing. It means absolutely nothing. He needs to keep his mouth shut. But as far as Rex Ryan goes, I do think he takes a lot of the blame when he's actually been one of the most successful coaches in Jets history, especially early on. If you look back at the history of Jets coaches, if his success had occurred in reverse, meaning 3 mediocre seasons and 2 AFC championships, we'd be saying, we're on the way to greatness. But because it happened, his success happened early on, we're calling for his head. And I don't really see a great replacement out there that's going to change the culture that is the Jets. And I do think, someone like Sanchez needs more time because, as you said on your show many times, Eli, we were ready to throw him under the bus in year 4. And he's one of the greatest Giants, possibly one of the greatest Giants quarterbacks.
Now, I don't think they should get rid of Rex, but let me ask you this, Chris. You said there's nobody out there. Well, how about Bill Cowher?
You know what? With these guys who go on to become TV analysts, it's my theory that they're very comfortable where they are. And maybe they'll have the urge to come back to coach, but I think that coaching is such a grind that these guys can sit behind a desk, talk about the NFL weekly, at their leisure. They know it inside and out. And to come back to the media crunch, 24-hour coaching, I mean, you know how coaching in the NFL is. I don't know if Bill Cowher's a guy who's going to come back to the NFL, and if he does, it's going to have to be a perfect situation, and the Jets are never the perfect situation for a coach.
I've always had the feeling with Cowher, he's waiting for Coughlin to retire.
Could be.
Because I think he's always kind of wanted that Giant job, and the relationship between the Rooneys and the Maras, I think he would find that an easy transition. But you know what? Chris is right from the standpoint of give Rex a break, because I think he has changed the culture.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you expect him to win now.
We've seen 4-12 and 1-15 seasons. This team was ready to jump off a cliff after going 8-8. So the culture has changed from that standpoint.
Chris, very good phone call. You can call whenever you want. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. He's good, well-spoken, and, made his points. I like it.
I like it,
Give
too.
credit where credit is due.
Great job out of you, Michael.
Bart Scott can't wait. We can't wait to have him. He's going to join us in just a moment. Kay, LaGreca, and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
What's your definition of success for this year's New York Knicks team?
Well, our goal is to win our division and be able to host first round at home. That is not going to change. I mean, that's what we're playing for.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
This is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. I'm Christopher Harris. Surprise, Darren McFadden is hurt. There are conflicting reports about whether Run DMC has a high ankle sprain, but given his injury history for the moment, I'm assuming an absence. Unfortunately, his backup, Mike Goodson, is also out. That makes Marcel Reese worth adding in most leagues. He's the running back the Raiders seem to trust more than the speedy Tywan Jones, who's probably more of a deep sleeper right now. With Antonio Brown doubtful to play Monday night against the Chiefs, his fantasy owners can add Emmanuel Sanders, a good player with a similar skill set to Brown. He'll be the quick possession receiver in what's been a dink-and-dunk Steelers offense and should be a top 30 fantasy wideout. Finally, if you're casting around for a tight end, take a look at Dwayne Allen of the Colts. With Kobe Fleener out because of a bad shoulder last week, Allen caught 6 balls for 75 yards. He has 2 red zone touchdowns this season. I'm Christopher Harris with your ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at ESPN.com/PodCenter.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go, Cars.com.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
We're going to give you an opportunity to play in this this tournament that we have at the Atlantic Health Jets Training Center in Florham Park, New Jersey. And it's from pricelessnewyork.com, pricelessny.com. Check it out and register there. your team can consist of 7 to 10 players. All of them have to be Jet fans. And then when you win the tournament on Saturday, November 10th at the Jets Training Center in Florham Park, then you will go on and play a championship game at MetLife Stadium. That's pretty good.
I still get a kick out of being on the field.
And you're gonna face off against a team of Giant fans, Don.
See, that's cool.
November 19th in the priceless New York Showdown.
Because we do the post game for the Jets in the Toyota Coaches Club. And in order for us to get to our cars, Greg and I get escorted by security across the field.
Right.
And I still get a kick walking on the field. So to play a football game on the field, how cool is that?
All right, now here's what you can do if you want to qualify for this. You have to be 35 or older, everybody. If you could take any member of the Jets and put them on your team for the priceless New York Showdown, tell us who you would pick and why. The best response will book a spot in the tournament, but remember, you have to be 35 or older. Okay?
35, remember that, 35
or older, and we will ID you.
Right. But the Nick Bench, you have to be above the Nick Bench.
You've got to be Prigioni or older. 347-974-ESPN is the number you have to call. This is a great thing. Get involved. Get yourself on this deal. And now we'll bring in Bart Scott. Bart, when's the last time you played touch football?
For the past month.
What a great answer. Well, how does that stop then? How do you stop?
Well, I had a little toe jam problem, so I couldn't stop, but I'm good now.
Okay. Now, are you ready to go in Seattle?
Well, see, we playing it by ear, to be honest with you. But, turf toe is one of those things, you never know. We've been having some decent practice. It hasn't been swelling up, so, hopefully it doesn't swell up over the flight. 6 hours, 6.5 hours. You run out of stuff to read in 6.5 hours. You fall asleep and wake up, and you're still not there.
That's the worst flight, Bart. I hate it. I hate going to Seattle because it's so long. Because it takes. You're in a tin can hurtling through the sky, and there's nothing to do.
It's exactly. I mean, your TV, your iPad's gonna run out.
Yeah.
You gotta ration it out early. The movie they got on is gonna be whack. I just think in my head, 6.5 hours. You can be in Paris and going the other way.
And even if it's
Seattle, and it's probably gonna rain.
Yeah, it's never a decent movie. You're absolutely right. It just kills you. And the movie only lasts less than half of the trip anyway, so it doesn't help you. Now, what are some of the things you've done in practice to prepare for the noise?
Well, I've played there before, and for a defense player, it really doesn't bother us. Because they'll be pretty much quiet when we're on the field. It's one of those things that's tough for the offense because it allows those great defensive ends to get off the ball. And guys go off silent counts, and you have to wait. A lot of times linemen get caught looking at the ball, and you can't really focus on the guy over you because they can get off the ball. But I think we've been doing a great job in simulating, and we've been indoors because of the weather. And we crank the music up in here, and the music has nowhere to escape, so it just bounces off the wall. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need a hearing aid when I retire.
Let me ask you this, Bart, because we always hear how tough it is to play in that stadium. What can you even equate it to? Because we've never seen a game there, and you've played there. Is it as deafening as they say?
Yeah, it is. But it's one of those things where you can feel it. You can feel the vibrations.
Really?
How they designed it. I don't know how an outdoor stadium could ever be that loud. But it gives you the same thing like when the Georgia Dome.
Yep.
The Atlanta plays in is really rocking. When Vic was there, I haven't been there since. And when the Superdome is rocking because there's nowhere for the sound to go. What's amazing about theirs, they don't have a top on it, but they got one of the most, I don't know if Bill Gates helped his boy out, and they designed something, but it should be illegal, but,
You mentioned the turf toe held you out for a little while. What have you seen from the defense from afar?
Well, I battled through it for 5 games, but I just couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
It just kept swelling. But, that last game was frustrating for me to watch because, it's tough. It was 119 games where I was part of the action.
Right.
And kind of being a spectator, it's hard to watch, and you want to go out there and play. That was the first time in a long time I've actually watched the offense and the defense at the same time. Usually you're so emotionally involved that, when you come off the bench, you don't really see what the offense is doing because you're over there making adjustments. You're talking about situations and what's coming on and what's the next situation we possibly can be in. And it's tough, man. It's tough to watch a game for 3.5 hours, man. My back locked up on me, all kind of stuff.
3 and 5. 3-5, Bart. Bill Parcells is famous for the line, "You are what your record says you are." And today, Antonio Cromartie comes out and says, "We're definitely making the playoffs." So what has to change?
Well, I hope he's Socrates. Plato. I hope he's a prophet. But, what has to change? We have to play complete games. We really can't shoot ourselves in the foot. We can't turn the ball over in the red zone. We can't have communication errors on defense, in the red zone. And we can't blow assignments. It's, we're past that. This is, November, December is when you make your dash, and it's when the cream rises to the top. We put ourselves in a tough situation. But when you look at the teams we have to play, we should have a great opportunity to right the ship. We played some good opponents. We played them well, but, close only counts in horseshoes. Mm-hmm. And we have to tighten some of those things up, because in the game of football, most games come down to 1 or 2 possessions and how you're able to perform during those situations. And we haven't performed well enough to pull those games off that was close, if you want to talk about Houston and New England.
Bart, we're trying to figure out the use of Tim Tebow. Now, you practiced against him in training camp, and they tried things with Tebow in training camp that you got to see firsthand. Any of the stuff that was done in training camp, have we seen any of it here in the regular season?
I haven't seen a lot of stuff that we've done. I think it's tough for the coaches to try and work him in without disturbing the groove of the flow of the game. But it's something that we have to do because he can be a mismatch and he can cause problems. We just have to find the right time and the right place to implement him and to make it work. We have to make it work because he is a weapon. It's like one of those things you try and get your playmakers on the field. And he has a specific skill set, and we have to find a way to make it work for our team.
How's the mindset, Bart, on this team? We know Cromartie's mindset is good, but at 3-5, are people down?
Well, I think it's one of those things where we look at all the missed opportunities. We could be sitting here a little different, feeling a little differently about ourselves. I feel that only teams that really truly just beat us is and none of this really makes any sense to anybody but people who play football that's in the locker rooms. Because, like you say, you are what your record says. But we all know that it's pivotal points of a game where you win or lose them. And, we look at, if what would have been a difference if we were able to pull out the New England game and the Houston game. San Francisco outright just dominated us. And you can say the same about Miami. And you can say the same about Pittsburgh. But other than that, other games, we had opportunities for them to go the other way. And those are the frustrating things because at the end of the game or end of the year, if you don't make it, those are the games you go back to and say, well, if we would have got those games, we could have been in the playoffs or we could have had an opportunity to compete and play meaningful games in December.
Bart, Seattle's not a team you know very well. You don't play them that often. Are they similar to any team that you play on a regular basis when you look at film?
Well, I think they're a physical football team. They're making it very simple for their quarterback. He showed tremendous poise well beyond his years, and they're keeping it simple for him and allowing him to play fast and be athletic. And Marshawn Lynch is their bell cow. They run the ball more than anybody in the NFL, and they lean on their defense. Their defense, they have great pass rushers, and they have some physical safeties, the Legion or whatever they call it. So. And they make it tough. They make you beat them. That's the impressive part about them. They make you beat them. They don't give you the game by making untimely penalties and turning the ball over. They kind of play efficient and know that their games are going to be close to the best. But I think the last couple of weeks they're finding different packages to really make the quarterback comfortable, and they've changed some things up in the last couple of weeks, and it's going to be a challenge for us, but I think we can be up for it.
Tom, with Bart Scott here on the Jet Player Spotlight with Michael Kay and Don LaGreca. Sporting News released a poll yesterday of 105 players that said that Rex is the most overrated coach. You probably know Rex better than anybody because you played, in Baltimore with him as well. Is he overrated?
Overrated, no. I think a lot of times that comes whenever you're a coach that speaks your mind and coach that's out there on the scene. And when you're in New York, a lot of things that you say is always going to hit the other teams. The other teams are always reading about what he said. But he's a great defensive mind. He's a great coach. And he's a great leader of men. You haven't heard us complain about any of the injuries that we had, so far. And, that's part of the business. And we still think that we can still, have a successful year and turn it around. We got 8 games to prove it. But I think he's doing a good job in managing men and trying to motivate his guys to perform. Our cards are what they are.
Bart, have you patched things up with the media?
No, we good. It's one of those things, man. It's one of those things. And the relationship with the New York media is a little bit different. Coming from Baltimore, things were a little closer to the vest. But here, controversy sells. And I understand and I appreciate and I understand the balance between, guys, earning a living and controversy sells. And I don't mind any of that stuff. The only thing I ever had a problem with is, I'm a man, I got kids. Don't talk to me as if I'm a joke or a clown or a kid. If you want to criticize and talk about and analyze my play and analyze my performance on the field, that's one thing. But don't play with me like I'm a kid, like I'm a joke. Because at the end of the day, I'm a father, I'm a man, and I'm a businessman. So don't come to me like I'm some kid or bozo or Houdini or whoever that. That's the only problem I ever had with them. I have no problem with the media critiquing what I do because it's the business in which I live in. We live in a fishbowl, and everything we do are analyzed and broken down. But at the end of the day, I'm a man, and don't let me come to your job and analyze how you're doing and talk about you like you're less than a man in a joke. Because, we're out here playing a game, and we're working hard, and we're professionals. And I expect the same professional courtesy, from the media that they would expect from me.
Was it based on that cartoon? Because I thought that was pretty much over the top. But
that's how I felt.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like at that point, it's like, come on, man. Like, and I've always had a problem with how they, used to depict my coach, because at the end of the day, he's my coach, but he's my friend too. I've been with him for 11 years. When I first met Rex, he was a offensive line coach, and I was a undrafted free agent trying to make my way. And I've watched his career, explode, and he's helped me along the way with my career. And I didn't like some of the, even though it probably didn't bother him, I didn't like the comments about his weight and all that stuff. That was never funny to me, because I've never seen anybody disrespect Andy Reid that way or talk stuff like that. They may say Andy Reid isn't doing a good job. I've never seen anybody trying to poke fun at his weight or the turkey and all that type of stuff. I've never seen all that stuff before. And I thought that was out of line, because at the end of the day, his kids have to go to school and deal with that. His family has to deal with that. And I thought that wasn't right. That's the only thing I've ever had problem with. If you want to analyze the job that we're doing and assess it, that's the life we live in. That's the business we decided to choose. We decided to live our lives in a fishbowl and be analyzed, and everything we do broken down, be it personally or professionally. That's fine, but don't the jokes and poking fun, because at the end of the day, you're hiding behind a pen and pad. You know what I mean? But I want you to put that out there and look his kids in the face and see what his kids or what our kids have to deal with when they go to school. That's the only part that I ever had a problem with. But if you want to say Bart sucks, you can't tackle, you can't play, well, that's fine. That's part of the business.
I think the weight stuff that they used to do with Rex, and they can't do it anymore because he looks great. I think it's a disgrace. I really do. I think talking about somebody's physical,
right?
It doesn't have anything to do with the way he coaches.
Exactly. You know what I mean? And that's the only thing I had a problem with, the cartoon pictures in there with the turkey chin and all that type of stuff, and the play on words. And that was the only thing I ever had a problem with. But hey, I'm a big boy. I can take it. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about my play or talk about how he coached, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. Everybody has one. But all that other stuff is out of line. You know what I mean? I felt, and I voiced my opinion. That's why I ever had a reason. Hey, I like to say when I first got here, I sold a lot of papers for these guys. I gave them juice. I gave them what they wanted. And I understand the balance, between the media and a player. They have a job to do. They got to do it critically, and we use the media for good stuff and bad stuff. You can't use them when you're having a charity event and invite the media out and you love them. And then when you do something bad and they critique you, get mad at them.
All I'd say to defend the guys in the newspapers is that sometimes the guys that cover the team and write the articles are not necessarily the ones that are painting the cartoons or giving the headlines either. So sometimes
I understand that's the editors and things like that, but if you never voice your opinion, how are you able to change what the editors do? You have to put it on somebody. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I feel like sometimes you have to stand for something. And as a player, if you want to stand for something, you say, well, okay, if you want to depict me like that, I'm not going to help you sell papers. I'm not going to give you a quote going to give you a controversial comment so you can sell papers or make headlines or sell it to that. I'm going to give you absolutely nothing. I'm going to give you the bare minimum, and it's going to be boring. It's going to be the Bill Belichick blah, 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 and give you that. I won't give you the stuff, the juice to sell the papers and, the guaranteed playoffs and stuff. I won't give you that so you can sell papers to start conversations. See, because you guys need our comments to sell papers. And we understand that, but I'm not going to help you if you're going to, try and, disgrace me, and make a mockery of me.
All right, so we got to get ratings here. So can you guarantee a playoff for the Jets? I
can give you some juice, man. I can tell you about who Tim Tebow dating.
Okay.
Oh, really?
You know what I'm saying? I think that'll
tell us. Go ahead. Tell us. Go.
I can tell you what I saw last night. No, I'm messing.
See, that's just teasing, man. That's wrong.
I'm going to Sports Center and saying that Bart Scott said.
What I'm saying is, if you play that little clip,
hey,
people will show up, and then they'll figure out later that I didn't say nothing, but it's still the paper. So no matter what, it still worked.
Well, we're going to play the clip that said you said Bill Belichick is boring.
Well, that was true. That's not breaking any ground.
But listen. But he's slick as a fox.
I know,
because he knows what he's doing, and you guys know what he's doing, but you guys can't stop it. So it's kind of beautiful music.
Was Tim's date pretty?
It was a she.
All right, Bart. Oh, man. All right, have a good flight to Seattle.
Hey, will do, man. I'll read 50 Shades of Grey so I can see what these women learn.
Yeah, you have to have a gray tie, all right?
No doubt.
That's what my wife says. All right, take it easy.
All right, you take it.
That's Bart Scott. Wow. Interesting. Yeah. Uh-huh. Go, Don.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Empire State Building. Visit the Empire State Building.
Wow, the whole building is sponsoring this?
And see breathtaking views in the city.
I have never been to the top of the Empire State Building. New York, born and bred.
I was close, but never to the top. And see their famous observatories. Take in the night lights with less wait time. Buy tickets at ESBNNY or NC.com.
Wait, do it again.
ESBNYC.com. I'm still very much taken aback. Before that last statement, maybe the most controversial statement of the day from a Jet came from Antonio Cromartie on the NFL Network's NFL AM show when he was asked the question, will the Jets make the playoffs?
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make the playoffs this year.
Week 10 will kick off tonight in Jacksonville as the Colts will play the Jaguars.
Some baseball news. The GM meeting's going on right now in California. Joe Torre yesterday held a meeting of all the GMs, and they discussed possibly having a challenge system for instant replay, but Torre said he doesn't think it's going to happen because it would put something else on the plate for a manager having to worry about. So we'll see if that happens. We know that Walt Weiss, the Suffern, New York native, is going to be the manager of the Colorado Rockies. They really gave him a vote of confidence and signed him to a one-year deal. He was a high school coach last year. Tino Martinez, according to ESPN Boston.com, and their sources, is one of the finalists for the hitting coach under John Farrell with the Boston Red Sox.
National Hockey League and their Players Association meeting again for a third consecutive day in New York, try to hammer out a new CBA. The lockout's gone on for now 54 days. And in playoff action in Major League Soccer, DC United in town to take on the Red Bulls. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer. If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
It's fun to debate your favorite teams and players, but the debate is over when it comes to where you go for your next set of tires. See the experts at your local Ford dealer for big savings on name brand tires during the Big Tire event, going on now.
Are you making frequent bathroom trips during the night? Do you have a strong urge to urinate? If ignored, these symptoms may result in complicated kidney and bladder infections, kidney failure, or loss of bladder function. Additionally, if you are a male of 50 years or older and experiencing sexual dysfunction, you may be at risk of a stroke or heart attack. The same disease process that affects blood vessels, which lead to the heart and brain, affect the delicate vessels that supply blood to the genital organs. Careful evaluation of erectile dysfunction can uncover these problems years before critical damage occurs. Compassionate urologists at the New York Urologic Institute specialize in improving urologic and sexual function. Latest technological advances allow the patient to get answers to diagnostic tests immediately, reducing anxiety. Call the New York Urologic Institute at 347-508-3991. Offices are conveniently located in Queens and Brooklyn. For timely, effective treatment, call 347-508-3991. That's 347-508-3991.
We don't back down, we don't stumble, we don't fumble, we never fall.
5:37 here on the Michael K. Show. Michael K. and Don LaGreca. Now we are joined by the guy we really enjoy talking to, and that is our very own Trent Dilfer. And with Trent, we're going to start with the Big Blue Report, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. And the reason it's a Big Blue Report is, Trent, we got to ask you about some of the scuttlebutt that's around, that Eli Manning might have a fatigued arm. Do you see that when you look at tape?
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I think this time of year there's a lot of quarterbacks that get banged up, and they don't quite have the same energy in their arm or their feet that they had to start the season, but they adjust. I don't know if a fatigued arm, you don't throw enough in the NFL in practice and in games for your arm to wear down. It's more just overall the beating your body takes, and sometimes you don't quite have the juice that you had when you started the season. But the Giants' issues last week weren't a fatigued arm or Eli's ball speed. There's just a little disconnect in the passing game.
And one of the reasons I think for it is what's happening with Akeem Nicks. He hasn't been 100% with the foot. Now there's swelling on the knee. And I'm just wondering, when it's a copycat league, they beat up Victor Cruz in that game. If Nicks is not going to be 100%, can we count on Victor Cruz to take this beating every week?
I don't know. I think with the Giants, Don, it's not as much personnel driven, and I'm not taking anything away from Victor Cruz or Akeem Nicks. I think they're both fine receivers. This passing game is kind of a high-risk, high-reward passing game, and there's a lot of reading of the defense as you go down the football field. And when it's clicking, it's super dangerous because you take advantage of every weak spot in the defense. When you start getting some odd looks, and that's what the tape shows me, there's just some indecisive looks by the defense that the receivers are trying to read, and they're not as crisp, and then Eli's not as decisive. I think Victor Cruz taking a beating, getting roughed up a little bit, is one way they can kind of take away the Giants' passing game, but really who beats the Giants when they don't play well are the Giants. You don't see teams very often do much outside of making them a little hesitant. It's usually the Giants that either turn the ball over, or they abandon the run game, or there's a disconnect in the passing game. And that's why I say I think the Giants' ceiling, their best football is as good as anybody in football. It's probably the best. That's why they won the Super Bowl. But their floor is still pretty low, and I think that's the frustrating thing when you study the Giants or watch them, is that when there is that disconnect, when there's that indecisiveness, you see it show up in a kind of lackluster offensive performance.
Do you believe they have enough running to win another Super Bowl? Because it looks like Ahmad Bradshaw is not clicking, and they seem afraid to use David Wilson.
I do. I think they know how to run the ball in games they need to run it. I think play calling sometimes you trust, and this happens with every coordinator that has a great quarterback, is you want the ball in his hands as much as possible, and you call a game around the quarterback. When that quarterback isn't on his A game, or the passing game isn't on their A game, then the run game suffers too, because you give the quarterback so many opportunities to get back into a rhythm. That's very typical of teams. Go through your head real quick of the great quarterbacks in this league, and what do we always say? Do they run the ball enough? Well, there's a reason, because the coordinator's sitting there going, my best player is the quarterback, and he's not quite clicking right now, so I want to give him as many opportunities as possible to get clicking, and I don't care if I abandon the run game in the process. I think when the Giants know they have to run the ball, they know it's necessary to have any chance at all of scoring touchdowns with the passing game. The Giants know how to do it.
Talking to Trent Dilfer, you can see him on Audibles tonight on ESPN2 at 7 o'clock. Let's leave Washington out of the equation. Philadelphia and Dallas in the NFC East. Which one, if you're the Giants, do you fear?
I don't think you fear either. After seeing the Eagles in person the other night and studying during the week, I just don't see how they can turn this thing around with how bad they are on the offensive line. I like most people, love their skill players, their splash aspect, but they're in the trenches, really on both sides. They're just not very good. And then the Cowboys, it's like, how many more chances are we going to give them? I guess the Cowboys are the team that could threaten, if there is one, but I think the Giants are just good enough, complete enough, wise enough, that as this thing goes on, they might stub their toe a couple more times, but I think they'll run away with the division. And like I said, I think their ceiling is higher than anybody in football right now, and they'll play enough games, where they're clicking. They'll just beat enough people to win the division and cruise into the playoffs.
That's the Big Blue Report, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa for a huge selection of new Mercedes-Benz, 1 mile east of the Westfield Sunrise Mall, or mynewbenz.com. Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa, where they make it happen. Now, let me shift to the Jets, and I want to get your take on this. We've been totally unimpressed by Tony Sparano this year. The offense is not imaginative. It's not daring. There's no razzle-dazzle. They never use Tebow. And we had on Bill Parcells, and I said, is this guy a good offensive mind? He said, an offensive coach can only do what the head coach allows him to do and what the person allows him to do. He said, I believe that Sparano is a very good offensive mind. Where do you fall on this?
I think he's a good offensive mind, but I don't think he's a good quarterback mind. And I think what the Jets have needed for a while is a guy who develops the quarterback, calls plays around the quarterback, and a head coach that allows that to happen. And this would be any quarterback. I've been a Sanchez apologist. I don't know if I am anymore. It's getting to the point where it's almost met its expiration date for a quarterback to be developed. I think Sparano, to me, is a guy that understands line play. He understands the run game. He's very basic in the passing game, but he knows how, they're solid concepts. But it's not quarterback driven. It's not called in a way to get the quarterback going early on. Trust me, if your quarterback gets going early on, everything else will fall into place. And then I do think, I agree with what Steve says all the time about Rex. And I love Rex. I played for him in Baltimore. I think he's a great man. But I agree with what Steve says. Defensive-minded head coaches, especially ones like Rex, reduce the offense. You're a second-class citizen. It's all about the defense. It's all about special teams. It's all about bravado. It's not about the nuance of offense and how that can really flow throughout your entire football team. So I think they're limited that way. But I agree with Parcells in that, personnel-wise, they are a little bit limited too with all the injuries they've absorbed.
Before we let you go, Trent, we're going to do something called second half predictions. Just have to give us a quick answer, and if we agree or disagree with you, you'll get a buzzer or a ring. You ready?
Let's do this.
And when you say we, it's Michael K.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
All right, the Jets are going to win more than 7 games.
I'm going to say true.
The Jets will finish in the top 10 in defense. They're currently 12th.
True. They play some bad teams.
Tebow's going to start at least 2 games in the second half.
False.
No, I think that's a ding. I gave the wrong buzzer.
He doesn't even remember.
Andrew Luck is going to win Rookie of the Year over RG3.
True.
Peyton Manning will be the MVP.
False.
How come?
I don't think they're going to win as many games as people think.
Okay.
Peyton's playing great, but that defense is smoke and mirrors right now.
Matt Ryan, you think, is the favorite?
I would give Matt Ryan the favorite right now. I'd say Eli, if they do what I think they'll do, it'll be Matt Ryan and Eli.
A team currently in first place will miss the playoffs. Giants, Bears, Falcons, Niners, Patriots, Ravens, Texans, Broncos.
None.
The Falcons will go undefeated.
No way.
Michael Vick will lose his job as the Eagles starting quarterback.
This year?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Cromartie will catch a TD pass on offense for the Jets.
Ooh, I like this one. I'm going to go yes on that one. They got to get him involved.
They better get somebody involved. And finally, Dilfer's the best analyst on ESPN.
No way.
Oh, you're wrong. That's wrong.
His best haircut.
That's something.
Best looking is, yeah, if you're going to go with that, that's cool. I think
legend in my own mind.
You and Steve Young are outstanding on Monday night. You really are.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. It's always fun to do your show.
Thanks, Trent. We appreciate it. All right, he's going to be on Audibles tonight, 7 p.m. on ESPN2. I like him.
You changed some of the questions there.
Yeah, so what do you mean?
I'm just saying. How can you say it was right or wrong when you changed the questions from yesterday?
Just what I felt.
Oh, so it's all about you.
No, it's not all about me. I didn't have the chance to ask you what you felt. You're sitting there like a lump on a log.
You changed the question and you asked him. You didn't ask me. It was Matt Ryan MVP, not Peyton Manning.
I changed it.
And there was nothing yesterday about Trent Dilfer being the best analyst. You threw that one.
I thought it's right. You know what? A good answer. Got a good answer, didn't it?
And you changed something else, too. I forget what it was.
You've got some nerve.
No, you have nerve.
You have nerve. The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. I'll tell you what, you've got to really wonder about the situation with the Jet offense. But you also have to wonder about the situation with Eli Manning. So Trent Dilfer doesn't think there's anything about arm fatigue. But there is somebody out there who really knows NFL football who thinks there definitely is. We'll find out who that is and what he said in just a moment. Now, here's a question for all of our friends listening to us today, and for those of you who feel proud of your accomplishments and how far you've come in life. We want you to think about those amazing moments when you said to yourself, I made it. Maybe you got promoted at work, maybe you opened your own business, or finally bought your dream car. How did you celebrate these wonderful moments? Celebrate your achievements with a glass of Johnny Walker Black Label and the people that matter the most to you. Johnny Walker Black Label is the only drink that makes you feel like you are really celebrating and rewarding yourself, who you are and what you've accomplished. So take a second to celebrate and toast for all your achievements. Johnny Walker, blended Scotch whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Diageo, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Hey everyone, it's Mike Lupica. The New York Tri-State continues its battle towards recovery after the effects of Hurricane Sandy and the latest nor'easter. We need your help. Please log on to www.redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. We've all been affected by Hurricane Sandy in some form, and together we can all do our part to help our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. Again, for more information on how you can help, log on to redcross.org.
When you look to purchase a new vehicle at Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa, you're not purchasing just any vehicle. You're purchasing style, class, and innovation. You're purchasing a Mercedes-Benz. And Long Island's luxury premier dealership has over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Shop online at mynewbenz.com, where you can find out about our specials and research each model before you come in for a test drive. You can check out financing options and calculate your payments, or watch our online videos and experience a virtual test drive. Even schedule maintenance appointments online at mynewbenz.com. Those are just some of the convenient perks you'll experience when you buy from Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa. Mercedes-Benz makes it. We make it happen at mynewbenz.com. Only at Mercedes-Benz of Massapequa, 1 mile east of the Westfield Sunrise Mall at 101 East Sunrise Highway, or online at mynewbenz.com.
PC Richard & Son is here for you always. Right now, every appliance is on sale. Plus 24 months financing. That's 2 years on all major appliances. PC Richard & Son has next day delivery. And our installation and repair team is the best in the business. PC Richard & Son.
City Harvest needs the help of every New Yorker to keep us on the road, rescuing 77,000 pounds of food from restaurants, groceries, and green markets each day to feed New York's hungry.
This is the money
that paid for the gas,
that powers the trucks,
that rescues the food, that fed over 1 million New Yorkers in need.
It's easy to help. It's easy to make a difference and do what these New Yorkers did. Be a donor. Just pull out your wallet and visit cityharvest.org.
We help collect money for City Harvest.
This Friday only at Joseph A. Bank. All suits, sport coats, and outerwear. Now, buy one, get 3 free. Any suit, any sport coat, any outerwear. Buy one at regular price. Get 3 more of equal or lesser value free. Mix and match all styles and sizes. So, update your wardrobe or share the deal with friends or family so everyone looks great this holiday. While all Joseph A. Bank suits, sport coats, and outerwear are 4 for the price of 1. Even our new fall and slim fit styles. Wrap up your holiday shopping early or share the style and the savings. The buy one, get 3 free sale. Friday only, with most stores open at 8 a.m. Only at Joseph A. Bank. Works collection not included.
40 locations: Manhattan Broadway, Old Bridge, Flemington, Seagirt, Manhasset, Mount Kisco, Babylon, and in Stony Brook.
Let's be honest. Life is better in the front of the plane, which is why Delta offers the most first-class seats from New York, so more travelers can enjoy increased legroom and complimentary adult beverages. And with more first class comes more opportunities to upgrade for our frequent flyers, which means the more you fly with Delta, the more you'll find yourself traveling to the front of the plane. Delta. Keep climbing.
Rex Ryan here. When I'm shopping for a car, I go right to Route 1 in Woodbridge to Sansone Auto Mall. With 10 brands, over 4,000 vehicles, and guaranteed financing. You name it, they've got it. Sansone Auto Mall, or visit SansoneAuto.com to find a car for you.
All right, so Greg Cosell works at NFL Films. He does a great job. He studies endless reams of films. He works with Ron Jaworski a lot and Sal Palantonio on that show where they break everything down. And he was on with, I believe it was Colin on The Herd.
Yes, Colin's a big fan.
And he was asked about Eli, and he said that Eli's arm may be fatigued. Here's Greg.
This might shock a few people, but I get a sense watching the film that his arm might be a little tired. I don't think the ball's been coming out quite as well, particularly on the intermediate and deeper throws, because Eli has a big arm. And I just think that his arm might be a little tired. He's not throwing with the same velocity. He's not driving the ball down the field the way he has in his career.
Isn't that odd, though? I mean, we've never seen Eli with a fatigued arm. Would that lead you to believe there's something wrong with his arm if indeed this is true?
I don't know. They are throwing the ball an awful lot, and they are one of the last teams to get a bye. They're playing this week. Their bye isn't going to be until next week, so maybe it's just a case of throwing the ball a lot, being in a lot of tight situations, and just desperately just needing some time off. So maybe if he can get through this game against Cincinnati, he'll feel that much better in the second half of the season. We'll see.
The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico, 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. And Ndamukong Suh, in a Sporting News poll, the Sporting News is doing a lot of polls, I guess, has been voted the dirtiest player in the NFL for the second straight year. So that's something nice to put on the mantle.
That's something, but I think that's fair.
Well, he's done some things that are questionable, that's for sure. Priceless New York Showdown. Okay, you're going to have a chance. Start calling your Jet friends now. Check out pricelessny.com. And your team is going to consist of 7 to 10 players, all of whom bleed Jets green. You will play in a round-robin touch football tournament on Saturday, November 10th. That's this Saturday at the Atlantic Health Jets Training Center in Florham Park, New Jersey. Now, the game is going to take place in the same field where the Jets players practice daily and during the playoff rounds. Each team will be coached by a Jets legend. That's pretty good. Now, if your team wins the Jets Division Championship, you will face off against a team of Giants fans at MetLife Stadium on Monday, November 19th in the Priceless New York Showdown. So you go to Priceless New York, you could pay to get in on this, but we're giving you an opportunity to actually get in on the arm.
Okay.
All right? And all you have to do is be Prigioni or older. 35 or older.
Right.
And here's the question. You have to call our pulse line at 347-974-ESPN and tell us if you could take any member of the Jets and put them on your team for the priceless New York Showdown. Tell us who you would pick and why. The best response will book a spot in the tournament. But again, remember, you have to be 35 or older. The number 347-974-ESPN. Who would you want on the Jets?
Well, I can't pick Revis. He's hurt.
Right. I might take Cromartie.
Cromartie,
he can catch the ball. He's played great defense.
No, he is an outstanding player. So you want speed. You don't want somebody that can hit. You're not allowed to hit. So I'm with you, Cromartie, probably.
And then he would do this.
Obviously.
No, that's not. He would do this.
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make a playoff this year.
Definitely.
And Bart Scott said, I hope he's Socrates. Didn't he say that?
Yeah. Or Plato. You also said that.
Right. Did you ever play with Plato as a kid?
Of course.
Love Plato. Silly Putty?
Yeah, Silly Putty. Silly Putty was cool because then I would put him on the comics.
Yeah. Dondi. Remember Dondi?
Sure.
What happened to Dondi? He's not in any kind of a...
I don't know. He's gone.
I knew a girl named Dondi growing up.
Really? Last name or first name?
It was her first name, Dondi.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, as far as offense, I guess I would probably take Curly.
Really?
Yeah,
but I'd take Cromartie, who could do both.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I'm also going to make a bit of a guarantee.
Right.
We don't know who's coaching.
Right.
It's going to be a former Jet player.
Right.
That Greg Buttle will be better than whoever they choose to coach. Meaning,
How could you say that?
I don't know. I'm just making a prediction that I think Greg Buttle was a better player than whoever they're going to decide. Meaning they should pick Buttle.
I thought that Buttle would be a better coach.
No, I don't know. But I'm saying we'll look at the player and say, you know what? I think Greg Buttle had a better career than that person.
All right, what if they tried out Joe Namath?
Then I'd be wrong.
You think it's time we heard from a couple of players?
What if it was Altoon?
Altoon was better than Greg.
How about Marty Lyons?
Yeah, Marty was better.
Klecko.
Klecko's better.
Gastineau. This is going to get you in trouble on Sunday.
No, I would go with Greg.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Curtis Martin.
Curtis Martin better.
Richard Todd.
Greg was better than Richard Todd.
Interesting.
It's tough to compare a linebacker to a quarterback, but...
Emerson Boozer.
Well, it's going to be Emerson. He won a Super Bowl.
Okay. Then
I don't know if any of those guys are coaching.
Whoever they pick.
I'm just trying to show some love for my guy. I haven't seen him in over a week.
Well, I'm rooting for Greg. Anyway.
Such a toy.
We got Warren Moon coming up. Warren Moon is actually the radio announcer for the Seahawks. So we are going to get some background information about how loud that place could be and what they're doing well to get to this point. So Warren Moon joins us in just a sec. Kayla Greca and Moon right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here. If you missed Thursday's show, the Nets get hammered by the Heat, and Knicks fans are ready to pounce. Plus, we talk with Knicks head coach Mike Woodson, who definitively tells us what the goal is for the team this year.
Download the podcast right now on ESPNNewYork.com or iTunes.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's Thursday ESPN Radio Sports Beat time. Hi, everybody. This is Mike Tirico. This Chuck Pagano story of inspiration and his fight against treatable form of leukemia that he has, plus what his football team has built, really getting emotional and exciting, too. The Colts have a chance to win 4 in a row, 5 of their last 6, if they win to start Week 10 of the NFL season tonight in Jacksonville against a Jaguar team that candidly looks as bad as any team in the NFL through these first 9 weeks of the season. So let's spin our focus to the Colts. Of course, there's inspiration from their coach. You've seen shaved heads from the players this week after their visit from Pagano last Sunday after the victory over Miami. When you look at them on the field, we knew Andrew Luck was going to be good. Nobody missed on that one. He's been better than I even thought he would. His record number of yards are going to send his jersey that he wore last week to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But what he's doing when there are other jerseys around him in the pocket, standing tall, taking hits and delivering accurate passes to a good receiving core, plus the development of running backs and the defensive ends who are there when they get the lead to still try to close the game, something special happening, and it's not just emotion, it's also talent. Indianapolis is going to stay in this wild card race deep into December. Virginia Tech has always been a constant on special teams, defense, and playing at home over the last 25 years. Special teams haven't been great this year. Defense has struggled mightily, but at home they're 4-0, and that's the one Tech hope is Logan Thomas, the quarterback. Goes up against Florida State, number 10 in the country, and clearly the best team in the ACC. That's ESPN tonight at 8 Eastern. The start of the college hoop season and where it's happening after this.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. The Oklahoma Sooners sit with 2 defeats, but those came to the 2nd and 4th ranked teams in the country.
Pass a block, touchdown!
Can they get into the BCS? Up next, they'll face the Baylor Bears.
Goes towards the end zone and intercepted.
The Baylor Bears at the 12th ranked Oklahoma Sooners. Saturday at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
So Michigan State, always creative in how they schedule, and Connecticut are over in Germany at an Air Force base, giving U.S. troops basketball in person to start this college hoop season. Also, multiple games going to be happening on aircraft carriers around the country. Some may be critical and say, well, that's played out theme. For the troops who get these games, it really matters in the awareness of our military, especially on this Veterans Day week. With the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, this is Mike Tirico.
For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Cooper Tire. For locations, see coopertire.com or visit Billy or Evan at Tire Barn on Route 130 in North Brunswick, or see Vinny at Roadway Tire in Hauppauge. Earlier today, we had Bill Parcells on talking about the Jets' lack of offense. Bill Parcells was asked whether Tony Sparano might be responsible for the Jets not getting going offensively.
I think the coaches coach what they have, and I don't think you could look at Tony Sparano and say, okay, this is the way he totally is. The head coach is responsible for what the product on the field. I'm sure Tony's doing the best he can. I do think he has a good offensive mind, and but I think you need to ask the head coach about those things.
Jets' Antonio Cromartie was on the NFL Network this morning's show NFL AM and was asked the question whether he believes the Jets will make the playoffs, and he said, we will make the playoffs this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Rex Ryan is doing, and we are definitely going to the playoffs this year. Week 10 will kick off tonight in Jacksonville as the Colts will take on the Jaguars.
GM meetings going on in baseball in California for the next couple of days, and Joel Sherman in the Post today reported that the Mets might be closing in on a long-term deal with David Wright, but they're running into some issues with R.A. Dickey, and if they can't sign him, they're exploring some trade possibilities right now. Rockies during the meetings have announced that Walt Weiss will be the new GM. The Suffolk, New York native was a high school baseball coach last year, played for the A's, played for the Rockies in his career, signed a one-year deal to take over for Jim Tracy, who did resign at the end of last year with a year remaining on his contract. And Jason Giambi was one of the finalists for that job. Speaking of former Yankee first baseman, Tino Martinez, according to ESPNBoston.com, is one of the finalists to get the hitting coach position with the Boston Red Sox.
Second consecutive day, the players and owners are getting together in the NHL to try to hammer out a CBA. Playoffs in Major League Soccer, the Red Bulls play host to DC United. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
6:02 here on the Michael Kay Show, Kay and LaGreca. It seems like they're taking one step forward, two steps back in the NHL deliberations and negotiations, because, you know, you read today in the Daily News that it didn't look good, and then you saw that it might look good, and they continue to meet, which is always a good thing. But I think that the time is ticking, and they got to get things done sooner. They're going to have to consider just canceling the season, because you want a schedule of at least 55 to 62 games.
In 95, they had a 48-game schedule. They canceled. They didn't start things until January.
And that's a bogus season to me.
No, why would it be? Why is it any different than the 66 the NBA had? I mean, you know, why would it be
48, though, it's almost half of what you have. It's not a true test for a team. I mean, the length of the schedule is
nothing.
It's better than nothing, yeah, but
I still think that you would take that, and I don't see any reason if they got something done this week and you started on December 1st that you couldn't play a 60-game schedule or maybe even a 70-game schedule. If the NBA was able to get 66 games in and start on December 25th last year, you would think if the NHL started December 1st, they could have a 70-game schedule. I think that would be more than fair.
Ray Deanahan is saying that the only reason that you say 45 games is okay is because the Devils won the Stanley Cup that year.
Well, I just don't know why. It's bogus. It's still more than half. So what's the line to crown a true champion?
60.
And what I'll say too is the Devils finished third the year before.
Right.
And then they played the 48-game schedule. They finished fifth. So you could make the case, based on what they had done the year before, that the less games actually hurt them, and they finished lower in the standings than if they had an 82-game schedule and still won the championship.
You don't have a true championship test, is what I'm saying.
But when you have 16 teams make the playoffs,
right,
and you were that high a seed the year before, you figure you're going to go into the playoffs, and the format in the playoffs was exactly the same.
All right, let's bring in Warren Moon. He actually does analyst work for the Seattle Seahawks, and they play the Jets this Sunday in Seattle. Warren, Michael Kay, and Don LaGreca, how you doing?
That's not a great segue out of hockey.
Yeah, hockey's not my favorite either, but Don loves it.
It's not a great segue going from hockey right to quarterbacking in football.
But you can do it because you played in Canada.
Yeah, you played in the City of Champions.
I know it. I was there when Wayne Gretzky and the guys were winning all those Stanley Cups, so I know a little bit about hockey.
So we go from skate and shoot to run and shoot. So that's what we're doing.
How you guys doing today?
Doing great. I'm always curious about this, Warren, and you do the games there. We always hear about the crowd in Seattle, how loud it is, and Bart Scott said you could actually feel the vibration. Is that truly a 12th man for the Seahawks?
You know, it really is, Mike. These people really have bought into the fact that they are a big part of this team's success, and they're a very educated crowd. They know exactly when to make the most noise. They know exactly when to be quiet, and this team leads the league in false start penalties over the last 8 to 10 years. So they really buy into the fact that they really make it difficult for the other team to come in here and communicate, to hear the plays that they need to hear, the audibles and all those different things. And they know that the team plays at another level, too, when they're here. So they have really bought into it, and it's been working. The team's undefeated at home this year and has one of the better home records over the last 8 or 10 years.
All right, tell us about the maturation of Russell Wilson. Are you surprised how well he's done so far this year?
You know, I'm really not, just because of the way he came in here. You know, I followed him a lot in college, so I kind of knew the type of player that he was. I just didn't realize, you know, he wasn't as tall as what I thought he was, because he plays a lot taller than that. But actually, when I actually got a chance to meet him and see his size, I'm like, you know, he really is only about 5'11", but when he plays the game, he plays, like I said, bigger than that, and he's able to find the lanes that you need to throw the football in. He's able to move around and buy time when he has to. He's very, very accurate with the football, and he throws one of the best deep balls I've seen next to Aaron Rodgers and guys like that. So he's a very mature kid. He came in here. He has a great work ethic about him. He works as hard as any young player that I've ever been around. And I think that's the reason why he's having success.
Warren, what do the Jets have to do to go into Seattle and win that game? What's the most important thing for them to do?
They got to be able to run the football against this defense first off, and there's some teams that have done that. You know, this past week, Adrian Peterson had a great game against us on the ground, but they've got to have a good mixture, because we took away the pass completely from Minnesota. They threw the ball for maybe 70 yards in the ball game, so they did run for some yards, but didn't get anything through the air. They've got to be able to hang on to the football, because this is a ball-hawking team that likes to go after a lot of turnovers. And, of course, they've got to take the ball away from us. I think that's what you always have to do when you go on the road. If you can take care of the ball when you're in another team's building, if you can take the ball away from them and change the momentum in the ball game, those are big reasons why teams win on the road.
And I would think Seattle's got a ton of confidence they're going to be able to run against this Jets defense with Lynch.
Well, yeah, they feel like they can run against everybody. That's their MO. That's what they're going to do, regardless of who they're playing against, because that sets up everything else for them. And so far, they've run very successfully pretty much against everyone, and it sets up their play-action passing game for Russell Wilson. So they're going to definitely come out and try and establish the run, which they do every week.
Fourth year for Mark Sanchez, Warren. Do you think he's behind schedule? Is he less than what you thought he was going to be when you saw him in college in the first couple of years in the NFL?
Well, I think he's digressed, but I think he's digressed only because of the talent around him is digressed. I don't think the Jets' talent on offense is anywhere near what it was when he came in as a rookie in those first couple of years. You look at his wide receiving core, you look at his offensive line that he's playing behind right now. I think they haven't gotten better on that side of the football, and I think it's really hurt Mark Sanchez as far as progressing to become the quarterback they want him to be. He's not a guy that I think they can just carry a team by himself and put them on their back. He's a very, very good quarterback, but he's got to have good weapons around him.
We had Rex Ryan on Monday, Warren, and he still believes that defensive coordinators are lying awake at night trying to figure out a way to stop Tim Tebow and that it hurts the preparation. Do you think Seattle's worried about what Tim Tebow can do to him on Sunday?
I don't think they lie awake at night, but there's no question that you have to put the preparation in for him because you know they have that as part of their arsenal, and if you don't prepare for it, then you get caught with your pants down. So, yeah, you have to spend some time on the Wildcat in practice and figure out how you're going to practice, how you're going to stop it. If they do employ it, they just haven't employed it that much, but you do have to put the time in. I don't think anybody's really that worried about it just because the Jets haven't shown it that much.
I'm curious to get your take. We're with Warren Moon here on the Michael K. Show, Kay and LaGreca, and so many people that we have on don't think that Tim Tebow can be a big-time NFL quarterback. Merrill Hodges said he shouldn't even be in the league. So that being said, what's your take on Tebow? Can he be an every down quarterback?
I really don't think so. I think at one point I thought that way, but because of him going to the Jets and the way the Jets are using him, he's kind of stopped his progress as far as being a every down quarterback. He'd have to continue to keep improving, and I think what he's doing right now doesn't allow him to do that. I'm sure Mark Sanchez gets the majority, if not all, the snaps in practice. The things they have him doing on special teams and also, the Wildcat part of it is pretty much probably what he does in practice every day. So it's hard for him to continue to be a everyday quarterback if he's not getting a chance to practice that each and every day. So I don't think it's going to happen unless maybe he goes somewhere else where they are going to give him a chance to do that.
Is Seattle among the better teams in this league, do you think, Warren? Do you think even though down 2 games to San Francisco, they still believe they can dance with the 49ers and possibly win this division?
Well, they have 5 of their next 8 at home, and they're very, very good at home, and they have all 3 of the division games at home in that 5 games. So it's right there for them to take. It's all in their hands. They've got to win those games when those division teams come in here, one of them being San Francisco, and they've got to hope San Francisco, trips up somewhere along the way. But they feel like they can be a playoff team. They probably should be right now 6-3 instead of 7-4. But I'm sure everybody feels like they should be a little bit better than what they are. But if they take care of business in the second half, especially at home, they have a chance to be in the big dance at the end of the season.
All right, final thing before we let you go, Warren. Are you surprised that first and second year quarterbacks have been excelling? I mean, this year you've got RG3, you've got Andrew Luck, you've got even Tannehill who's done a good job. Are they coming quicker than you ever thought they could?
Not that I ever thought they could, but they are coming quicker just because these kids are so much more versed in the passing game now. It starts all the way back into high school. They're in these passing leagues all summer long. They're getting a chance, quarterbacks, to throw the ball. Receivers are catching more balls than they ever have before. And they're coming out of more pro-style offenses in college. And even the spread offenses that they're running in college, they're still getting a chance to throw the football a lot more than they ever did before. So when they come into the pros, a lot of these pass concepts are not foreign to them. And you look at Andrew Luck, he comes out of a pro-style offense at Stanford. You look at Russell Wilson, comes out of a West Coast offense at Wisconsin. So the things they're having to learn coming into the game, Ryan Tannehill has the same offensive coordinator now that he had in college as his head coach. The learning curve isn't that hard for these guys. It's just a matter of getting on the field and getting to the speed of the game. That's why you're seeing these guys excel. And if you look at what Andy Dalton did last year as rookies, the NFL's a copycat league. They're going to say, hey, if these guys can do well as rookies, maybe the guys we draft can do well as rookies.
Well, Warren, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it. We appreciate the insight on the Seahawks, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, guys, take care.
All right, be well. Now, he said something I thought that was very interesting, that Mark Sanchez has digressed, but it's not his fault. Are we buying that? 1-800-919-3776. Kay and LaGreca will tell you what we think. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
This season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Progressive Insurance presents Flo's newest song. We compare rates to give you confidence.
We compare rates to find you a great deal, so you can be even more confident. Not that you need more confidence. I'm sure you're a great person with great posture, and you probably look really good in corduroy pants, which isn't easy.
Comparing rates to help you save. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Dear ladies, do you ever talk smack because you got fake points when your fake running back scored a touchdown?
Did I miss the waiter? 'Cause you just got served.
Not your style? Then the bold flavors in Dr. Pepper 10 aren't for you. 'Cause it takes 10 of the toughest calories in the world to contain the full power of Dr. Pepper's flavor. So if you don't get so excited about winning a pretend football game that you break bones on a high five, then you don't get Dr. Pepper 10. It's not for women. Dr. Pepper 10 is an equal opportunity beverage. Anyone can enjoy the taste of Dr. Pepper 10 regardless of status or non-status as a man, woman, or other.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Get a GE washer and dryer for just $349 each right now at the Home Depot. Not only is that an incredible $350 savings on the pair, it's holiday savings you can enjoy today. So get a jump on holiday shopping and saving with a GE washer and dryer for just $349 each, but only while they last. So hurry. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
See, when a guy like Warren Moon says what he says, that jumps out at me, Don.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very, very tough call. Has he digressed because he's just not a good quarterback, or are the weapons around him not that good? Now, earlier this year, Bill Parcells mentioned there's not too much weapons around him. So I guess it's really hard to say. Is he going to be a good quarterback or not? Imagine if the Jets gave up on him.
I know.
And he goes to a team that has a great running game, a great offensive line, and really good wide receivers, and then he lights it up and you go, oh, why couldn't he do it here? Well, it's tough for him to do it here when you don't have a great running game. The offensive line has not protected you the last couple of years the way it should. And really, with Santonio Holmes down, what is your wide receiving core? So maybe all of us are guilty of blaming this guy too much. Maybe it's not his fault.
It's not all his fault, but he has to also take some responsibility, Michael. He's overthrown. He's underthrown. I think sometimes he gets some happy feet. He doesn't hang in the pocket long enough. I mean, you're going to get a hit. The good quarterbacks are the ones who say, all right, hit me, but I'm going to use every last second I can to make sure somebody gets open. And you don't see it that often from him or enough. So certainly the offensive line and the lack of weapons around him is part of the process, but also he has to take some blame too. And You know, Bill Romanowski said it today, too. It came up again. It crept up in the conversation again. Is he totally committed to football?
And here is what Romanowski said.
I read it. I see it in his eyes. There's a fear. There's something that I just read him that he doesn't love the game. He doesn't eat, breathe it every single day. He does it because he happens to be naturally gifted at it. Yeah. He had an unbelievable situation at USC, got drafted high, is making millions of dollars. But to be great, which he's got the ability, he's got the tools, you got to love it, and you got to really work at it.
Boy, I hate that. I mean, you're reading people's eyes.
I know.
I mean, how dare you? How do you know what somebody's eyes say?
And Bill's a little kooky. Okay, so that's just one man's opinion. And if you want to devalue it because you're not a Bill Romanowski guy out there, I get it. But it's not the first time we've heard that, Michael. That's the thing that's disturbing to me. Okay, it's one man's opinion, but we've heard that before. Well, we don't go more than a couple of weeks on this show where somebody is going to suggest that maybe the work ethic isn't where it's supposed to be.
But I've heard from people I trust he's the first one in and the last one out in the complex. What's he doing?
No, I'm not.
Playing Miss Pac-Man?
All I'm saying is we've heard it before. Now, you could be in the facility and you could be working hard, and he may think he is working hard. How many times have you heard this? Man, I thought I worked hard until I saw such and such work. Or I thought, you talk to a player. What's the difference between you now and 6 years ago? Oh, well, I'm working a lot harder now than I worked back then because, I didn't think I needed to back then as much. You always think you're doing it right. Even anything in life, just your career. Sometimes you look back and go, did I really work as hard as I could have worked? I thought I was at the time, but after meeting people, talking to people, and seeing my career go, maybe I didn't do it all. All I'm saying is it's not the first time we've heard that, and it's disturbing.
I just think it's disturbing when someone says his eyes don't tell me he loves football. You're reading his eyes. It's almost like the Robinson Cano thing. When Robinson Cano's not hitting like he wasn't in the playoffs, he's lazy. But when he's has a 9-game hitting streak where every single time he has 2 hits or more, he's great. He's the same player. He puts out the same effort, but you're trying to read body language. Watch out, everybody. That's dangerous.
And Stephen A. Smith brought this up earlier today, that he took it with a grain of salt because apparently Bill Romanowski can tell people what they are and who they are looking at him for 15 minutes, he said. So he's a little off the wall with his opinions. And if it was the only person that felt that way, I would completely discard it. But I've heard it too many times. I don't know if it's true or not. I ain't watching him work out. I don't know. But it's not the first time I heard it. It's the first time you've heard it? No. You've heard it many times.
But then shame on the Jets for allowing it to happen. That's when you have to light a fire on it. Did they think that bringing Tim Tebow in was going to light a fire and then they don't even play the guy?
Hey, but that was said. I remember we had Tony Sperano on from Cortland. And they talked about how Tim Tebow's work ethic is one of the reasons you bring him in, because it could rub off on other people. Well, what are you suggesting when you say it can rub off on people? Hey, you're not doing enough, so we're going to bring in somebody that does work and goes the extra mile. So even that was a little suggestion that maybe there were people in that room that aren't doing all they can do.
Gary in Pompton Lakes, what do you think?
Michael and Don, thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
I'm about 3 for 15,000 of calling the show, so I appreciate it.
Thanks.
But just to touch on Sanchez, just like you guys said, I don't know his work ethic. I'm not obviously around the situation, but he just doesn't look right to me. He's, like you said, he's overthrowing, underthrowing when he does get opportunities, which are rare. But it just seems like the talent is so poor around him. You're asking the guy to come in situations so many times when Tebow comes on the field in 3rd and 9s, 3rd and longs, and ask him to produce, and there's no talent on the edges. I mean, you've digressed. You can't even describe it at wideout what you've gone from in his rookie year till now, and absolutely no rushing game with Green going for, I think, under 3 yards a carry still. There's just nowhere for him to build, it seems.
I agree with everything you said. Again, it's hard to judge a guy if he doesn't have the weapons around him. And actually, Rex Ryan was asked today about one of those wide receivers. Why didn't you bring Braylon Edwards back?
In our situation, we had just drafted a young receiver we felt great about. We have Santonio Holmes. You had Curley, a young guy that we thought could, be a guy that's on the upside and all that. So you kind of, you're looking at your roster. You evaluate your team a certain way. Would things have been different had, Holmes had an injury earlier? I don't know.
Still didn't really answer it. So if you don't have enough weapons right now and you thought you had enough weapons, then you didn't know what talent you had. Right?
Well, they talked up Stephen Hill. They talked him up and said this guy is going to be great. Well, if he turns out to be great, then you can understand why they didn't go after somebody else. But he's been hurt, and he's got a little bit of the drops. But, it's still very early in his career. We'll see what he does.
Let's go to Sal out in Staten Island. Sal, how you doing?
How you doing, Mike?
Good. Did you survive? Did your house get hit?
Thank God. We're okay.
Good.
But it is, it was a little scary out here.
I bet.
Not gonna lie.
It sounds like it. So I'm glad everything's okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mike.
What do you got?
All right. Every quarterback since Sanchez was taken, I'm talking about Stafford, Freeman, I'll even include Flacco in it. Every year for the past 4 years, their team increasingly got better. They added weapons. They made him more comfortable. Sanchez went from having a comfortable receiver in Braylon Edwards to next year having Plaxico Burress, who just got out of jail, to this year to having a rookie who has no idea what's going on yet. All right? That's one point. He also went from having LT, a veteran running back, to having Sean Green, who could barely do the job to keep his job. So, each year he's dealt a different card. And then to top things off, he's given Tebow to deal with. The guy has a lot of flaws. I think he's a little small in the pocket, but he is one of the best play-action passes I've ever seen in the league. I think he has a lot of potential with the hurry-up offense when he's given the opportunity to call the plays himself, and when he's comfortable, I think he shined through that. Yes, he underthrows, he overthrows, but you need to help him out a little bit. Nobody prepares for the Jets and is scared of a single person. You look at the Jets' offense. If I was a defensive coordinator, I'm laughing because I'm not scared of nobody.
Yeah, it's hard to. That's why it's hard to criticize him. I'm not giving up on Mark Sanchez. Yeah, some of the throws are not right, but he never gets a chance to be in a rhythm. It doesn't seem like they trust him. They don't call a game as if they trust him. So, what exactly are you giving the guy? And if you look at his team from the first year, his rookie season, you can't tell me this team has better talent than that team, or the second year.
No.
Each year it has progressively gone down.
And that's a bad job out of the organization because it's a quarterback's league.
Just look at who they lost. Faneca, Damian Woody, from the running back, Thomas Jones, LT. One after the other. Jericho Cotchery.
They went out, traded to the 5th overall pick to get this guy, and never really did a lot to build things around him. They've never been 100 committed to Mark Sanchez, in my opinion. When you look at the way the Giants have handled it, everything they do is how do I make Eli better? Because it's a quarterback's league, gives us the best chance to win. You made the commitment to Sanchez by trading up for him, but did they ever just completely and say, we are totally committed to do everything to make this guy better? They haven't done it.
It's all about marriage, and here's what it comes down to. The only way you get rid of Mark Sanchez next year is if you get rid of Rex Ryan and Mike Tannenbaum. That's not going to happen. Why is that marriage important? We'll explain. Kayla Greck and you, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike in the morning.
All right, Mike, Herman Edwards is here. While we were sitting in the break, Herman looked up at me and said, Tebow going to play this week?
Yep, and I say bring him out. Let the train get on the track. Give him a series of plays. We can run the ball with this guy. We know he can run inside of tackles. He's very difficult to defend. Why not use this guy on the road?
How would you use him?
Just put him in there, say it's your turn. I'm giving you the ball. It's your series. Let's see if you can orchestrate a drive for us. Let's see what happens.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
This is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. I'm Christopher Harris. Surprise, Darren McFadden is hurt. There are conflicting reports about whether Run DMC has a high ankle sprain, but given his injury history for the moment, I'm assuming an absence. Unfortunately, his backup, Mike Goodson, is also out. That makes Marcel Reese worth adding in most leagues. He's the running back the Raiders seem to trust more than the speedy Tywan Jones, who's probably more of a deep sleeper right now. With Antonio Brown doubtful to play Monday night against the Chiefs, his fantasy owners can add Emmanuel Sanders, a good player with a similar skill set to Brown. He'll be the quick possession receiver in what's been a dink-and-dunk Steelers offense and should be a top 30 fantasy wideout. Finally, if you're casting around for a tight end, take a look at Dwayne Allen of the Colts. With Kobe Fleener out because of a bad shoulder last week, Allen caught 6 balls for 75 yards and has 2 red zone touchdowns this season. I'm Christopher Harris with your ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. Be sure to check out my podcast, The Fantasy Underground, available on iTunes and at espn.com/podcenter.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
An ESPN Radio Mike and Mike Extra Point.
The reality is, if Notre Dame played Oregon in football next Saturday on a neutral site, I don't know who would win, and neither do you. It's as simple as that. Now, I got inundated with people yesterday, oh, Greeny, Oregon would beat them by 20 points. Oh, would they? Are you the same people who told me that Notre Dame was going to get smoked when they went to Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. In sports, we tell you what we expect to happen, and then guess what happens? They play a game.
We don't know.
They play a game. If we knew what was going to happen ahead of time, we would all be living in castles in Las Vegas.
I get it, but what we do is we make our picks.
So here's what drives me nuts.
Okay.
So Notre Dame, you're Notre Dame, which always gets the benefit of everything. They've gotten into BCS bowl games in the years we've been together when they had no business being there.
Hear more from Mike and Mike tomorrow morning on ESPN Radio.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by the New Jersey Lottery. You got to try Jersey Cash 5 now through December 2nd. Buy 5 JC5 games and get a free ticket for a $500,000 raffle. Play Jersey Cash 5 from the New Jersey Lottery. Antonio Cromartie earlier today was on the NFL Network's NFL AM. When asked the question, does he believe the Jets will make the playoffs, he said they are definitely going to make the playoffs. He was also asked about Rex Ryan being overrated according to a Sporting News poll, and Antonio Cromartie said he's a big supporter of his head coach.
Oh, man, I love him. I mean, he's a great coach. He's a player's coach also. So, I mean, he's a guy you can come and talk to about anything. So, I mean, we love him to death here, and who cares what other players have to say? He's our coach at the end of the day, and we'll run through a brick wall for him.
Jets will be in Seattle to take on the Seahawks coming up at 4:05 on Sunday. The Giants have a 1 o'clock kickoff in Cincinnati. Week 10 will get started tonight in Jacksonville as the Jaguars play host to the Indianapolis Colts.
Baseball GM meetings going on in California. Joe Torre held a meeting yesterday with all the GMs talking about a possible challenge system for instant replay. But Torre said in all likelihood that will not go down because the managers already have too much on their plate to also have to be worried about a challenge system. New manager in Colorado, it's Walt Weiss. Suffering New York native last year, was a high school coach. He will take over for Jim Tracy, who had a year left on his contract, but he resigned at the end of the season. One of the finalists for the job, ironically enough, was Jason Giambi. Speaking of former Yankee first baseman, Giambi was one, Tino Martinez was another. And Tino Martinez is now, according to ESPNBoston.com, one of the finalists to get the batting coach job of the Boston Red Sox under manager John Farrell.
Third consecutive day that the NHL owners and players getting together to try to hammer out a CBA in day 54 of the lockout. Playoff soccer tonight, MLS. The Red Bulls play host to DC United. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
One quick thing before we get back to Sanchez. I heard what Cromartie said, players coach. Well, would somebody refer to Bill Belichick as a players coach?
No.
So, to me, a players coach almost seems like he lets us do what we want. I don't know if that's a good thing to be a players coach. How many players coaches win? I don't know if that's a real compliment amongst the coaching fraternity. Well, he's a players coach. Usually the guys that are taskmasters are the guys that are the better coaches.
Well, it's all how you look at it. That's one way of looking at it. That's the way I look at it, that if you say you're a players coach, he's a guy that doesn't have a lot of rules.
Right. Have you ever heard Mike McCarthy be called a players coach?
Yeah, he's not someone that gives us a lot to have to deal with other than just going out and letting us be ourselves and play our game. It could also mean that he is someone that kind of allows us to be us. He's a player's coach, meaning that if I've got the talent, he's going to get me the ball. If I go to him and say I want the ball, he's going to give me the ball. But I do think players do want to have some discipline.
Absolutely. When you're a players coach, it almost, I'm not saying that this is Rex, but it almost makes you seem like the players could do what they want. You don't want that. In the NFL, especially a discipline-based league, you want to be able to have a coach tell you no. Nobody's saying that Tom Coughlin's a player's coach. He's gotten a little better, but he's not a player's coach. Belichick's not a player's coach. Bill Parcells was not considered a player's coach. What do they all have in common? Oh, yeah, they've won Super Bowls.
Although if you were Lawrence Taylor, you probably felt that Bill Parcells was a player's coach because he let me do what I want.
Right.
So it all depends on the guy, but I think you want a happy medium because I think Tom Coughlin was a little too much, the whole, 15 minutes early stuff, and I think sometimes bending over backwards for the player isn't right either. A happy medium works.
Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. I spoke about marriage. No matter how poorly Mark Sanchez does this year, if Rex Ryan and Mike Tannenbaum are the coach and GM respectively, they're not getting rid of Mark Sanchez. Because that would be an admittance that their biggest decision that they made together was a flop. You traded up to the 5th pick to get him. You built your team around him. And now you're saying he's not good enough. So if you're saying he's not good enough, you're saying that your judgment is terrible. He was your franchise quarterback, and you swung and missed on the first important decision that you made together. So what Mark Sanchez has to root for, that these guys don't go anywhere. Because if you bring in a new coach, I don't care what the salary cap implications are, Don, he's bringing in a new quarterback.
Unless he completely believes that Sanchez is the guy. He's not going to be married to let's make it work because he didn't make that selection. The difference is, Michael, let's say Mark Sanchez got hurt in the first quarter in Seattle.
Right.
And Tebow came in and lit it up and they won. And then Sanchez wasn't available for the game against St. Louis, and they beat the Rams and Tebow was great again. And they made the decision, hey, Tebow's playing better, the offense is clicking, let's ride this out. And the Jets make the playoffs.
Right.
Well, then wouldn't that set up Rex and Tannenbaum, even though they committed to Sanchez, saying, maybe now the Tebow era begins and we're going to let Sanchez go.
I don't know. I think that what would happen is they say they both come into camp on an even slate, and they would compete. And Sanchez is a better pure quarterback. He'd win that position. I really believe that.
Or do they say, we need a lot of things here. Let's put Sanchez up on the block and see what we can get back.
Let's go to Lloyd in Staten Island. What's your take on Sanchez, Lloyd?
All right, I've been waiting for this for a long time.
Bring it.
I love the show.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I must say I'm a diehard New York fan. New York, as in Giants, Jets. People say you can't like the Jets.
Not people, Don.
I do.
Don does.
You're a fraud, but that's cool. Authentic fraud.
As far as Sanchez, I watched the Jets with a microscope. All right, and for years, you can say what you want about the Steelers game. Sanchez came through with that drive and whatever. It was the defense that got us there, them 2 AFC games or whatever. And now that, the defense, I ain't going to say that it's subpar or whatever, but it's not what it used to be. Sanchez, he never, if you really look at it, he's not going to give you the 30 points that you can to just knock teams out in the third quarter.
But you know what, Lloyd? That's not how the Jets are built. They don't allow their quarterback to go off. They don't want to score that many points. They want to ground and pound. They want to eat up the clock. That's what they want to do.
I got bald spots in my head from pulling my hair on 8-yard passes. Sanchez throwing it behind Santonio Holmes and throwing it on the ground. He won't run for 2 yards. I mean, Sanchez made his bet. That caller earlier, he was making my stomach sick. Talking about Sanchez ain't got nobody. He went for Plexico Burris coming out of jail. And why didn't they bring back Plexico? Could somebody tell me that? Is he
Lloyd, what are you getting so upset for? You root for two teams. How can you have your hair pulled out if you like the Giants and the Jets at the same time?
Which one am I liking the Giants and Jets? So you're saying I can't like the Brooklyn Nets because I'm a Knicks fan?
That's right.
That's what you're saying?
That's right.
Are you a Yankee or a Met fan?
I'm both.
Oh, come on. So you get it.
So you can never be unhappy. You can never be unhappy.
Want me to tell you why?
Yes.
I can say that because one thing I noticed from traveling all over this country, you go anywhere outside the tri-state area, they don't like you because you're from New York.
So
They
what?
don't like our swag. They don't like nothing. I'm not going to be a Dallas Cowboys fan, and I've never been in Texas. I'm not going to be a Dallas. I'm not going to root.
So the Mets and Yankees played in the World Series at the same time. Who did you root for? 2000, Mets Yankees in the World Series. Who did you root for?
I'm glad whoever wins.
See, then that's not sports. To just whatever happens, that's not sports.
That year they went against each other, it's a win-win.
Lloyd, sports is supposed to be happy or sad. You can't really be a fan if the result makes you happy no matter what. That's not being a fan. That's like watching a movie.
I mean, what's the odds? What's the odds besides that World Series with the Giants? I mean, the Yankees and Mets going at it. The Giants and Jets. What's the odds? Tell me what's the odds.
Oh, the odds are astronomical, but it did happen, Lloyd. Here's the deal. You sound like a.
I want the Jets real bad to win something. Don't get me wrong.
Here's why you don't. You don't, Lloyd. You're not a fan. You're not going crazy because if you really were committed to the Jets, you'd say, I'm a Jet fan and I don't like the Giants. But you're not willing to do that because you don't want to feel pain. And that's why you add teams. If you were a real fan, you would commit to the Jets 100%.
Who did you root for when the Jets played the Giants in the 15th game last year?
You're a sports bigamist.
No.
So it's like having three wives. You know what? The one got ugly. I'll kick her aside. I'll bring the other wife in. Make a commitment to a team, Lloyd. I'm begging you. If you love the Jets that much, then just climb on board the Jet wagon.
No, I love the Jets.
Who did you root for? Jets and the Giants, Week 15, the 15th game last year.
The Jets, because I want them to make the playoffs. The Giants already got a Super Bowl. If the Jets play the Giants, I'm a lean Jet. Even though, don't get me wrong, I love the Giants. I would lean Jets because we haven't had.
Lloyd, you know what, Lloyd? To build the character up, man.
Lloyd, are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Okay, do you have a lot of girlfriends?
No.
Because you sound like you can't make a decision. You got to make a decision on who you love.
Make a decision.
Hold on. A few months ago, when the Nets came to New York,
right?
On your show, you were sitting there talking about planting your flag and all that. Yo, make your choice. And
That's
all
right.
That. I never got that because when I say hardcore Knicks, I'm hardcore Jets. I'm hardcore Knicks too.
Oh, stop it. You're a big hardcore fraud. You're a hardcore fraud. Because, Lloyd, you can't make a decision, man. You got to be able to make decisions in life.
That's not right.
Life's not easy. It's hard, Lloyd. Come on, man. You sound like a good guy. Start building some character up, man. That's a flaw in your character.
No, that's not right for you to say that when I was there for when John Starks went 2 for 18. I was there for when Patrick Ewing threw that layup. I mean, when Olajuwon threw that layup.
So then be there and say, I hate the Brooklyn Nets because they're not the Knicks. Make a commitment,
because
man.
Here's what you're saying.
Any fraud can buy a ticket.
Here's what you're saying. My wife was beautiful in 1994. She started to get old. There was a really hot girl that moved into Brooklyn. Now I'm going to root for her. I'll keep my wife around, but I'm going to start dating the hot girl in Brooklyn. You got to make
it.
That's
Lloyd.
what sports is about. You can't. As Don always said, if you can't hurt, then you can't feel great.
That's right. So you're never going to really feel what it's like to be a fan because the Nets lost by 30. Oh, but the Knicks are 3-0, so I'll be happy.
Can you imagine how good you're going to feel when the Mets are finally good in like 5 or 10 years?
That's it, and he'll never know what that's like.
He'll never know because he didn't suffer.
I'll just root for this team, whatever team's good.
Speaking of Mike Woodson and the Knicks, What are they going to do when Amari comes back? We'll have that answer, and we'll also bring in Dave Rothenface because he's on at 7
Where did that come from?
I just love calling him Rothenface.
I'm
really
sure
do.
he loves it too.
Kayla Greca, you, Rothenface, right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
What's your definition of success for this year's New York Knicks team?
Well, our goal is to win our division and be able to host first round at home. That is not going to change. I mean, that's what we're playing for.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Come into the Home Depot today and get up to 24-month special financing on carpet purchases with your Home Depot consumer credit card. Every room deserves to look great. And with the newest selection of colors, styles, and patterns, your budget won't be picking your new carpet. You will. With 24-month special financing. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Valid to November 14th, U.S. only, subject to credit approval. Terms and exclusions apply. See store for details.
It's fun to debate your favorite teams and players, but the debate is over when it comes to where you go for your next set of tires. See the experts at your local Ford dealer for big savings on name brand tires during the Big Tire event, going on now.
Hi, it's Colin. Thursday. Bill Romanowski on pot smoking in the NFL. Greg Cosell thinks Eli Manning's arm. Well, you have to listen to find out. Download the Thursday Thundering Herd podcast. Check it out, ESPNradio.com.
Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
New York.
Rex Ryan voted the most overrated head coach. Our friend Rich Cimini, ESPNNewYork.com. The bigger story, off a bye week, Jets go to Seattle. Is it, Rich, a winnable game when you look at their personnel?
It's a winnable game, Colin, because Seattle is struggling just as much on offense as the Jets are. You're talking about two of the lower-ranked teams, so I think you're going to see a low-scoring, ugly-type game. But Seattle is very tough at home. The Jets are just going to have to play almost a perfect game and avoid some of the crushing mistakes that they've been making in recent weeks.
I look at Mark Sanchez, and we all have this, like, Tebow cloud, or maybe it's a silver lining, depends on your perspective. What if they go to Seattle, and it's kind of ugly? 28-14, they lose. How many starts is Sanchez getting, do you think?
Well, you would think that he'd be at the end of the rope if that scenario unplays the way you just described it, but I don't get the impression from anyone in the locker room or around the building that he's on the verge of losing his job. I think Rex Ryan is just committed to Mark Sanchez.
Utah.
Lakers fall to 1-4. Beto Duran, ESPN LA 710. What's the bigger issue? The defense, which is middle of the pack to below that on threes and field goal percentage, or a struggling offense?
The bigger issue, if I had to pick one, would be the offense, because you shouldn't be struggling when you have players like Dwight Howard, Kobe Bryant, and Pau Gasol on your squad. Yeah, Mike Brown's going to point to the defense. It looked ugly yesterday. The transition defense is bad. But overall, Colin, this Lakers squad just looks ugly right now. You can point to the bench. You can point to the lack of productivity. You can point to the lack of not having Steve Nash. But if you're a Laker fan, everybody's pointing at one man, and that is Mike Brown.
Texas.
Josh Hamilton's future. A teammate comes out, kind of sounds critical of him. Richard Durrett, ESPNDallas.com. Right, Mike Adams is a teammate. Take our audience, Richard, to his comments yesterday about his teammate Josh Hamilton.
I think he was referring to several things. One was Hamilton's lack of consistency. You look at Hamilton's season, he was player of the month in the American League in April and May, had the 4-homer game in Baltimore. There wasn't a pitch he wasn't willing to swing at, and one that he didn't hit. And then he had 2 months where he didn't hit hardly any of those pitches. One day he might come to the ballpark and be the guy that took the game over. The next night he might go 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. So when he was talking, I think, a little bit about Hamilton and not sure which Josh would show up at the ballpark, that's what he meant. And I'll tell you, I think there's some truth to that. So it's just interesting to hear it from a teammate.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the Herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Lups.
rumors about this, Don, so maybe Yankee fans could rest easy. I'm getting a lot of it on Twitter. I have not seen it on ESPN.com or on SI.com. But since I had heard rumors, I feel comfortable about saying this. A lot of people saying that Tino has committed now today to become the Marlins hitting coach.
Okay.
So that does not anger Yankee fans at all.
Well, he's from Tampa, went to the University of Tampa, right?
Yeah.
And,
but Miami's across the state.
No, I get that. But it's a lot closer than Boston is. But, I mean, he has ties to Florida.
I had heard that he might become the hitting coach if Larry Boa got the manager's job. But Mike Redmond got it, and according to a lot of people on Twitter, now Tino's going to go to Miami.
And this, McGuire left St. Louis to go to Los Angeles. See if he can help out Andre Ethier and Matt Kemp.
And help out Don Mattingly. Mike Woodson was on with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco. I believe Woodson's going to be on with them every Thursday now. And he was asked about the timetable of Amari and what his role is going to be when he comes back.
We've been told 6 to 8 weeks with Amari. And Amari, make no mistake about it, is a big piece to our puzzle. And, he spent this summer doing a lot of wonderful things in terms of working on his game, expanding his game, and he will be utilized when he come back in the low blocks, just to see what he has, and see if the things that he's done this summer has paid off and put him in a different light to help us, win games. But, we are patiently going to wait for Amari to get healthy and get back, and when he gets back, he's going to be right back in there playing like the Amari of old, and we're going to hopefully continue to win our winning ways. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
But they don't give these jobs to chimps, okay? So Ryan Rucco and Stephen A. asked the necessary question. Okay, he's going to play a role, but is he going to start?
Well, I can't make that decision right now. My thing is you don't lose your starting job based on injuries. And, he's been a piece to our puzzle, so, he will come back into our lineup, if that may be the case. Again, only time will tell. We got to see where he is when he gets back, and we got to make sure that he's healthy enough to do the things that we've asked him to do on and off the floor.
I never understood that. I know it's an old cliche. Is Stevie Brown going to lose his job with the Giants when Kenny Phillips is able to play?
I would think
the guy
so.
has 7 turnovers occur. He's got 2 fumbles and 5 interceptions. And he's going to, if you lose your job because of an injury and the guy who takes over is 3 times better than you, you're still going to get the job back. That's silly.
All right, but whether it's right or wrong, the fact that he brought it up makes you believe that he's leaning towards having Amari be back in the starting lineup. But that doesn't mean, he starts, he gets introduced, and then he's out. I mean, you can rotate him in and out, but that tells me that he's leaning towards giving him his starting job back.
It doesn't sound like he's leaning. He's going to do it.
Yeah.
But it could be he starts the first 2 minutes, and maybe it's just an optics thing. All right, this is the deal.
And that's big, and that's big in the NBA, because being introduced and being on that court when the game tips off is an honorable thing that I think a lot of guys don't want to have to give up.
All right, now we have to make a decision on who's going to win that flag football spot.
Lloyd can't win.
Because what, he's a sports bigamist?
That's right.
He almost sounds like a trigamist.
It's
a quadruplist. All right, so flag football. You get a chance to be in the big tournament that's going to be at Florham Park, and then the winner of that plays against Giant fans at MetLife Stadium. So the tournament is this Saturday. You have to be 35 or older. People have been calling the pulse line. We took the 3 best, and we're going to decide. The question we asked was, on the Jets, who would you want to be on your team? This is a guy who says Tim Tebow.
My name is Arnold. I would definitely take Tim Tebow, the most versatile, dynamic player on the field. Quarterback, running back. I mean, the guy can do it all. That's who I would take on my squad. Tebow time. Thank you.
All right, he's not winning.
Well, he sounds like he's a terrible running back, and he's never proven to be a great quarterback.
He might try to do it all, but he ain't doing it all.
All right, here's another entry.
Hi, my name is Joe Speranza, and I definitely would take Nick Mangold. Being the center, he's sort of the captain on the team, the way Thurman Munson and other catchers are the captain of the infield. He has the heart, he has the strength, he has the talent, and he never lets up. He chases people all over that field. And for the Jet team that we have, that's a little bit in shambles, he certainly is a centerpiece on that team.
See, I wonder about, he's a big guy, though.
I mean,
what are you going to do on flag football with Nick Mangold?
I mean, you can blitz and eventually get to the quarterback, but it's not as physical as I want guys with speed.
All right, let's see what this guy says. We haven't picked a winner yet.
Alex from Jersey City. Easy answer to the question. Truth is, Cromartie. Been playing flag football for a while now. 35 years old, been on several teams, and athletes like Cromartie, so versatile, the speed. You know, he could work any receiver. He could play any receiver. Not only that, play both sides of the field, you know, both sides of the ball. So having Cromartie on the team, will, you know, that's definitely the number one Jet to have on your squad.
All right. He plays. He knows. He agreed with us. Deadly combination.
So he wins.
That is those are the three.
That's
landslide. He wins.
What's his name
Alex
again?
From Jersey City.
Alex from Jersey City.
Good for him.
I'm glad for Alex. I really am. That's good stuff. I would pick Cromartie too, because he is a receiver. I guess if Revis was healthy,
it would be.
You might go with him.
Now there's a lot of smack.
If Revis is a receiver,
and there's a lot of smack talking in flag football, and Cromartie's really good at that as well.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's go to Ray in New Jersey. Ray, you're next on ESPN New York.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, Ray. What's up?
Okay, well, I've been following you guys for a real long time, especially when you were, interviewing Mark Sanchez every single week and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Big fans of the show.
Thanks.
Two main points that I want to make about the Jets and Mark Sanchez. I think everybody, you said it several times last year, he keeps taking bullets for the team. And in a lot of ways, he still keeps on taking bullets again. Just this week with the bye week, I really noticed, wow, this is how football should be played. When you see guys like Randall Cobb making plays, James Jones making great plays, Golden Tate, Doug Martin, they all made extraordinary plays. When I watch the Jets, they barely make some of the catches where Sanchez is hitting them right in the numbers. And it's like, it's been like this for a while.
Ray, you know what? It's hard to argue with you. Their skill position players are not great. They have not stepped up and done the job. Is that fair?
That's very fair. I mean, I watch every single game, and they don't make the plays that you see other teams make. This is a big play league, Michael, on both sides of the ball. As good as this defense is, are they making the big play? Are they making the big strip sack for a 30-yard touchdown return? Are they doing what the Bears are doing? As good as their defense is, are they making big plays? On offense, where are the 60, 70-yard touchdown runs and bombs that you see teams seem to do on a routine basis? Even bad teams will pull off a big play now and then. And even in the special teams, which was an area that was always a strength, has become a weakness on this team. They're not even getting big plays out of their specials.
Let's bring in Rothenface.
How do you feel about that?
I love that.
The nickname?
Yeah.
Or bringing me on?
No, love having you on.
He's got no choice to bring you on. But he's got a choice on what to call you, and he's calling you Rothenface.
But I don't care. I've been called worse.
So don't take it from him.
What do
it's not meant in a pejorative way. Only you animal, think it is.
Is it demeaning? Is it meant to be? Do you dislike me?
I like you a lot.
Anytime, and I don't want to have to repeat them because I want to keep my job, but anytime you call someone and face is in it, you give me an example where that's a good thing.
Well, if I call my wife Jody Face. I love my wife.
You just love the word face.
Face is great.
All right, well.
Jody Face, because she's got a pretty face, and Dave has a nice face.
I'm going to take this as a positive.
All right, did you sleep with your mother-in-law yesterday? Did you stay in
Michael, please. Please.
Did you stay in your mother-in-law's
Just say what's coming up on the show. And we
have a big show tonight, by the way.
And just tell us and go, because this is not good.
Save yourself at this point.
Save yourself.
Right. Did you stay in your mother-in-law's house?
I did not. I decided to brave the weather. I couldn't.
So you love your wife and kids?
I love very much so.
Right.
Very much so.
You really hate your mother-in-law?
I don't. You know what? You're just trying to add trouble. That's what you're trying to do.
No trouble getting home, right?
Once I got to 684, it became a little trouble. And my area, there's a lot of hills. It's very icy.
Right.
So it was a little trouble. But no, it wasn't terrible.
All right. So let's promo the show. I see Ray Lucas lurking around, so that's always good.
This is like a K kind of show.
Wow.
Like if you walked in and Ryan Hurley said, Michael,
This is what we have.
This is what we have tonight. You'd be like, all right, I think Hurley's done well.
When's the last time we said that, Don?
Ray Lucas in studio for 2 hours.
Nice.
Vinny Serrato on the phone for the next hour.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a wrestling fan?
Not really.
No. Mankind? Mick Foley?
People say I look like Mankind a little
bit. You know who that is.
Yeah, I know who he is. Just doesn't mean I have to like him.
Well, I'm not saying you like him. I'm saying you've heard of him.
Yes,
He'll be in studio at 10 o'clock.
Why? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, WrestleMania is going to be at the Meadowlands.
I think it's at the Garden.
No, it's at the
Meadowlands.
MetLife. It's going to be at MetLife.
Oh, at the Meadow. Oh, okay.
And I guess tickets go on sale Saturday, so he'll be here.
Cool.
And Chris Mullen in the 11 o'clock hour.
That is a great show.
This is what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying.
Dave Rothenface show.
Lucas could take your life while he's tying a shoe. So call him Lucas Face.
But he likes Lucas. That would be a compliment. Well, we're glad everything's okay, Dave. It sounds like a great show.
Thank you.
It starts in moments. We'll be back again tomorrow at 3. Big football Friday, so we look forward to that. We'll pick the Jets and the Giants game. In the words of Billy Joel, life is a series of hellos and goodbyes. I'm afraid it's time for goodbye again. See you, everybody.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick. And you know, the New York Tri-State continues its battle towards recovery after the effects of Hurricane Sandy and now the latest nor'easter. We need your help. Please log on to www.redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. Listen, we've all been affected by Hurricane Sandy in some form. Together, we can all do our part to help our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. Again, for more information on how you can help, log on to redcross.org.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Stocks dropped, but not as dramatically as Wednesday. The Dow lost 121 points. The Nasdaq gave up 42 and the S&P fell 17. Investors still worried about potential gridlock in Washington, especially the possibility of Congress going over the so-called fiscal cliff, a package of tax hikes and spending cuts which will go into effect January 1st unless a budget deal is reached. The number of first-time unemployment claims filed last week fell by 8,000. Change has been on the menu at McDonald's and customers may not exactly be loving it. The world's biggest hamburger chain sales fell almost 2% last month, the most in years. Mickey D's has been trying new premium items and posting nutritional information on its menu boards. Samsung's Galaxy S3 has overtaken Apple's iPhone 4S as the world's best-selling smartphone. The tracking firm Strategy Analytics says the S3 shipped 18 million units in the third quarter compared to about 16 million for Apple's iPhone 4S. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hard!
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go!
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers!
Returns home in search of a fourth straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Hey, Golick, what if I said the birth of your child is no excuse to miss a game?
Couldn't disagree more. I think it's idiotic almost, bordering on that, to make a statement like that, to say that should overtake any other thing in your life. I think it's a ridiculous statement to make.
Why?
Why? Because it's family. I mean, this is the birth of your kid, birth, death, funeral, whatever. I mean, your family is first. Your family is first.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Everybody loves Alex Smith. Everybody hates Mark Sanchez. But they're essentially the same quarterback. The truth is their careers are inverted. Sanchez got the AFC championships early, has struggled late. Alex struggled early, success late. And what it proves is we're in a now society. Whatever's happening now is the truth.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
Dear ladies, do you ever talk smack because you got fake points when your fake running back scored a touchdown?
Did I miss the waiter? 'Cause you just got served.
Not your style. Then the bold flavors in Dr. Pepper 10 aren't for you. 'Cause it takes 10 of the toughest calories in the world to contain the full power of Dr. Pepper's flavor. So if you don't get so excited about winning a pretend football game that you break bones on a high five,
My hand!
then you don't get Dr. Pepper 10. It's not for women. Dr. Pepper 10 is an equal opportunity beverage. Anyone can enjoy the taste of Dr. Pepper 10 regardless of status or non-status as a man, woman, or other.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series is at full throttle. And when drivers will do anything to take the checkered flag, cages get rattled. Engines roar louder. Tempers run hotter. And victory donuts taste even sweeter. Some people say there's more to life than winning. Those people are losers. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ESPN. Nothing beats first place.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now, I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Right now at the Home Depot, get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698. You save over $800, which means not only can you enjoy holiday savings right now, your new fridge can be stocked and ready for whatever or whoever the season brings. Get a Maytag stainless steel 4-door fridge for $1,698, available while they last. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. While supplies last, valid through November 26, U.S. only. See store for details.
Well, I'll tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about. Wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs, so that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. You might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes 15 minutes, and you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
It's Thursday, ESPN Radio Sports Beat time. Hi, everybody. This is Mike Tirico. This Chuck Pagano story of inspiration and his fight against treatable form of leukemia that he has, plus what his football team has built, really getting emotional and exciting, too. The Colts have a chance to win 4 in a row, 5 of their last 6, if they win to start Week 10 of the NFL season tonight in Jacksonville against a Jaguar team that candidly looks as bad as any team in the NFL through these first 9 weeks of the season. So let's spin our focus to the Colts. Of course, there's inspiration from their coach. You've seen shaved heads from the players this week after their visit from Pagano last Sunday after the victory over Miami. When you look at them on the field, we knew Andrew Luck was going to be good. Nobody missed on that one. He's been better than I even thought he would. His record number of yards are going to send his jersey that he wore last week to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But what he's doing when there are other jerseys around him in the pocket, standing tall, taking hits, and delivering accurate passes to a good receiving core, plus the development of running backs and the defensive ends who are there when they get the lead to still try to close the game, something special happening, and it's not just emotion. It's also talent. Indianapolis is going to stay in this wild card race deep into December. Virginia Tech has always been a constant on special teams, defense, and playing at home over the last 25 years. Special teams haven't been great this year. Defense has struggled mightily, but at home they're 4-0, and that's the one Tech hope is Logan Thomas, the quarterback. Goes up against Florida State, number 10 in the country, and clearly the best team in the ACC. That's ESPN tonight at 8 Eastern. The start of the college hoop season and where it's happening after this.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. The Oklahoma Sooners sit with 2 defeats, but those came to the 2nd and 4th ranked teams in the country.
Has a block. Touchdown!
Can they get into the BCS? Up next, they'll face the Baylor Bears.
Goes towards the end zone and intercepted.
The Baylor Bears at the 12th ranked Oklahoma Sooners. Saturday at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
So Michigan State, always creative in how they schedule, and Connecticut are over in Germany at an Air Force base, giving U.S. troops basketball in person to start this college hoop season. Also, multiple games going to be happening on aircraft carriers around the country. Some may be critical and say, well, that's played out theme. For the troops who get these games, it really matters, and the awareness of our military, especially on this Veterans Day week. With the ESPN Radio Sports Beat, this is Mike Tirico.
Eli Manning has a strong run game. He's got great wide receivers. Okay, Ahmad Bradshaw runs hard.
Oh, very hard. I would say it's a great run game, but yes, they have guys that are pretty good running backs.
Okay, so they got a run game where he can fake, and his play action is very important to Eli's success. Let's not get it twisted. But Eli could drop back and kill you himself.
The Giants had the worst rushing attack in the NFL last year. And what'd they do? Right?
Yeah. But I'm saying, if you're saying is Mark Sanchez an elite quarterback?
No, I'm not saying elite. I'm saying is he a good quarterback?
I don't know because he doesn't have the weapons for me to make that judgment.
Would you like to hear Antonio Cromartie?
Yeah, would
give
love.
us his take on whether Mark Sanchez is in fact a good quarterback or not? Here he is from NFL.
Mark Sanchez actually, he's a good quarterback. I mean, he makes the right thing. He does the right things. He has the great leadership skills. And, I mean, unfortunately this year, I mean, we lost Antonio Holmes, our number one receiver. And, I mean, guys have been stepping up as in Jeremy Curley, Chad Shillings. We brought in Jason Hill again. And, I mean, at this point, we got to have guys step up and play a bigger role. I mean, if you go back to 2 years, I mean, we had bigger weapons into Braylon Edwards and Santonio Holmes. He was a lot better. I mean, he's having an off year this year, but I mean, we got a second half of the season before he can pick it up.
All right, so you hear that and you think what?
I think he's half right.
Which half is right?
They had better receivers there for Mark Sanchez, so he played better. Is he a leader? I have no idea. I haven't seen any, I don't know how to put it, any emotion from him at all this year. I mean, throwing interceptions. Not that I'm asking for him to throw.
But you know what? On the flip side of that, let me defend him for a second. Eli Manning is the most emotionless quarterback in the world.
You can't put him in the same category with Eli Manning.
But you can't compare anybody to Eli because Eli's just one in a trillion.
No, he's just
like the way
he's
he
an
acts,
elite quarterback.
I
and
understand
that works for Eli.
Right.
Every other quarterback in the NFL. Now, granted, I'm not Mark Sanchez, but if you give me a contract extension and then you bring in Tim Tebow for $6 million, I'm going to have a word with Mike Tannenbaum in his office. What are you doing? I don't get it. You just gave me the contract. You got Tony Sproul here. Now you're going to put me a wide receiver? Not, just stick up for yourself. Not to say, oh.
But what do you want him to do? Because you know what? They put him in.
Say something.
This is the truth. This is the truth, though. They put him in a no-win situation.
I agree with you 100%.
A completely no-win situation.
I agree.
If he comes out and he Ray Lucases it, right? He comes out and he goes, you got to be kidding me. How dare you bring this guy in here?
Not that. No, it's not. Doesn't have to be that harsh. Just what are you doing? Why are you going to put me a wide receiver?
But you know what happens then? If you make a comment like that, if you say, what are you doing, then you're questioning, you're not a leader because you're questioning the hierarchy of this club.
The guys in the locker room will look at you different. I'm telling you.
What do you think? I mean, you know this team. You're around this team. What do you think the belief of the locker room is about Mark Sanchez?
To be honest with you, Cromartie could say he's not having a good year in the beginning. The fact of the matter is the front office has done absolutely nothing to make him better. Now, does Mark Sanchez suffer and not play well this year? Absolutely. He's not even he's 52%. He's number 32 completion percentage in the NFL.
Well, you and I were talking before the show. You got to really try to be 52%.
This is a passing league, and to be 52% is unacceptable.
Oh, well, what's RG3? Close to 70?
69, 67%. I think he's higher than actually Russell Wilson. He's 62%, so I think he's like 5 or 6 higher.
But 52% that's like 1940s quarterbacking.
That's not good quarterbacking. So Mark Sanchez has to take some of it, but I can't lay it all at his feet because the front office hasn't done anything to help.
You're right. It's been a combination of failure all across the board.
I agree. 100%.
Everything has failed with the Jets. But you know what? They still make comments like, if we can just fix this, and the guys, I have such confidence. And you know what? Enough already. Enough already.
For me, all the explanations are falling on deaf ears. Show me on Sunday. Don't tell me anything. Just win on Sunday.
Let me see it on Sunday.
Yeah.
Real quickly, do you like the chemistry of this football team?
Not at all.
All right. Rex Ryan will completely disagree with you. We'll hear that next. Dave Rothenberg and Ray Lucas with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. This is the The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I think Sham Newton, bust. It's happening. Not there yet. I'm calling it. Not going to work.
I'm not buying it, man, and I don't know what it is.
If you're a quarterback, you are the eyes and the voice and the head, the CEO of your football team.
The only thing I control, sweetheart, is myself.
Superman poses down by 28. Just how bad is your judgment?
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
You gotta wake him up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake me up.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio.
The reality is, if Notre Dame played Oregon in football next Saturday on a neutral site, I don't know who would win, and neither do you. It's as simple as that. Now, I got inundated with people yesterday. Oh, Greeny, Oregon would beat them by 20 points. Oh, would they? Are you the same people who told me that Notre Dame was going to get smoked when they went to Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. In sports, we tell you what we expect to happen, and then guess what happens? They play a game.
We don't know.
They play a game. If we knew what was going to happen ahead of time, we would all be living in castles in Las Vegas.
I get it, but what we do is we make our picks.
So here's what drives me nuts.
Okay.
So Notre Dame, your Notre Dame, which always gets the benefit of everything. They've gotten into BCS bowl games in the years we've been together when they had no business being there, solely because they are Notre Dame, is now getting left out solely because they're Notre Dame. People are just using their anti-Notre Dame feelings to say, well, they clearly don't belong with the other guys. I'm going to give credit where it's due. CBSSports.com. Tom Fornelli is their college football blogger. He put the blind resumes of 5 unbeaten teams: Alabama, Oregon, Notre Dame, Louisville, and Kansas State.
Right.
Put them up there, teams A, B, C, D, and E. Showed you just what they've done.
Right.
And then you get a chance, you go on and you pick of those 5, which 2 should play each other in the national championship. Go ahead and do it. Go do it. I'm not going to do it. This wasn't my idea. I'm going to give credit where it's due. Go do it, and then you tell me who you came back and voted for. Which 2 teams you said deserve to play for the national championship right now. Go ahead and do it, and let me know what happens. And I'll tell you right now, it's going to surprise a lot of people. And all of you people who are emailing me, Notre Dame has no business on the field with these other teams, your point is completely irrelevant. What you think, I think, or anyone else thinks would happen in a game has no bearing on who should play for the title. You should reward the teams who have had the best seasons, who have accomplished the most. And right now, I'll give away part of it, Notre Dame is one of those 2 teams. End of discussion.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were going to be. They have the most, the wins as far as ranked teams, and the schedule has been the toughest. So by a computer, which a couple of the computers are number 1 on, I get what you're saying. But you keep wanting to make irrelevant the eye test, and as much as you think it should be irrelevant, it's not. And I mean, I know you want to pound your fist on the table and yell and scream and say that shouldn't be part of it. It should be just how they play this year. I get it. I get what you're saying, but that's not reality. Reality is how people look at it, especially people with a vote.
You really disappoint me.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Now, you love the music here. You come in just for the music, don't you?
He hasn't made me a CD yet, but I'll wait.
I think Jose, he wakes up early on Thursday mornings. He's like, all right, Lucas is coming in. He's like, I got to pull out the A stuff. Because usually he's not very good. To be completely honest. Usually he's very mediocre.
Well, not when I'm here.
No, not when you're here, because he cares about you.
I need some of that for the truck, for the ride home, just in case there's traffic.
Just in case. Of course there's going to be traffic. You live in New York City. All right. You say you don't like the chemistry of this team. Rex says, Ray Lucas, you're out of your mind. He likes the chemistry on this club.
I see the way the guys interact with each other. I see the way they challenge each other on a practice field and all those type of things. I hear them the way they talk. I hear them about getting together off the field and going over tape together and staying here late. All those type of things are things that you notice when you got this thing rolling. Last year, I think we did do some of those things, but I mentioned before, I wasn't on top of it as much as I should have been, obviously.
I don't care, Ray. I don't care about guys getting together for dinner, going to the movies, playing hopscotch, jump rope, watching TV. I don't care. I don't care if it's the 73 Oakland A's who hated each other. Win. Yeah. Either win games or blow the team up and bring guys in here who want to or can win football games. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everybody buying into this. Rex is such a motivator and a good guy, and he's likable. You know what? It's great, but win.
I'm with you. And, staying after, that's part of the gig, reviewing film, but it's not it's not coming onto the field on Sunday. So that's all good and great, and it's good to hear as a head coach, but what are you seeing on Sunday? He's seeing what I'm seeing. He's seeing what you're seeing. And I don't understand how, everything is hunky-dory, in Jets camp.
But it is, and you know why? It is. And let me play you something from earlier today from Antonio Cromartie on how hunky-dory it really is.
Jets will make a playoff this year. We believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make a playoff this year.
All right, that's for NFL AM on the NFL Network. So Antonio Cromartie coming out. Jets are going to definitely make the playoffs this year, right?
How about they beat Seattle? I don't want to hear about the playoffs. I don't want to hear about meetings. I don't want to hear about dinners. How about say we're going to come out and we're going to set the tone for the rest of the season, the second half of the season, and beat the Seattle Seahawks? You can't even say you're going to make the playoffs. You're on a 2-game losing streak. And how about you beat Seattle, and then maybe you beat, we got Seattle, then we have
at St. Louis, and then the Patriots on Thanksgiving night.
How about you just take one game at a time and get the W?
You know what? How about, people call me all the time because I get on them. Well, what do you want them to say? How about this? You know what? We have our work cut out for us. We put ourselves behind the 8 ball. We recognize the magnitude of the game against Seattle. We're looking at this one game, and we're ready to go.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Coming out of a bye, everything's supposed to be. The thing that bothers me about Mark Sanchez so much is when you hear him talk after the game, and, when we're doing our show and we get all the press conference stuff, he's always and we're getting better, and, and in the second half of the Miami Dolphins game, he said we were throwing it around a lot. Well, it's not hard to throw against prevent defense when you're up 20 points.
I mean, the game was over at the half.
I want to hear Mark Sanchez say, I didn't play well enough to win. You know what I mean? There's too much we. Being, under the greatest, one of the greatest coaches ever, the second greatest man I've ever met next to my father, you always point the finger. You never point the finger. You always point the thumb. So what can Mark Sanchez do? That's what I want to know after the game's over. What did you do bad, and what can you do better? I think there needs to be more thumb pointing than finger pointing, and I don't want to hear Antonio Cromartie tell me the Jets are going to the playoffs.
Jets are going to the playoffs. Let me ask you, all right, longtime quarterback in this league, played on numerous different teams. How can Mark Sanchez be the quarterback that we all so desperately want him to be?
Number one, he needs weapons that are viable weapons, that he can stand back there upright and throw down the field. Hill, I think, will be one of those guys. I mean, Curley has stepped up a lot, big time. They weren't high on him in training camp. He was just dogging it out there. But I need big-time receivers, somebody that can make catches when the average receiver cannot. He needs to stop staring down receivers, plain and simple. And he gets hit so much that you see him get happy feet, and that's where you see the ball go high and go low. So I think for Sanchez to be good, I think they need to revamp the whole offense. I don't think he needs to play wide receiver, or put Tim Tebow in the game. It's like, how many teams with 2 quarterbacks ever went to the playoffs?
Very few.
One, maybe? I don't even know if any.
Ever. There's been the Colts back here. But no, not recently. No, it doesn't happen. Because if you have a real, and this is what
blows my mind.
This is what's bothered me since the first moment they signed Tim Tebow. If you have confidence in your starting quarterback, why would you ever want a guy to distract from that?
That's what I said from the beginning.
If you're the Giants, would you ever want to take Eli Manning off the field for 4, 5, or 7 plays?
Let's put him at wide receiver. Let's let Eli run.
If you're the Packers, would you ever want to take Aaron Rodgers off the field for 5, 6, or 7 plays, or would you want that quarterback? And you can run through. Even Andrew Luck, RG3. Why would you ever want to take a guy that you supposedly have confidence in off the field at all?
Well, here's the thing. That's why I was so upset when they signed Tim Tebow, because you just gave Sanchez a contract extension, and your biggest thing that Mike Tannenbaum does is bring Tim Tebow in.
That was their big move.
To put the guy you gave the contract to on the sideline and/or at wide receiver.
And they loaded up on safety.
They had to. load up on safety.
You know
what did they do on the offense? This thing has been going bad for the last 4 years.
Are the Jets how much worse are the Jets now than they were 4 years ago?
It's not even in the same ballpark.
How badly, if you took the Jets team from 4 years ago and they played against this Jets team, what would the final score be?
This Jets team would get blown out. It would be 38-3, somewhere in that, because the defense was completely different. The offense was completely different. The only mainstay really has been Westhoff, and even he got it.
And that's declining.
Yeah.
Listen, Patriots, Jets lead 7-0. They kick it off back for a touchdown. Dolphins, special teams had a huge hand in that losing that football game.
They were just awful. But I will say this, though. I see a team like the Jets play against the Patriots, who for 3.5 quarters, were 3 in all of 13 minutes of the fourth quarter, had a chance to beat a very good team completely.
You know what? I'm so sick and tired of, well, we were really close. You know, we were so close to. You know what? You didn't beat them. You didn't beat them.
You know what? Is an L.
It's an L. And New England is 5-3, and the Jets are 3-5. And let's be honest, the Jets have no chance at winning this division, and their only chance is to wind up winning 6 of 8 games and sneaking into the postseason as a wild card. That's their only chance right now.
But that they have a shot. But if they lose against Seattle, you stick a fork in them.
They have look, these next 3 games. And it gets a lot easier final 5.
Yeah.
These next 3 games, Jets unequivocally have to go 2-1
easily, or 3-0 if they really want to get a stretch.
They're going to win in Seattle, at the Rams, and the Patriots at home. Come on.
I think that the hardest game for them is going to be this weekend.
This is the toughest place to play.
I mean, I played in this stadium, and you could be standing next to somebody and not hear a word that they say.
If you, there's 31 stadiums because MetLife is used for 2. Yep. So 31 stadiums in this NFL. Whatever it is now, Quest Field, American Century Field, whatever it is now, where does that rank as the toughest places
number
to play?
1. I would say the Raiders Stadium number 2. Their fans are just insane.
Now, is it just that the fans are crazy?
They're loud. It's just loud. Like Seattle, Kansas City could get loud too, but it's not been loud this year at all. But, and Philly fans are just the stuff you hear coming out of them. What's scary?
Was there a moment where you were actually fearful?
When we played the Raiders. Yeah.
Did anything happen?
Well, we were running. Parcells first told us when we went out, you got to wear your helmets. And it's like 3 hours before the game. So we go outside. We're all looking at him like, is this guy crazy? The whole lower level is filled 3 hours before the game.
What are they doing? They just get
talking
the makeup
about your
on?
mother. They talk about your father, your sister, your aunt's side of the family.
Did you ever get to the point where you were close to snapping?
No,
never.
Because they have no effect on me. If somebody's talking stuff across the line of scrimmage from me, then there could be trouble. But no fan is ever going to change my, and it's almost like putting gas on a fire. You could talk all you want, but when we leave here, you're going to be tail between your legs.
All right, so they're there 3 hours before the game. What are they doing?
Yelling and screaming.
They're out of their minds. They are ready to yell 3 hours before the game.
I remember somebody telling me, this is a place where you could see a doctor in an S500 with the spikes on his shoulder pads. You know what I mean? They're wacky out there. But Seattle, if I was ever going to say a stadium would give somebody the edge, it would definitely be Seattle.
Now, I've heard
it is ridiculous.
I've heard, and let me get your take on this, that they're as loud as it comes, but they actually pump artificial crowd noise into that stadium. You buy into that?
Whatever it is, it's deafening. Seriously. You can't hear anything. So here's another problem. Discipline. You're going to have to go silent count as a quarterback. You're going to go up and you're going to tap the center on his rear end. Then he snaps the ball. A lot of offsides in Seattle. Tons.
I remember the Giants were there a couple of years back, and they had, I think, 12.
Yeah.
They jumped offsides 12 times.
It's not easy there. So, their discipline on offense is going to be one thing. For me, anytime that you have to get 10 guys going in motion on you, and you're just tapping somebody on the rear end, that's difficult to do. If you want to check out of plays, impossible. You got to use something with your face mask or touch your head or something. That has to be built in also. You could be in a running play and have a check with me where you get 2 plays at once. One